Sometimes in history, there's this magic moment. Somebody appears on the scene and everything changes.
I am with you.
We've never seen anything like this.
I will fight for you.
This was a man who's met his destiny.
And I will win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
You're watching history, so buckle up.
I don't think the American people have ever seen this before. A government that has moved this quickly and a president that has done so much when it comes to the border and energy and major investments from other countries. It's like warp speed.
47's on a hot streak, bringing head-snapping change to Washington, overwhelming the system with a volcanic eruption of action. Trump has a mandate from the people, and he's using it, and they're just getting started.
President Trump said on the campaign trail, success will be my retribution.
Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free.
We're going to have one shot at this, and no other president's going to do what I'm doing.
America's back. Common sense is back. He is keeping his promise to you, the American people.
Inflation is down. Growth is up.
The numbers don't lie. The economy is soaring.
Lowest gas prices in 4 years.
And record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
The Trump economic golden age is full steam ahead.
America is back, thanks to the courage of President Trump, thanks to the leadership of his amazing cabinet, and thanks, of course, to our brave men and women in the United States military.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over.
Between the attacks on Iran's nuke site and the Maduro operation, the U.S. military recruitment at an all-time high.
This president will go down in history as a peacemaking president.
Peace through strength. America's in charge.
And he's just got one filter, and that is America first.
Whatever they're doing, it's working. Zero illegal crossing, drug cartels frustrated, less crimes.
We have the most secure border in the history of this nation. If you think we're doing good now, you just wait till this coming year.
The president isn't taking his foot off the gas in 2026.
It's a new year. The stock markets are already making new record highs.
The Trump archive are a series of near impossible feats.
As for the next year, the American people have so much to look forward to. The president will continue to build off of his historic accomplishments.
2025 was setting the table, but the banquet's going to be in 2026.
This is the golden age coming.
He says, make America great again because every American is invited.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun.
Alright guys, I finally got a text message back, and looks like the White House has canceled all Memorial Day plans for Monday. That's huge. So, I don't know... I mean, to me, that's huge, especially for him. You know, that's monstrous. Let's see here. Yeah. So here is according to reports, first daughter Ivanka Trump has been targeted by IRGC terrorists in a plot to avenge U.S. drone strikes that killed Qasem Soleimani. Massive GPS jamming detected across Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, UAE, and the Persian Gulf. We're about ready to go hot. So according to one of the accounts that I follow out of UAE, it's a government official. They put out that the Iranian army is moving heavy missiles, they said, after the ceasefire breach. They will now be major surprises that the world and the American and Israeli enemy will remember for many centuries. So that was put out by the UAE from Mohammed al-Bakra. So now, let's see. Yeah, and Scavino putting out that B-2 bomber. I have a feeling it's going to be a long night tonight. Let's see, after canceling. Yeah, and looks like all airspace has been cleared in Iran. Let's see. According to an account I follow in Bahrain, the historic night in hell has begun. Explosions now. Hezbollah rocket has fallen into a missile factory, completely destroyed. And according to reports out of Japan, North Korea has launched a ballistic. All right, so here, so Catherine Heritage has put this out about Tulsi Gabbard. There's more to this story, guys. More to this story. Based on my reporting, it was well known in the national security circles that a CIA investigative unit had sent emails to several members of DNI Gabbard Director Initiative Group, or DIG, demanding they come in for questioning. While the CIA unit routinely conducts polygraphs and investigations, the timing of the request was concerning. It did not appeared to be a part of a standard security clearance review. Normally, they do those once a year, unless there is something that has come up, like financial, major security risk. The alleged CIA monitoring of the directors, or we'll just call it DIG, was described as tracking every keystroke on their government computers and devices. While there is no exception, or there is no expectation of privacy on government computers, and users often see a log on warning, it did not appear to be routine counterintelligence worked by the CIA. In recent testimony before the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, chaired by Senator Rand Paul, CIA senior operations officers and whistleblower James Erdman III alleged that the CIA illegally spied on the computers and phones of the DIG, along with their investigations and contacts with the whistleblower. The DIG investigated the JFK, RFK, MLK assassinations, the origins of 19 Crossfire Hurricane, the Biden administration, domestic surveillance, the anomalous health incidents, which I've never heard of, and unidentified aerial phenomenon. This is not the first time that the CIA appears to have been monitoring DIG communications. Individuals involved in AHI investigations discovered third parties were listening in secure phone calls at intelligence community facilities. In one instance, it was during a conversation with a whistleblower. Now, I can tell you this. When you use a Stu 3, there is no expectation of privacy. Zero. Because all of those calls are recorded by NSA. Because, they're the one that loads the crypto onto these phones. They do push-pull technology. These incidences were also reported in counterintelligence channels, and DNI IT experts confirmed that reproducing what occurred on the secure phone calls required an IT engineering work order. Sometimes someone had to request technical change to the infrastructure. During its investigation of AHI, my reporting reveals additional allegations that the CIA denied DNI Gabbard's investigators access to key analysts and officials still working in the CIA building, as well as relevant, highly classified intelligence held in compartmented programs. I also understand that the request to review internal CIA correspondence communications regarding the Biden-era AHI intelligence assessment included whether the intelligence was manipulated and the findings altered were blocked. The Biden-era intelligence community assessment concluded it was unlikely that a novel weapon or foreign adversaries was responsible for debilitating brain injuries suffered by spies, the Havana syndrome. Diplomats, military personnel, and some civilians were injured that can lead to brain cell atrophy and death. As reported in February, the DIG report and findings into direct energy attacks, or AHIs, were finalized and prepared for release, but there was strong intelligence community resistance to release it. Based on my reporting, the DIG task force into weaponization and politicization found that the analytic tradecraft used by the intelligence community under the Biden administration was defective. Imagine that. I also understand DIG recommendations, including the recall of 23 and 24 intelligence community assessments. DNI Gabbard committed to a new review of the so-called Havana Syndrome after our 2025 independent investigations. Our reporting revealed that brain injuries suffered by U.S. spies, diplomats, military officers, and civilians can cause progressive damage to the brain and nervous system. In a response to my new reporting and questions, an ODNI official says we have confirmed that the intelligence community inspector general is aware of the allegations and is working alongside ODNI and interagency partners to uncover the truth about the potential wrongdoing. A CIA said that the agency has been and will continue to support or to be supportive of any IG investigation into past conduct by CIA on certain issues. The official disputed allegations that the agency had frustrated the investigation by DNA Gabbard's team. CIA worked to prove the DIG with access to information responsive to an executive order prior to its disbandment by DNI. So that's interesting. So IRNN is put out, be prepared for a 0 hour is approaching. Iran has now begun to raise state alerts and full readiness for battle. Yeah, okay. Good luck with that. Yeah, it's about ready to be on like Donkey Kong. Let's see here. Yeah, this seems to all right. So basically, what this article, what Catherine Heritage is alleging is somebody, and I don't think he talked about Tulsi today. I may have missed it. I was just listening to, just had it in the background. Let's see. Yeah, my buddy sent me a text. He said he's not going anywhere. That was his. So something is definitely interesting. It seems like this software is running smoother. And I was able to apply those alerts to this. I think what I'm going to have to do is I'll have to put the other software, OBS Studio, on a clean blade server. And it may just be a configuration error, but I hate not being able to show you guys stuff and there would be a huge delay. Well, Big Chair Trump listens to Big Chair. I can tell you that. He definitely tells Trump how it is, and anytime that Melania, the First Lady, needs something, she goes to him because I think he's the only one that he'll not truly listen to, but truly listen to. I do find it interesting that MTG said that Trump's going to try to use Iran to cancel the elections, the presidential election, so he can stay in. I know everybody has their you sell empty bags of popcorn. I'm not going to dox Big Chair's name. That would be bad juju. I've known him since '95. MTG. You know, and I'm trying to think. Linwood surfaced again. And I call him Little Chair. That's the name I coined him. Little Chair had texted me this morning or this afternoon. I don't know. I've been up fucking since 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock this morning. To see if I was available. Who's my favorite personality? Not you, buddy. Not you. You take streams down. So I had a phone call with Little Chair. We have Little Chair, High Chair, and Big Chair. It's kind of funny. He was telling me that Linwood had popped up again, and there was something dealing with the Brunson case, and that it's about ready to resurface. So, like I've thought for years, and it's unbelievable that I'm saying, because I thought all this was going to be done before then. But I'll still go by what I was told that was part of a secret docket. At the Supreme Court. But, and you know, when Lloyd was asked, because about the time the rumors that I was hearing out of D.C. that a decision had been made by the Supreme Court, Brunson, I forget what show I was listening to, but he was on it, and he gave a very odd answer about the actual case itself. Yeah, well, they Jeff, we mod popcorn? out of popcorn. Are they a mod on your channel? They're De Hunter. Yeah, it seems like the stream is running smoother under this software. The Brunsons are like the Jackson 5. Here's my thing with the Supreme Court. I mean, this is uncharted territory. You know, I mean, it is. I don't. I'm telling you, I've been told for since 2016. Okay, that there's going to be a constitutional crisis. I thought it was going to happen by now. I think all of us thought something was going to be. I mean, there's stuff happening, but something that's going to shock the core. Yeah, I don't. I don't believe. I think there's something else with Tulsi, and here's my thing, and this is what I said in one of the fucking 8 streams that I've done today. Is and I'm not saying her husband doesn't have cancer. I mean, that would be a pretty fucked up cover story, right? Why in your resignation letter did you say June 30th? I mean, if he is sick, and I understand you want to be, I get that. But if it was me, I'd be like, dude, I gotta skate. I want to spend every moment with my spouse as possible. So I'd be like, look, I'm done. That's why they have deputies. That if something happens, right, they can just jump right in. And yeah, I don't get the whole 6 weeks. Why are you waiting 6 weeks? It's not like you have to put in a 30-day notice. That to me is just crazy. Absolutely nuts. But here's my thinking, okay? I haven't been able to, of course, I haven't really looked either. I've heard people say in chats and stuff like that Tulsi never resigned her commission as a military officer. Okay? So, is there something at a point to where it becomes a conflict of interest for something and you need to step aside, or you've done what was required of you under, whether it was under continuity of government, or you getting ready to testify to something that I don't know. Something is just off. Well, yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing, you know, when you become an officer in the military and you leave, they can recall you if you don't resign your commission. And most people don't resign your commission. So to me, that's that's interesting. And you know, here, yeah, see, yeah, I did confirm that wasn't a bullshit story. The CIA did raid them because when I text that's who told me about the memorandum of understanding was Big Chair. I didn't know that existed. Most people wouldn't. I mean, even guys within the intelligence community probably didn't know this damn thing existed because for since the beginning of the CIA, um, it's in their charter. I mean, I went through JQR classes on CIA shit on intelligence gathering that the classes were giving by people within CIA on things like UCID 18, UCID 26. And in their charter, it states they can't spy on U.S. citizens. Well, hell, UCID 18 spells it out. And what UCID is the United States Signals Intelligence Doctrine. And it's basically like a law book for guys who work in the signals intelligence community. If you violate any of these laws, you're FUBAR'd. I mean, it's an automatic security clearance suspension, pending investigation, prison time. I mean, trust me, they take that shit serious because when I was in Hawaii, one of the places I worked at was a joint command. Not only joint for the U.S. military, but we had partners from other countries. I know we had Canada, we had Australia, we had New Zealand, we had a couple guys from South Korea. Okay. And there was a piece of intelligence that was labeled no foreign, which means no foreign nationals are allowed to see these documents. And it was left in an area in a skiff where the joint command had access to. Somebody from a foreign country had seen it, and the person who left it there, he got basically, it was like a suspension pending investigation. They take that shit serious. So when I heard the story CIA, I was like, oh man, this has to be bullshit until, you know, this whole MOU come out. Or I was told about the MOU. Yeah, I just don't buy the 6 weeks. I don't know. There's something more to this. I don't know what it is. We probably will never know. You know, if it is something of a national security implication, we probably shouldn't know. Just because of the fact that let me see. I'm just reloading. I mean, I'm thinking the EANs are probably have already went out because they knew this. If we do strike, they would have already known and they'd already planned for it. Pink Flamingo, did you get your email with your gift card code? Because I got them all sent out, so you guys will be able to order. And whoever asked me about the flag, yeah, it should be. I sent it over. I sent it over to Mike, and they said they were. I think what they're doing is they're doing like a 3D flag with a gold 250 on it. So let's see. Yeah, it was sent about an hour ago. I let's see. Well, you won this, so yeah, we sent it about an hour ago. So you should have the gift code. Yeah, you were the free draw that we did. KAI video incoming. You're an idiot. What was I looking for? All X. Yeah, yeah. How many times has Junior been married now? He's probably tired of. You see it? Okay. Yeah. So what you do is you go in and you add whatever merch you want, and then just put in that code, and it'll take $50 off. So you secretly work for Lee. Lee's probably in the Situation Room right now. Oh, so you know who I would honestly like to see is DNI. It's only a second marriage, okay. What is it? Hasn't one of them been married like 2 or 3 times? As interim DNI, I would. Now think about this. Go back about 2.5, 3 years ago.
All stations, please. All stations. It is. All break. November. Standby. Charge. November. Standby. Charlie. Bravo. November. Standby. Message on the phone. Charlie. Bravo. Lima. Zulu. 2. November. 7. Lima. Yankee. Alpha. X-ray. Delta. Echo. Bravo. 7. 6. Alpha. Hotel. Charlie. Victor. 2. Juliet. Golf. Alpha. Uniform. Yankee. Victor. Hotel. Bravo. I say again. Charlie. Bravo. Zulu. November. 7. Lima. Yankee. Alpha. X-ray. Delta. Echo. Bravo. 7. Kilo. 6. Alpha. Hotel. Victor. 2. Juliet. Golf. Alpha. Uniform. Yankee. Victor. Hotel. Bravo. It is Alpha.
Okay, so remember a night.
X-ray. November. Echo. Standby. Charlie. Bravo. Zulu. X-ray. November. Echo. Standby. Charlie. Bravo. Zulu. X-ray. November. Echo. Standby. Message follow. Charlie. Bravo. Zulu. X-ray. November. Echo. Delta. 4. WatchFloor. Echo. Romeo. Charlie. Sierra. Quebec. Hotel. X-ray. Mike. 3. 4. Alpha. 7. Lima. Oh. 3. Whiskey. 6. Hotel. 5. Go. I say again. Charlie. Bravo. Zulu. X-ray. November. Echo. Delta. 4. Echo. Romeo. Charlie. Sierra. Quebec. Hotel. X-ray. Mike. 3. 4. Alpha. 7. Lima. Go. 3. Charlie. Bravo. Lima. Zulu. 2. November. Standby. Zulu. Standby. Bravo. Lima. Zulu. 2. November. Standby. Message followed. Charlie. Bravo. Lima. Zulu. 2. November. Lima. Alpha. X-ray. Delta. Echo. Bravo. 7. Kilo. 6. Alpha. Hotel. Victor. 2. Uniform. Bravo. I say again. Charlie. Zulu. 2. November. 7. Yankee. X-ray. Delta. Echo. Bravo. 7. Kilo. 6. Alpha. Hotel. Charlie. Victor. 2. Juliet. Roll. Alpha. Uniform. Yankee. Victor. Hotel. Bravo. Standby. 411.
Okay.
Charlie. Bravo. Zulu. X-ray. November. Echo. Standby. X-ray. Echo. Standby. Charlie. Bravo. X-ray. November. Echo. Standby. Message followed. Charlie. Bravo. Zulu. X-ray. November. Echo. Delta. 4. Foxtrot. Echo. Romeo. Charlie. Sierra. Quebec. Hotel. X-ray. Mike. 3. 4. Alpha. 7. Lima. Coco. 3. Foxtrot. Whiskey. 6. Hotel. 5. Go. I say again. Charlie. Bravo. Zulu. X-ray. Echo. Delta. 4. Foxtrot. Echo. Romeo. Charlie. Sierra. Quebec. Hotel. X-ray. Mike. 3. 4. Alpha. 7. Lima. Go. 3. Foxtrot. Whiskey. 6. Hotel. 5. Go. This is Lava. Out.
Okay, so
This is Lava. traffic. This is Wallet.
Okay, so when the last time they used the CB as part of the first two characters, now I'm just guessing here because I'm going through the EAM logs. Both times in the last week that they've used that, the first two letters of the 5-letter group was CB. We started seeing a bunch of ELINT, which is electronic intelligence, and both doomsday planes go up. So it'll be interesting to see if that's the case. And looks like Black Cat's on its way back to Jacksonville. So, I just got this. When the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, visited Havana, Cuba, he brought the paramilitary operator who killed Cuban military personnel during the Maduro raid. And Ratcliffe made a point to introduce him that way. No, Charlie Bravo, not Charlie Victor. Let's see here. Yeah. Yep. Drone originated there in Jacksonville. Let's see. Okay. So, Iran shut down its airspace and Trump canceled all the plans, and it's back at the White House. Oh, and they just uncovered the IRGC plot of trained operatives to assassinate Ivanka. He said, I just think they fucked around. And so now the find out part is about ready to happen. Sissy, was it you that asked about the 15% along with the gift card? I think I can give you guys the ability to do that. Let me know if it doesn't allow you to add 2 codes, and I can remote in and change that. Oh, anywhere? No, I'm sure they got Ivanka hidden. I'm sure they got his whole family hidden right now. It wouldn't surprise me if the thing in the Bahamas isn't canceled. It would not surprise me if one of the it wouldn't surprise me in one of the earlier broadcasts that I did today, seen some SAM flights flying out of New York, and can I see about the $2,000 checks? I think they're coming. I think after the 4th of July, I really think. Welcome, Freedom and Whiskey. Welcome to this chaos. The French, hold on, let me, yeah, the French as in like helping us, or the French in like helping the Cubans, because that would be funny as hell. I don't know if I'd want the French helping. The only thing they're good for is white flagging. Yeah, I do think there's going to be checks coming. I do. And I think they had to get the stuff ironed out with the tariffs. With, here's the thing, and I know it pisses people off, because I went and got gas in one of the vehicles. And, I mean, the gas here, it went up naturally because of Memorial Day. And Trump said it today, how much oil and all this other shit, right? And I know people are getting pissed off at hearing it because they're not seeing it. I mean, my neighbor, I mean, listen to this shit. He told me this morning that it cost him $500 a day for his truck and his 2 vans for his construction crews, just in fuel. $500 a day. That's fucking crazy. Gas in my Vespa. So, Craig, are you learning OBS Studio? I'm finding out that it is a definite memory hog. Freedom fries. Yeah, so I got right now I'm running the stream on Streamlabs right now because OBS Studio, I mean it's a memory hog. And uh yeah, there's a lot to it. I mean there's a lot to that OBS Studio. Um but you know, I'm learning this. I mean I'll learn the other one too. Um You'll share all knowledge. Schmitty. Is your boy been doing many lives since he got hooked? Have we had a Code Brown over there lately? Craig, when yeah, Craig, cola's not enough, and I'm too flimsical. I start and stop these streams every. I think this may be the longest one I've done today. No, the commencement ceremony was pretty big. That was a pretty long one. Okay, so this is the post that Trump put out. While I'm very much wanted to be with my son Don Jr. and is in the newest member of the Trump family, his soon-to-be wife Bettina, circumstances pertaining to government and my love for the United States of America do not allow me to do so. I feel it is important for me to remain in Washington, D.C. and the White House during this important period of time. Congratulations, Don and Bettina. President Donald J. Trump. This just in. The greatest Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has just stepped off the plane in India after a NATO meeting in Sweden. Senator Mike Lee, he put out a picture of Donald Trump and Ivanka. About the assassination plot, and he said, "R.I.P. IRGC. Thank you for your attention to this matter." Yeah, I am having fun. I mean, this will be my second retirement. So, yeah, I'm still not used to being home all the time. Because, like I said, I have to do multiple things all the time. But no, this is fun. I mean, this is entertainment for me. hanging out with morons like Craig, and I get crowned a 228% spike. Wow, that's yeah, this is fun. I mean, like, people in this channel, even though you don't like know them personally, or most people haven't met, it's Dokkan one. This is like people that in the military. It's funny. You people get nicknamed. I mean, in the military, if they find out something that bugs the fuck out of you, you get a nickname, or they do it to you all the time. Like with Adolf Schmidt, you got Giggles Doc P. I mean, I could be on Suicide Watch and read a Doc P comment and I'm laughing my ass off. So, one day you'll see us at Comic Con. That's funny. Oh, Bobo. Oh my God. Yeah, those stories are the best. Tehran Revolutionary Square reportedly packed with crowds chanting "Revenge against the devil." Let me see if I can pull this up. Ira Schmidt. Property Hunter. Yeah, fair. Let's see. Fourth beer. I never really cared for the taste of beer. No, this here is anti-IRGC. I mean, there are thousands upon thousands of people out there. I'm going to see, I think it's Sanaa who put out the video. Let me see. Yeah, I look for us to start laying some hate shortly. Schmeckleville. A Yugo. Ich bin ein Berliner. We will fight them on the air and on the sea with Igor and Tigger. Let's see if I can find this video. Man, I gotta turn this damn geothermal down in this room. It's like balls cold. Oh, shit. Lee Harvey started a stream. Emergency alert. President Trump cancels trip and is rushed back to the White House. Let me see. I think it might be easier just to do this. Oh, I could go for some pineapple ice cream. There's no shit about that. I guess I could Flight Simulator over DC. Yeah, it's a lot of people. I got his postmodern Marvel. DC was going to make a show called The Modern Marvel. And their superhero would have been Handcuff Key. Let's see. You know, and I can remember a time in the not so distant past that he had said numerous times that people who were on YouTube was for stupid people. How many cats do you think Lookner has? Do you think Lee Harvey trusts the plan? Yep. Lee Harvey said he had some intelligence to go through. Yeah, I did read about the Chinese forgiving their debt. The air fryer. I love it how he talks about himself in the third person. That shit is hilarious. Steve is currently on a break. Steve is currently putting chicken fingers in the air fryer. Yeah, Ukraine, Russia should have lost by now. Kim, you keep drinking rum and coke. Dino nuggies. Do you think he eats the head off the dino nuggies first? Yeah, I bet you he does eat the head off the dino nuggies first. It's like, and then dips them in the sauce, goes like you do with a kid. Open your mouth, here comes the plane. Or the cats come in and give him cherry bonbons. Hi, Miss Panda. Oh shit, you lost 110 points? Let's see. See if I can get some of that from you, Willard. Fucking dino nuggies. Yeah, I got some of your... Oh no, I lost. Damn it. Why couldn't I... Gamble. Let's do an even 100. That way I'm not broke. I wonder if there's a timer on the gamble. Yeah, I'd love to be able to go into Lee Harvey's chat and say, hey man, when did you become stupid? Because I thought YouTube was for stupid people. Yeah, I would love to hear Trump announce fucking Mike Flynn as acting secretary or DNI. Oh my God, can you imagine the heads that would explode in DC? Holy Shazbot. That is his worldwide network. We have reporters from all over the world sending us intel. Boy, it didn't take long for him and your boy Jason to part ways, or him and Green Greg's, I'm starting to see the common variable. And now he's got this these two guys on there. The one looks like he should be out in a cabin somewhere setting up booby traps. And the other one, I don't even want to say. See if we have any code browns going on. Oh, yeah. I mean, if he would announce him as DNI, but acting DNI, he wouldn't have to run him through the House and the Senate. But, oh. Dude, I loved it when Kash Patel was in there a week ago. Holy shit. I thought those people were going to melt down. Laxative Nader. Let's see. So, I got a text. NOTAMs have been put out for Western Iran until May 25th. Let's see. Rokna News. I can't believe that Trump had Dan Quayle at the White House. Or was it at the White House? Yeah, I think it was at the White House. We don't know yet. We don't know who's going to replace Tulsi yet. That's going to be interesting, though. Yeah, that would be her deputy. Let's see. Please do CB. Yep.
Foxtrot, Whiskey, 6, Hotel, 5, Golf, say again, Charlie, Bravo, Zulu, X-Ray, November, Echo, Delta, 4, Foxtrot, Echo, Romeo, Charlie, Sierra, Quebec, Hotel, X-Ray, Mike, 3, Alpha, 7, Lima, Golf, 3, Foxtrot, Whiskey, 6, Hotel, 5, Golf. This is Wild Buck. More to follow. Stand by.
More to follow.
Charlie, Bravo, Lima, Zulu, 2, November, stand by. Charlie, Bravo, Lima, Zulu, 2, November, stand by. Charlie, Bravo, Lima, Zulu, 2, November, stand by. Message follows. Charlie, Bravo, Lima, Zulu, 2, November, 7, Yankee, Alpha, X-Ray, Delta, Echo, Bravo, 7, Kilo, 6, Alpha, Hotel, Charlie, Victor, 2, Juliet, Golf, Alpha, Uniform, Yankee, Victor, Hotel, Bravo, say again, Charlie, Bravo, Lima, Zulu, 2, November, 7, Lima, Yankee, Alpha, Ray, Delta, Echo, Bravo, 7, Kilo, 6, Alpha, Hotel, Charlie, Victor, 2, Juliet, Golf, Alpha, Uniform, Yankee, Victor, Hotel, Bravo. This is Wild Buck. Out.
I look for planes to start going up here shortly. No, I think the IRGC plot is making, I'm guessing, somebody at the Secret Service.
This is Wild Buck. Standing by for traffic. This is Wild Buck. Wild Buck. Standing by for traffic. This is Wild Buck. Wild Buck. Out.
Alright, guys, I'll be back in about 5. I gotta take Miss Panda for a walk. Alright, I'm back. She'll have the zoomies here pretty quick because it was raining out and she can't be wet. Yeah, let's look at, I want to look at the airline traffic in the Middle East. I'm sure, Middle East is empty. Yeah, look at that. They told all those pilots, steer clear. See you, Craig. I like Marfugal Newt. You're a tool bag.
All stations, this is Wild Buck. Wild Buck. Break. Charlie. Bravo. Zulu. X-ray. November. Echo. Stand by. Charlie. Bravo. Zulu. X-ray. November. Echo. Stand by. Charlie. Bravo. Zulu. X-ray. November. Echo. Stand by. Message follows. Charlie. Bravo. Zulu. X-ray. November. Echo. Delta. 4. Foxtrot. Echo. Romeo. Charlie. Sierra. Quebec. Del. X-ray. Mike. Tree. 4. Alpha. 7. Lima. Golf. Tree. Foxtrot. Whiskey. Hotel. Fight. Golf. I say again. Charlie. Bravo. Zulu. X-ray. November. Echo. Delta. 4. Foxtrot. Echo. Romeo. Charlie. Sierra. Quebec. Hotel. X-ray. Mike. Tree. 4. Alpha. 7. Lima. Golf. Tree. Foxtrot. Whiskey. 6. Hotel. Fight. Golf. This is Wild Buck. More to follow. Stand by. Charlie. Bravo. Lima. Zulu. 2. November. Stand by. Charlie. Bravo. Lima. Zulu. 2. November. Stand by. Charlie. Bravo. Lima. Zulu. 2. November. Stand by. Message follows. Charlie. Bravo. Lima. Zulu. 2. November. 7. Lima. Yankee. Alpha. X-ray. Delta. Echo. Bravo. 7. Golf. Alpha. Unicorn. Yankee. Victor. Hotel. Bravo. Say again. Charlie. Bravo. Lima. Zulu. 2. November. 7. Lima. Yankee. Alpha. X-ray. Delta. Echo. Bravo. 7. Kilo. 6. Alpha. Hotel. Charlie. This is Sigonella with a test count. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. This is Sigonella out.
Sigonella is one of the stations. Sigonella, Italy.
This is Lodges. The test count. What test count? 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is Sigonella. Lodges out. The test count out.
So Lodges is, I believe that's in the Atlantic. I think we're about ready to lay some hate. Bed bunky dunk. No, that wasn't an echo. That was 2 stations at once. Yeah, the Azores. Jason, you better text your buddy's wife and tell him to undo the chain so he can get his peeps going. Yeah, Diego Garcia's in the Indian Ocean. Used to buy male prostitutes from Diego Garcia. I don't know, but I still think they are trying to find Carmen Sandiego. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
The Tai Chi walking program for seniors
It's true, though, toward the end of the administration, somebody looked at the calendar and they said, oh my God, there's an election coming up. Let's tighten things up. And it got a little less bad at the end. But it was just a little less bad. It was still preposterous. And they created the problem. They broke the border. The idea that they can say, well, we fixed it afterwards. Number one, they didn't. Number two, they broke it in the first place. So, yeah, we're going to hear this line, and nobody should believe it.
They broke it. They did it on purpose. They knew what they were doing, and now they're lying about it. That's par for the course, I think. Now, in New York City, immigration arrests are up 71%. So how does socialist Mayor Zohran Mamdani respond? Well, instead of celebrating the boost in accountability, he's cracking down on agencies that don't follow the city's sanctuary laws. So who exactly are these federal agents targeting in New York, do you think? And why is the local government fighting so hard to shield them?
It's a good question why they'd be fighting to hold them, to prevent ICE from taking them into custody, because most of the people ICE arrests are people involved in some sort of crime. And in fact, outside sanctuary jurisdictions where ICE is allowed to go into the jails, when all the people they take custody of, not all, but almost all, are people that the cops arrested for other things, drunk driving. Wife beating, drug dealing, whatever it is, they do a finger was happening. It's true, though, toward the end of the administration, somebody looked at the calendar and they said, oh my God, there's an election coming up. Let's tighten things up. And it got a little less bad at the end, but it was happening. It's true, though, toward the end of the administration, somebody looked at the calendar and they said, oh my God, there's an election coming up. Let's tighten things up. And it got a little less bad.
Will he be missed?
You're to wait until you feel an invitation. Think about reaching up through your leg and just breathe.
518-5694.
Outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your family's comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning.
The winds are not letting up at all here. We're going to see some power outages. The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages.
Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator. When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up using your home's existing natural gas or propane, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Stay tuned to get over a $500 value free on the most popular home standby generator in the world.
With the Generac, we don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
Having a Generac takes a lot of the anxiety out of there's going to be a storm.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built in the USA. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac and have thousands of satisfied customers.
How many times have you heard people say, I never want to go through that again? Well, the next time that you go through it, don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's nationwide dealers. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
We were here to feel the news with you. And I don't know about you, but I sure have felt it. Tonight is our final broadcast from the Ed Sullivan Theater. This isn't goodbye, it's see you later. Yes.
Aw, and just like that, the Late Show ran out of time. Welcome back to the Pulse, friends. I am David Harris Jr., but bad news for those with stage 4 Trump derangement syndrome, as the Supreme Leader of the Trump hates Stephen Colbert ended his disappointingly unfunny 11-year run at CBS. And friends, it's about damn time. President Trump reacted to Colbert's last episode, writing on Truth Social, Colbert is finally finished at CBS. Amazing that he lasted so long. No talent, no ratings, no life. He was like a dead person. You could take any person off the street and they would be better than this total jerk. Thank goodness he's finally gone. Are you kidding me? You got to love the real, raw President Trump. Well, Trump's post upset CNN's Brian Stelter, though, who claims that Trump is celebrating the loss of jobs.
So that's the president cheering the loss of American jobs. About 200 staffers will be out of work now that the Late Show lights have been turned off.
Nah, Trump isn't celebrating the loss of jobs. He's happy to see a guy that made a fortune sowing division and spewing hatred in this country towards conservatives and President Trump lose his job. Now let's take a look back at some of the lowlights from the divisive hate fest known as the Late Show.
Donald Trump is a fascist. Sir, you attract more skinheads than free Rogaine. You have more people marching against you than cancer. You talk like a sign language gorilla who got hit in the head. In fact, the only thing your mouth is good for is being Vladimir Putin's holster. Do not compare ICE or Border Patrol agents to the Nazis. That's an unfair comparison. The Nazis were willing to show their faces. You, too, will soon be looking for a new job. Isn't that interesting?
That is true.
And I'm honored that you asked me here to help.
Joining me now, actor and director, Superman himself, Dean Cain. Dean, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Now, the left is mourning the loss of their late night show. They're devastated over Colbert. Bruce Springsteen joined Colbert, the night before his final show, using the occasion to blame the cancellation of the failed talk show on, I'm sure you can guess, but watch.
I'm here in support tonight for Stephen because you're the first guy in America who's lost his show because we got a president who can't take a joke.
So what's your reaction to Colbert losing his job, and what do you make of the left screaming censorship and blaming President Trump?
President Trump is one of the funniest guys I know, and he can take a joke. The thing about it, I go back to Johnny Carson. Johnny Carson, I got to quote him here correctly. He said it's a real danger to turn your show into a forum. He said that you start to get that self-important feeling that what you say has great import. You could use that show as a forum, and I don't think you should as an entertainer. Johnny Carson was 100% correct. Colbert's show lost $40 million a year. He got paid an outrageous sum, and all he was a mouthpiece for the left, and he had severe TDS. And listen, I would say that I'm sorry to see him go, but I never saw him on the show. I didn't watch it like clearly millions and millions of Americans.
I didn't either. Before the break, I called him Stefan because I'm like, I never watched the show. I just had to hear the bad stuff, and I'm like, I just brushed this guy off anyway. The Mad Libs out there are just they're furious, but the ratings were so bad that he destroyed the Late Show franchise forever. Forever he destroyed it. Yeah. Yet CBS, as you said, they gave him a 10-month notice. They were paying his $15 million salary, as you said, while he was losing $40 million a year. And this is how Colbert showed his appreciation on his final show. Watch.
The owner of the music of A Charlie Brown Christmas and other Peanuts television specials has filed 4 lawsuits yesterday against those illegally using the famous song Linus and Lucy. Anyone illegally using that music is going to have to pay through the nose. Lewis? Is the band right now playing the same Peanuts music that I just said people are being sued for? Oh no, I hope this doesn't cost CBS any money.
I don't even think he was ever funny. I mean, do you think the audience actually thought he was funny, or were they paid to sit there and clap? I don't know.
I don't know, but let's go back to that real quick, that thing there. So he had a live band play that song, which is not illegal, and he knows it won't cost CBS any money. If a live band plays it, it's okay, that fair use. So, I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, even that, it's all performative. That's the whole point. Oh, it's going to cost them money. No, it's not. You're performing again, and he's not an entertainer. He's a partisan hack. The show wasn't funny. I think the funniest thing about the show was the meme that the AI generated meme that President Trump did, where he came out there and picked him up and threw him in the dumpster. That was funnier than anything I saw on Colbert's show. So that's the reason they're off the air, not because President Trump wanted him off. It's just the way it works. If people aren't watching your show, you're not going to be on. And if he wants to continue doing a show, you and I know as well as anybody else, there's lots of opportunities. Go ahead, Stefan, go ahead and do your thing and put it on somewhere else. Put it on, create a platform, and nobody will watch that either.
I don't think they will either. I don't think they will. But he could go help Don Lemon. He's trying to do something on his own as well. The Media Research Center is reporting that Stephen Colbert's Late Show jokes targeted conservatives 87% of the time in his final years, adding that Trump was the punchline 3,639 times, while Kamala Harris was joked about a mere 21 times over 3 years. It couldn't be any clearer. Do you think this is also the American people? Maybe they did find him funny before he got so partisan, and then he just turned into a left-wing progressive hack, and they just said, I'm shutting him off? Is this also kind of a judgment from the American people?
Oh, there's no question about it. I mean, if you have a popular show, you're going to stay on the air. He just murdered that show very unceremoniously by not being funny. His character that he played prior to this on Comedy Central, I think it was better, where he was playing a right-wing, very right-wing guy. And I thought he was funnier then. But when the real Stephen Colbert came out and, did all the things that are so partisan and so political in nature and making all those jokes about Trump and none about, you and I could do 372 shows in a row making fun of Kamala Harris. It would be very easy. And he didn't do it but 21 times versus the 4,000 he did for President Trump. That's insane. And people get sick of it. So if you want to live in that echo chamber, fine. But clearly Americans didn't want to, and CBS was tired of just hemorrhaging money.
Yeah, they were very tired. as I think America was. Now, here's Brian Stelter on CNN's review of Colbert's final show.
Colbert has shown exactly how to sign off with grace and dignity. The joke, the commentary, of course, was that, yes, the CBS overlords were taking him off the air. Yes, there was this political cloud hovering over everything. But Colbert just wanted to make people laugh. And he says that through it all, he was never trying to win elections or influence people. He was just trying.
He was just trying to make people laugh. He was a Democrat mouthpiece. The X page for the Democrat Party literally thanked Colbert.
Yes.
Here it is after Biden won the election. Here, watch this after Biden won the election.
Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Biden did it. He's our next president.
That definitely aged well, Dean.
Well, it's crazy. It's crazy. He is so partisan. And, when Brian Stelter says that, I just want to cough and go, baloney. That's what I was very nice. You didn't have to beat me out or anything. But I mean, it's just baloney. It's partisan hack, and he was clearly, the fact that the Democrats thanked him says it all. One need nothing else.
Yeah. It says it all. He wasn't always this way. I got a real quick clip of exactly what one moment he shared with President Trump before he was president. Watch.
I'm liking him a lot.
I'm liking you too.
So really quickly, what happened, because then I want to get into your podcast, The Homeland. But what do you think will happen to Stephen Colbert?
Well, he got indoctrinated by the left. Either that or he decided, okay, I'm just going to be overtly political. And like Johnny Carson said, that will kill the show. And it did. And it shouldn't have been overtly political. Everybody, by the way, everybody loved Trump before he ran for office. They loved him to death. Rap songs about him. I want to be like Trump. I want to do this. He was celebrated by the NAACP. He was just celebrated as a guy. Like, I aspire to be like him. Everybody said that. All of a sudden he decides to run for politics and they lost their friggin' minds.
Yeah, they did. Because he ran as a Republican. Then it was,
of course,
couldn't have
even
that.
though he was
now,
a Democrat.
Tell us about your podcast. Exactly. Tell us about your podcast really quickly. I know that you had HHS Secretary RFK Jr. on just the other day.
Yeah, it's great. The podcast is going wonderfully. We're here to celebrate America and celebrate the great things that are happening. And I think that Secretary Kennedy is doing an amazing job at HHS, flipping the food pyramid upside down. Clearly, we are the sickest nation on the planet, and it's because of all this ridiculous stuff that we've put in through our foods and stuff. So he's been great. He was wonderful to sit down with. I sat down with our Attorney General, Todd Blanche, our acting Attorney General, who hopefully will be the Attorney General coming up. I've sat down with Tom Homan, our border czar, my boss at ICE, because yes, I am an ICE agent, Mr. Todd Lyons, who is retiring at the end of this month. We've had wonderful ability to speak to so many wonderful people. Sarah Carter, our drug czar. And it's really interesting to get their perspectives on what's happening. People aren't hearing it from Stephen Colbert, so they get to hear it from me. We had over 15 million views in the last 2 weeks, which probably beats Colbert's ratings. I don't know. But I'm not getting paid 15 million a year. And I'm doing it because this is how I truly feel. And it's wonderful to be able to speak to these people. Proud American Studios is taking off like a rocket ship. And we've got a lot more planned coming up. And I can't wait. I go to DC and I speak to folks 2 or 3 4 days a week, whatever it happens, a month rather, zip out there. I don't like to leave my home in Las Vegas because I'm a homebody, but it's really amazing to do this. We're making documentaries. We're doing all kinds of wonderful things. And I am super prepared to be celebrating the 250th birthday of the greatest country in the history of the world. And let's hope for 250 more, my friend.
That's what we can do. We can hope and we can pray and we can be thankful for individuals like you that not only play a hero in real life, but you actually are one. You're serving our country and you're representing a lot of other heroes, and you're having them on your show, your podcast, The Homeland. So Dean Cain, God bless you, brother. Thanks for joining tonight.
Bless you too, David. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Friends, stay right with us. We're going to have a lot more right after the break.
Hi, I'm John Bachman, and what I love about Newsmax is having the opportunity to build something from the ground up. I came here from local news over a dozen years ago because I wanted to have a more honest conversation with the audience, and I love that Newsmax gives me the opportunity to do exactly that.
Hi, folks, we're back. If
If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If your loved one has suffered from bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call 800-710-5444 and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
My friends, I come to you today on behalf of the Jewish people in Ukraine whose lives have been completely destroyed. Family and loved ones brutally killed. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is inside of Ukraine, providing emergency food and supplies to tens of thousands of people. But the food crisis is growing for Jewish families and especially for the elderly.
I am shocked how many elderly people came here. They're afraid, and they realize now that there are more people than boxes.
For just $25, you can help rush an emergency food box to the elderly Jews in Ukraine. Many of them are hungry, frightened, and alone. Your gift helps provide critical food when it's needed most. Call or go online now.
The people of Ukraine are caught in the crosshairs of war. Many of these precious people are Holocaust survivors, elderly Jews who are sick and dying. They have no food, and we must reach them now before it's too late.
The world is in a war again. I am alone. I'm afraid of the bombs. I'm scared. I am old. There is no food.
Just $25 helps rush emergency food to elderly Jews in Ukraine who are in urgent need today. Please call, scan, or go online right now.
I will not starve. Thank you, good people.
We can be the hope to the Jewish people who are suffering in Ukraine. Your help is desperately needed now.
Welcome back, friends, to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr., and the racing world is in shock following the death of Kyle Busch at just 41 years old. He held the all-time record for the most combined National Series wins in history. Just days ago, Busch celebrated his 69th and now final NASCAR Truck Series victory. Ed Henry talked to the legendary NASCAR driver, Kyle Petty, about how the racing world is reacting to the sudden loss.
Small community, and in a lot of ways, a small rural community where you just are with everybody every week. Imagine the NFL or the NBA or Major League Baseball, all of their teams going to the same place every weekend and being together 38 weeks a year. That's the way cup racing is. That's the way racing is, period. All teams compete week in and week out. So your competitors become an acquaintance. That acquaintance becomes a friend. That friend becomes family. And we are a tight-knit community and a family. When Adam's accident happened, the entire community came together to console us, to give us a shoulder to lean on, to give us a place to pray. And I think that's the same thing that we're seeing now. I've not seen a social media post that hasn't come from a driver or a crew chief or an owner. Everyone is devastated because it's such a tragic moment. Just as with Adam, just as with Kenny Irwin and with Dale Earnhardt Sr., it happened so quick, you're unprepared for it, and it shocks us, the ones that are left behind. And the only way we know to deal with it is to wrap our arms around each other, pray, and grieve. Well,
one of Kyle's statements that's been circulating social media since his passing is was when he said, you put your faith in God in a lot of things, racing, life, decisions you have to make as a family, a lot of it's in God's control. While it is tragic and we pray for the family, again, there is hope that we know where he's at and that his loved ones and his friends can see him again. Stick around, friends. The Silver Lining is next.
US Med, a trusted supplier of diabetes equipment for nearly 30 years, has great news for people living with diabetes and the pain of regular testing. New Medicare and private insurance guidelines have expanded coverage for continuous glucose monitors, even for people not using insulin. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM, and eliminate routine finger sticks. US Med has the newest models of CGM, which are more accurate and convenient than ever. CGMs are shown to lower your A1C, increase your time in range, and reduce the risk of hypoglycemic events. Shipping is free, and will even bill your insurer directly. Don't spend one more painful day testing your blood sugar. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Call US Med now.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now.
To get your own bulldog, call your favorite attorney now.
They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot.
When I got hit by a car, I was confused, confounded, and concerned. But calling left me calm, composed, and comforted. Thanks, your favorite attorney.
They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
Call 800-513-2164.
Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid.
After I was blindsided and sideswiped by a fat tire e-bike towing a skateboarder, I didn't know what to do. But a friend recommended that I call his favorite attorney. And I got results. Now, he's my favorite attorney.
It doesn't matter what kind of vehicle it was. As long as it had an engine and the accident wasn't your fault, call your favorite attorney now.
So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
To get a windfall, you first need to call.
Thanks, your favorite attorney.
Thanks, your favorite attorney.
Thanks, your favorite attorney.
So if you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, call your favorite attorney now.
800-513-2164. That's 800-513-2164.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too.
It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel Report, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
It means it's time for tonight's Silver Lining, and joining me tonight is the VP of Communications at Liberty University and my friend Ryan Helfenbein. Ryan, thank you so much for joining the Pulse this evening, my brother. I got to just ask you, we are coming up on the 250th anniversary as a nation. We have the Commander-in-Chief literally rededicating this country back to God. What are your thoughts on the significance of that?
You know, that's incredible. I got to participate with scores, thousands upon thousands of others just last Sunday on the 17th, including the chancellor of Liberty University, Jonathan Falwell, who gave a great invocation at that service. And we had our worship collective, LU Praise at Liberty University, our students showing out in an incredible way. But to your question, the commander-in-chief going out there and modeling what faith should look like from the standpoint of his authority, the authority of his office, and then really just calling this nation to faith, to prayer, and even to repentance. We need revival. And I believe, David, just like you do, if God can save an individual, if he can do it instantly, if he can save groups like churches, that churches can get on their hands and knees and pray and seek God's faith and ask God to restore them as a church, that he can revive them, he can do the same thing for a nation. And that's why I think this moment is so critical in America, especially in the 250th anniversary.
Now, what stands out to you? I mean, I think about Butler, Pennsylvania. Trump was almost taken from us. I think about a lot of people were voting for and trying to vote for Joe Biden. He blasted the White House in, the LGBTQ colors. It's almost like a cleansing that President Trump has done this. And he's taken some heat over it. But I think most Christians, do you think it's pulling in maybe Christians that have still been hoping blindly maybe that there's faith in the Democrat Party, or is it pulling over some independents as well?
I think there has been some vindication of Trump when you look back at what happened during the Biden presidency. Remember, many people were decrying that Trump was unfit for office, that he had tweeted in such mean ways. They were saying all kinds of things. And then you had Joe Biden, which was supposed to be the winsome candidate. He was supposed to be the one who was coming in, who was more gingerly and nice and gregarious. And then look what happened. I mean, the most radical elements of the Democratic Party and the left wing ran his office. He was an auto-pin president. I felt very sick and saddened to see his dementia, his cognitive decline, and yet he was being carted around. It was elder abuse. And you remember the Trans Day of Visibility. That was happening when? It happened during the Easter weekend, in which the Biden White House, all those radical leftists that were running it behind the scenes, that's when they went out with a statement. And here you have, in many ways, Trump being the recompense and the vindication that he came back in his second term. By no means do we as Christians look at Trump and say he's perfect. We know that we have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. But praise be to God that we do have a president that recognizes the American history and certainly our Christian heritage. And he's putting that first in America. That's so important.
Now, what do you say to people that say, well, Trump has said this, he's tweeted that, he talks very vulgar at some point, say he has in life. Obviously, nobody's perfect, but he's so direct and not Christian-like in a lot of different ways, and yet he's the president and you support him. I got about 20 seconds for you, Dave. What would you say to somebody that says that to you?
Look, throughout history, we've had harsh words from many leaders. I think about Harry S. Truman. I think about Eisenhower, Andrew Jackson. There are many, many others. At the end of the day, as Christians, we have to look at policies more than even personality. I'm just so grateful that God has raised up a man like Donald Trump for so many reasons.
Yes.
And I just look forward to celebrating our anniversary as a nation.
I do too, with him at the helm. Ryan Helfenbein, God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for joining the Post this evening. Hope you have a good Memorial Day as well. And thank you, friends, for tuning in all the time we have for tonight. Have a safe, happy weekend, and then be thankful on Memorial Day. It's a day that we should all honor. God bless you, and good night.
Hi, I'm Bianca Della Garza. What I love about working with Newsmax is the relationship we have with our viewers. So smart, so informed, it allows us to deliver powerful analysis, the sharpest viewpoints on the issues that really matter.
Welcome to Car Breakdowns 101. I'm your Professor Ice-T. If your car is out of warranty, a car breakdown could eat you alive. Look at that car. The transmission alone could cost you $3,000. And that engine? How much do you love your kidneys? Don't even get me started on the computer system. That's a small fortune. Do what I did and call CarShield. They get expensive car repairs taken care of so you don't have to. Class dismissed.
Call 800-264-6758.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-531-2824.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
America's most exciting radio talk show, The Savage Nation. Here is Michael Savage.
All the people I run into once in a while, they say, you know, I loved your childhood stories, and the most interesting one to me was Dead Man's Pants.
When you're inducted into the Radio Hall of Fame, that's a pretty big freaking deal.
What is a great society? What ought it be?
Michael, at the time I met him, and he had 8-9 million viewers or eyeballs or ears. I mean, he was killing it.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Savage. This is San Francisco. I talk 560 KSFO.
The local station in the Bay Area actually put him on. They said, you got to come back again. We've never seen a reaction like this. And it was such a big hit.
So Michael's numbers independently were stunning.
What highway are we on? Do we want to be on this highway? We want to create a new highway? This guy knew what was going on.
And when you're in the Mount Rushmore of radio, that's pretty big.
I know that I'm a national phenomenon in many ways, but I am the elder statesman. Most of the guys are 20 years younger than me, which is fine.
In terms of broadcast innovation, Michael was like the heavy metal version of that.
He had been trying to warn the morons at the highest level for months now that this was coming.
And took that to new heights. And Michael reigned supreme.
We're talking about what kind of world do you want to live in?
And I made a commitment to myself. The day I see myself starting to slip in delivery or in composing thoughts, has too much hesitancy, slip of tongues, I'm going to leave the media.
These are the reason America's dying, because of these self-righteous phonies.
They're still good. They're fast.
And I don't think we will see anybody do that again.
Why? What are we doing here? The two of us, of all people.
Well, we're supposedly political polar opposites, which we probably are. However, as I say on my TV show, You don't have to like my politics to like me.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Michael's transition to radio actually fits in with that God moment in the sense that you can't plan your life. And he understood that you can make a plan and you can also be guaranteed that it's not going to go that way.
You've been blocked. You were shafted from what you wanted to be, which was a professor. And then you found radio late in life because I remembered one word, survival. I was at a dead end. I was doing some consulting, but it wasn't working at a certain point. My wife worked all the time. I had children to take care of. I didn't know what the hell to do. So I remember going out on my deck. I roared like a lion in a cage. I said, God, I'm suffering. All I ask you is to give me a living.
His family came from nothing, and they worked their way from the streets to raise him, and they suffered.
We were street savvy, which you have to be in New York.
That New York dance is why Michael and Donald Trump get along so well.
President Trump has the biggest personality in politics. My dad had the biggest personality in anything he's ever done. My dad said, no, we need a businessman to become president.
When Michael met Trump, he couldn't treat him like Mr. President. I mean, he tried. I know Michael, followed the rules. He'd call him Mr. President. But he's looking at him saying, so that's Donald from like the good part of Queens.
The next phase of Michael's life is a homecoming. But you're coming back with wisdom. The ripple effect can be greater than what he did on radio.
A film crew is coming out to record a documentary of me that's been authorized by Newsmax TV network, where I have my own show. Say when. Jackets straight, it's not ring.
Good, yeah, okay.
3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1, sync.
So where shall I begin? Well, let me begin at the beginning.
Who is Michael Savage?
Michael Savage is a kid from New York who's grown up and says things the way he sees them in a magical, lyrical way that combines intellect and brilliance, but ultimately just a passion and a joy for life. That's who Michael Savage really is.
Now, America's most exciting radio talk show, The Savage Nation.
Michael Savage is actually 5 different people. The first one is the jazz age sophisticate, straight out of F. Scott Fitzgerald. He's the kind of guy who would go to a club to listen to Big Spider Beck or Django Reinhardt. The second one is Tevye the Milkman from Shalom Aleichem, who would love to talk to you about God and the Holy Book. The third one is a Dickensian street urchin, the kind of kid who learned everything he knows in an urban setting full of ne'er-do-wells and decay. The fourth one is the botanist on the HMS Bounty, the guy who would go halfway around the world to Tahiti to look at a sprig of breadfruit. And the fifth one would be Dick the Butcher from Henry VI, Part 2, the guy who raises his fists and said, first let's kill all the lawyers. And the thing about Michael is that you never know which of those guys is going to show up. It could be for 10 seconds, it could be for a minute, and then he's one of the other ones cycling through.
If you look back in the 90s now, we're going through like decade after decade. It's wild. His childhood in the 40s, him growing up in the 50s, him struggling to figure out where he's going to live in the 60s, growing up in the 70s in Hawaii and Northern California, 80s, him being an author, 90s turning into conservative politics, 2000s being the top, talk show host. It was Rush and my dad. These are big blocks of time, but that's his life.
I think in a lot of ways, he lives his work. And I think that that's very therapeutic for him. A lot of other people are really good at their job, but once the job's over, they clock out. Michael Savage, his job is his life and it's his identity. And frankly, it's made him a national celebrity.
Welcome to the Savage Nation. Many of you know me. Actually, everybody should know me. After 28 years in radio and years of doing podcasts and years on Newsmax.
Here's the question. Do I need to do this now at this phase of my life? Why don't I just mellow out, walk on the beach at dawn? Because I would go out of my mind. I just can't do it. Does the world really need another voice? Let go. Walk away. Some days I think I'm going to do that tomorrow, but I haven't done it yet.
Remaining relevant in your 80s or your 70s or even in your 60s is something that we all face. And I think some of that is what drives Michael too. He would not accept that when he had the #1 radio show on Earth, that was going to be the high point of his life. He would not accept that having a #1 New York Times bestseller was going to be the high point of his life and then not again. So he goes into podcasts. And then he wasn't sure he wanted to do television. And I said to him, it's the unconquered hill. And sure enough, he ended up doing it because it's another hill to climb.
I'm holding in my hand a signing pen from someone you may know named Donald Trump. I didn't buy it on eBay. I received it in the White House at that great desk from the president a few years back, after which I actually flew on Air Force One with him and shared hot dogs, which I've called the Hot Dog Summit, which I'll tell you about at another time.
But I'm doing 2 podcasts a week, 2 appearances on Newsmax on other shows, and 1 full show of my own. That show on Sunday night is tremendously demanding. Then I do YouTube shows. That's not enough for me. Some days I wake up and I want to talk about what's going on in the world. I turn on the cameras and I say, hello, ladies and gentlemen of the Savage Nation, and I talk to them. It's like being back on the radio, only better because there's no supervision.
When he came off the radio, he'd be drenched in sweat every show. He didn't just do this for a job, but he did this because he loved it. Like no one else, I don't think, in radio came off like he was just doing a nightclub performance. That's what it was, and that's why it was such another level of radio. I mean, he would be yelling and screaming 3 straight hours and come off drenched, sweat.
Plato says, yeah, we better have censorship in the ideal republic. Otherwise, you're going to have license. Everyone's going to do what they see on the videotape, and the videotape didn't even exist.
This is why in radio I was so good. My timing was based upon music and mysticism. Although that circle is closing, I'm entering a new phase of my life. Within an hour, I'm going to be inducted as the liaison between the religious and the secular in that community, the Jewish community. Welcome to my 2nd bar mitzvah. That's what this feels like to me.
What he's feeling is like a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. You're feeling your immortality. And that's a wondrous thing in your 80s to start to feel like, okay, I'm going to lose this cocoon, but I'm going to be able to soar. When you start to tap into that, as Michael is doing now, there is no limit. You're going to see a metamorphosis that we can't even plot right now, but it's going to be big and fascinating.
I think what New York Tough teaches you at that time is to be a fighter. You got to fight for everything.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I need a medic.
No warning, no time. When suspects turn violent, officers have seconds to survive. Watch the Caught on Body Cam series for the drama, the actual footage.
Suspect down! Suspect down!
The real life, all on Newsmax Plus. Start your free trial today at newsmaxplus.com.
Have you been in a motor vehicle accident that wasn't your fault? Then you may need legal representation. And if you call the number on your screen now, you can be connected to an attorney who can tell you just how much your case could be worth for free. And for a limited time, if you call now, you can get this elegant, luxurious gold watch with the money from your own case. To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it, and I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself, or any of these watches, or a different watch I've never even seen before, or no watch. The money is yours to do whatever it is you want. Just call the number on your screen now to find out how much your case could be worth for free.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now.
800-487-0943. And you can't have my tie either.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-518-5694. That's 800-518-5694. Again, 800-518-5694.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I need a medic.
No warning, no time. When suspects turn violent, officers have seconds to survive. Watch Caught on Body Cam.
This nation has placed its destiny on its millions of free men and women.
There's a curveball. Hendricks slams it for a long drive as the Yanks take the first game of the series.
At United Nations headquarters in New York, United States President Eisenhower arrives to make a proposal for the constructive use of atomic power.
I grew up in a tenement in the Bronx. It was clean. There was no crime. It was all immigrant families. Everyone looked out for everyone. So it was a different world. There was a hill next to us that went up to Bryant Avenue. So the kids would war with the kids up the street. We didn't fight with guns or knives. We would try to charge up the hill and grab them and throw them down the hill. It was like crazy. And there were garbage cans those days where they would cook the garbage in every tenement. And then at the end of the day, when the garbage was cooked in the incinerator, it would become like lava rock. The kids would use these as hand grenades. As you're charging up with these in your hand, they were throwing them down at you. And we would charge holding garbage can covers over our head like gladiators to avoid getting hit in the head. It was like we're running up the hill with garbage can covers in our hand, and you hear rocks hitting. It was like out of some movie. So once I got smacked and my head split open. I don't know how I got hit here. I thought maybe someone in the crowd hit me because I was bleeding here, running down my body. So okay, I'm out. Take them off the battlefield. So I go to my aunt, who was Russian and very sober. She'd look at it like a doctor. Let me see. Not bad. She'd get the peroxide. She'd get the cotton. She would put a Band-Aid. She says, go out and play now.
I think what New York tough teaches you at that time is to be a fighter. You got to fight for everything. A lot of people that were very successful came out of the 5 boroughs at the time because that was when you had to be New York tough to survive. And if you could survive in New York at that time, you could survive anywhere.
Don't forget the muscle boy.
Yeah, who's that young man?
15 years old, pumping iron so I wouldn't have sand kicked to my face anymore.
Did it work?
No. I stay off the beach. I grew up watching boxing with my father. He was a boxing fanatic, having grown up in a tough neighborhood. So every Friday night, we'd watch the fights on TV.
Rocky Marciano, sensational slugger, and Harry Kid Matthews, classy Seattle contender. 10 rounds here at Yankee Stadium, New York.
My father didn't want me to be a weakling. He says, you're going to go to work with me every Saturday. I said, Dad, that's my day off. My friends are riding their bikes. He said, well, your days of riding your bike and flying kites are over. You're going to work Saturdays with me. He put me downstairs in the basement, and that's where I worked for many a year.
So the 1940s in New York, and his dad was an immigrant, right? And his grandfather came through Ellis Island. If you think about how hard that upbringing must have been, there was no welfare back then. Everyone had to learn English to survive. Everyone had to work to survive. And it was the strong survived. The weak didn't survive.
I can tell you that Michael's brother Jerome was born with severe disabilities at a time when we did very little to help those kids. And Jerome was so bad that they struggled to keep him at home, but eventually had to institutionalize him. And Michael sees that institution. Maybe the people tried hard in real life, but to him it's like the movie Bedlam with Boris Karloff, just a place of horrors. And I know it tortured his mother particularly.
He was 2.5 years younger than me. No one knew he was brain damaged when he was born. And then suddenly they realized he couldn't hear and he couldn't see. So that began the beautiful tragedy known as my silent brother. Once they realized there was something, quote, wrong with him, when no one was around, I'd go up and start to talk to him, and I'd see his eyes light up. So I knew he was alive. They took him away, and I remember to this day, I never saw him again.
Michael actually became an entertainer or a performer because he was constantly trying to cheer up his mother, making her laugh, making her smile. A talk show host came much later as a vehicle for expressing himself. But in a way, it was just his way of trying to make his mother feel better, to try to make people feel better. And you can see that the thread runs through his show. He wants to make the audience feel safe, feel heard. He's little Michael, now grown Michael. You're his family, and he's trying to shepherd you to somewhere that's safe.
He told me his stories as a kid, like it was hard. I mean, it was no joke. So it taught him to be super strong and tough. But I believe it's his childhood, how hard he had it as a kid. He was so poor that they had to buy, that his parents, I think, bought him pants from people that died. That pretty insane.
The idea that when he was a kid, a neighbor died, and his dad went and bought the guy's wool pants for next to nothing and said, Michael, you have to wear them. And Michael said, Dad, aren't they our neighbor's pants? And his dad said, yeah. And Michael looked at it and thought about it and said, all right, I'm going to wear dead man's pants. And of course, me growing up in New York, I had Don, Bruce, and Barry, my cousins, and I got their pants. So I go, Michael, I didn't have dead man's pants. I had Don, Bruce, and Barry's pants. I think you had it better than me.
Our connection had to do with both growing up as New Yorkers, and we were street savvy, which you have to be in New York. It was a rich and exciting and unpredictable world. Just by being there, you would meet mafiosi. I was across the street from the Peppermint Lounge, and so the home of the Twist, so you would know go-go dancers. You would learn about everything that went on in these worlds, and unless you grew up that way, you don't understand it. You know, all the stuff about trans this and trans that. I grew up helping my uncle carry boas and gowns to what were then the cross-dressing clubs on 42nd Street, where the guys would perform. This was all familiar to both of us, so we had a perspective on what other people were just discovering that I felt was both valuable to the listening public of the radio show and then the podcast, and now on Newsmax.
Why would I wind up in the Fiji Islands decades later collecting medicinal plants? Why this kid from the Bronx? Why was I doing that? Something else was calling.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-428-1369.
My friends, I come to you today on behalf of the Jewish people in Ukraine whose lives have been completely destroyed. Family and loved ones brutally killed. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is inside of Ukraine, providing emergency food and supplies to tens of thousands of people. But the food crisis is growing for Jewish families and especially for the elderly.
I am shocked how many elderly people came here. They're afraid, and they realize now that there are more people than boxes.
For just $25, you can help rush an emergency food box to the elderly Jews in Ukraine. Many of them are hungry, frightened, and alone. Your gift helps provide critical food when it's needed most. Call or go online now.
The people of Ukraine are caught in the crosshairs of war. Many of these precious people are Holocaust survivors, elderly Jews who are sick and dying. They have no food, and we must reach them now before it's too late.
The world is in a war again. I am alone. I'm afraid of the bombs. I'm scared. I am old. There is no food.
Just $25 helps rush emergency food to elderly Jews in Ukraine who are in urgent need today. Please call, scan, or go online right now.
I will not starve. Thank you, good people.
We can be the hope to the Jewish people who are suffering in Ukraine. Your help is desperately needed now.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now, and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You just cover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
How do I go from these humble beginnings to follow my passion and do what I want to do? And he had so many passions and so many interests. You know, his life experiences in academia and then in botany were incredibly important to him. It was not the thing you would think of necessarily going into as a kid. That was the time of Chuck Yeager and then The Right Stuff, and everybody wanted to be a rocket scientist or an astronaut or something like that. Not Michael.
So my mom and dad, they were living in New York together, and he wanted to go to graduate school, and my mom, I think, told me the story. She said, why don't you just apply to Hawaii for fun? He put all the other East Coast colleges. He wanted to get into graduate school. No one accepted him, I think, and then my mom said, did Hawaii reply to you? And I don't know. He said, let's just call to find out. And they said, didn't you get our letter? So they didn't even know he got accepted. So they left, escaped to Hawaii together. And because they were so hard and tough growing up in New York, they ran circles around people in Hawaii. Everyone was so laid back, relaxing at the beach. So they were like the kings of Hawaii in their world at the college. I was a little savage child in the jungles. I was conceived in a rainforest, so I had a really wild childhood in that regard. I had long red hair, so I was a hippie kid. My middle name is Golden Cloud, so if you think about all of that put together, and now he's a right-wing conservative. He didn't start out as a right-wing conservative. He was an environmentalist, and he loved nature, and he went to graduate school at the University of Hawaii for basically to live longer and study nutrition and health and botany and anthropology. So he was basically a nature guy. That was him.
I'd collect plants, I'd get the local name, and then we'd take it back and analyze what the actual plant family was, genus, species, send it over to, it was going to the National Cancer Institute. They would put it into certain chemical solutions, and then they would analyze it for anti-cancer properties. So what does that mean? It means that 100 years from now, someone could say, well, look at this plant. It says on the label it was used to treat severe illness of the head. Maybe that has something to do with brain cancer. So maybe a scientist will go look for that species, collect the species, extract the same chemicals, and test it in models for brain cancer. That's the whole object of collecting this stuff.
I was always with him on these incredible voyages, and we would go into the jungles, and we would go with the locals, and we would find certain trees we would look up, and they would have to get a certain fruit from the top of the tree without chopping the tree down. He took me into villages that I don't think any white people had even gone into. Believe it or not, in the early 70s, it was still possible back then.
Why would I wind up in the Fiji Islands decades later collecting medicinal plants? Why this kid from the Bronx? Why was I doing that? Something else was calling.
In 1973, I was 3 years old, and my dad got accepted to Berkeley, and my mom said she didn't want to leave. My dad said, we got to go, so we moved to California and went to Berkeley for his PhD.
Turn on, tune in, and drop out.
And all the action in those days was, from Timothy Leary, the Beatniks, and Michael wanted to be part of that crazy, wild scene. And he brought with it also a great scientific mind, a truly brilliant mind. But interestingly, Michael had a sense of caution that did not exist among the groups of people that he hung around with, to go over those lines.
Michael would have known better than Timothy Leary about how to use a drug or an herb in LSD. And so I don't think it was a long-lived or particularly fruitful relationship. And so he would go look under every rock. He would have to go to an island to see about, breadfruit and Tahiti. That curiosity remains active, and I think it's one of the things that keeps him active.
I was never part of the community. I had a wife and 2 children. I was working a job. Who has time? I was there to get a PhD to get a job.
All he wanted to do was be a college professor. But this is when, liberalism was really crazy. They wouldn't hire white males, no matter how qualified you were. So he had written books in health and nutrition. UC Berkeley was one of the preeminent colleges at the time. It was like Harvard and Berkeley were the top. And he had a PhD in nutritional ethnomedicine, study of plant medicines of indigenous peoples, the only PhD of its kind, and he couldn't get a job teaching in a college.
When Michael could not pursue a good academic career, he just struggled to make a living. And he ended up working in nutrition. He worked on his books. Janet helped work on the books. But he was always struggling to make money. And Janet was always the great businesswoman. And, if he made a nickel, she would save a dime.
I was at a dead end. I was doing some consulting, but it wasn't working at a certain point. I had a small house in Fairfax, California. My wife worked all the time. I had children to take care of. I didn't know what the hell to do. So I remember going out on my deck. It's a seminal moment in my life. And I went out and I prayed to God. I yelled. I roared like a lion in a cage, and it went across the valley. I heard it come back at me, like that. I said, God, I'm suffering. All I ask you is to give me a living. Please. I'm not looking to win the lottery. Give me a living.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today.
Plexiderm works. It took away all the wrinkles, all the puffiness.
Wow. That's incredible. There's been creams, there's been lotions, concealers. Nothing works like this.
Are you serious? Like I look 15 years younger.
Oh my God. I can't believe I have no lines in my face.
Are you sure it's not the mirror?
Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
So I've had these bags for many, many years, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
I'm going to apply Plexiderm under this size so you can see the difference. I have struggled with under-eye bags my whole life. I have tried every product and none of them have worked. You just watched it happen. I went from this to this.
Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
As I got older, I started getting all these wrinkles in here and everything like that. When I put the Plexiderm on, it looks like I had a facelift.
It works, it's instantaneous, and I feel great.
No, this looks really good. All these lines are gone. Amazing. Oh, I shouldn't say that. I look amazing. That's like so full of myself.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-697-7126.
A Social Security update. Millions collect Social Security, but 70% of Americans don't get their full benefits. Now, a new report shows how to boost your Social Security by as much as $188,000. Author Matthew Allen reveals 5 key strategies in a new report. Newsmax calls it the best guide for retirees. Everyone needs this free Social Security report. Act today to get your full benefits.
You've been pushed aside, you've been blocked, you've been told don't apply, you were shafted from what you wanted to be, which is a professor.
He understands why people suffer. So you'll hear Michael say, yeah, I was liberal when I was young, but now I'm grown. So when you hear Michael scream, you know, liberalism is a mental disease, he's actually screaming for the people who are oppressed and kept there by the institutions that profit off them. He recognizes their suffering, but he had suffering too, and he made it. So that made him angry. And that is what switched him from being truly a liberal to not a liberal.
He's sort of at the end of his wits, walks out on his deck, give me a living. Sure enough, the greatest opportunity happened to him as soon as one radio station said yes.
He had this crazy idea to send a tape in to see if he could be on talk radio. But he was so naturally good that it did not take long for him to get on the air.
As the world would turn, I sent demo tapes to about 200 radio stations. 5 stations said, you're really good, kid.
The local station in the Bay Area actually put him on. I think it was KGO, which was an ABC affiliate. This was when they were big. But they put him on in the middle of the night shift, like midnight to 5 a.m. for fun. And he told me he came back exhausted doing a 4 or 5 hour radio show in the middle of the night, and it was on epidemics and immigration, basically what's going on now. They got such a big reaction in the liberal Bay Area, they said, you gotta come back again. We've never seen a reaction like this from someone new.
The Savage Nation on Talk 910 KNEW.
They said, you know what, we're gonna do a new conservative talk show station, KSFO, and we want you to be on. So it was Rush Limbaugh in the morning and my dad in the afternoon drive time, and it became the biggest thing in the Bay Area.
Warning, the Michael Savage Show contains adult language, adult content, psychological nudity. Listener discretion is advised.
Imagine it was all liberals, the most liberal area in the country. Marin County, where I grew up, you know, they didn't want to hear anything about what he was talking about. It was the, you know, the shock.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Savage, Hot Talk 560 KSFO. We're talking about what kind of world do you want to live in?
He had 8-9 million viewers or eyeballs or ears. I mean, he was killing it.
Go up to North Beach, I tend to agree with him. And the only difference between
it's sort of an internal chess game that I play with myself. And I will read a few pages and find my mind for, let's say, the pieces of thoughts that dance around in my head sometimes that get out of control, fall in place. It's a way of ordering my mind, my imagination, and all of my mental faculties.
Michael's connection then and now was lyrical. There is nothing about Michael that is on a script that's not ultimately improvised. So you can watch Michael, you know, reading his talking points. Within a second, that talking point vanishes. It was just to remind Michael, start here. Michael is a tightrope walker without a net.
I was listening to you as a supervisor, I was listening to you as mayor. You're the most entertaining person and personality, period, full stop, and storyteller on the radio. You were.
I'm a good story. Well, I tell stories because they're part of life, and education is about telling stories. A good teacher tells a story, doesn't just beat you up with facts. So if I can tell a story about my life and it makes a political point, fine.
He was like the only outlet for everyone that was conservative. They had nowhere to go. Who were they going to talk to? I mean, it was insane, the Bay Area back then. It still is, but it was even worse back then.
Can I see that flag? Oh, that's good. Now that is flag waving. If a Democrat was on this stage or they ever saw a video of this in the Senate and they saw wave the flags, wave the flag. Oh God, a crowd of Americans waving American flags.
We started a group together called the Paul Revere Society. And this is like, if you look at what MAGA is, this was pre-MAGA 30 years before. And it was to save our borders, language, and culture, which is his mantra. and we would have events together, and we would rent out huge, it was like a big concerts. You know, President Trump has his MAGA events, and when he was running for president, we found maybe 20 or so World War II veterans, and we asked them to come and to be celebrated by our group together. We had them come up one by one and told their story, and we all applauded them and thanked them for what they had done with that generation that saved our country. So we would do events like that to give people hope. But these are the kind of things we did early on in the 90s.
He is a great supporter of the great Americans that make up the SFA. He's actually interested in what we're doing. I hope he's announced, but he actually created a scholarship for families of Special Forces soldiers, which is going to be a huge benefit and a gift to those families.
There's no act going on here. What you hear is what you get. And people say to me, what's he really like? And I go, well, you know, he's a guy like any other. He's a husband, he's a father, he's a wonderful man. He just happens to have written 25 books, and he's brilliant.
No, I don't want to hear any more. That's it. Thank you, Janet.
In terms of broadcast innovation, you had Elvis and the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, but then you got to the heavy metal stuff later on, or the punk movement. That was Michael. And Michael reigned supreme and took that to new heights. And I don't think we will see anybody do that again to such a large mass medium audience.
When I've been telling you for years, close the borders, where do you think the terrorists came from? You morons, I've been telling you that ultra-tolerance is killing us. Well, the day has come.
In the radio world, I was much louder, angrier, more insulting. I had callers, and one of the famous things people love was me ripping liberals to death on air. I keep hearing it to this day. Oh, I remember him when he used to tear liberals to pieces on the air. They liked it. So I would do that for them. I would lure them in. I would try to reason with a liberal, and when you'd see it after about 2-3 sentences they couldn't reason, I would say, go goggle with Rogaine. People love that kind of stuff. That's a good one. Go goggle with Rogaine. Grow hair on your throat so no one has to hear from you again. I don't do this anymore, but this is the fun I had. Come on, the magic of sound effects. And when I ridicule the Democrats, I would hit this one. Here's the Democrats. Oh, come on. Hey! Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to the horse shit of the Democrats. Charles Schumer again in ring number 2. And here they come, the Democrats.
This part of the brain, the cognitive part of Michael's brain, is only partially engaged when you're watching him. And he's opening up for you what most people and most talk show hosts keep suppressed, which is the real emotional power and the images that drive musicians, the great jazz musicians. That's Michael when he's talking to you. So the intellect is the structure, and he knows so much and he's so smart, but what is driving his show, the yelling, the anger, is never faked. It is never practiced. And he usually doesn't know that he's going to do it. It just happens because it fits.
If you bait your hook with your heart, the fish will always bite, said John Burroughs, the naturalist. Ernest Hemingway wrote, the truth has a certain ring to it. People get a sense that I'm not bullshitting them. I don't know even if I agree with the guy, but I like that he's telling us what he really thinks. He's not filtered. I'm not a fool. I don't say stupid things if I can avoid it. I think they get a sense of authenticity.
People know that they're seeing a stunning, lyrical, improvised jazz performance from a man who is showing you his inner self. And that's why people love Michael Savage.
I'm reminded of a story when God went to Moses and said, I'm choosing you to lead the Jewish people. He said, why me? I'm not for the job. And God said, that's why I'm choosing you. Well, my name is Moses, by the way, in Hebrew.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like
1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your family's comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning.
The winds are not letting up at all here. We're going to see some power outages. The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages.
Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator. When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up using your home's existing natural gas or propane, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Stay tuned to get over a $500 value free on the most popular home standby generator in the world.
With the Generac, we don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
Having a Generac takes a lot of the anxiety out of there's going to be a storm.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built in the USA. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac and have thousands of satisfied customers.
How many times have you heard people say, I never want to go through that again? Well, the next time that you go through it, don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's nationwide dealers. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
These are some of my handwritten manuscripts. These are how most of my writings are done. I grew up writing cursive letters. I can't think clearly typing. Most everything is either dictated or written. Every time a book of mine hit the New York Times list, God, there's so many, Trump's War was #1, Trickle-Down Tyranny, Abuse of Power, my proudly 3 novels, Stop the Coming Civil War, Government Zero, etc. I'd have them framed and I would show the New York Times, listing. These became catastrophically large because of the political climate that we're in and the radio show.
I was ghostwriting for Tom Clancy at St. Martin's Press. My editor called and said, we've just signed Michael Savage to write a book for us. And I said, okay, great. He said, well, actually, we signed Michael Savage to have you write a book for us if you're interested. And it was going to be his first fiction. He had written nonfiction prior to that. And I said, okay, how much freedom will I have? They said, yeah, pretty much as you need. Well, if you've dealt with Michael, you know that that's not entirely accurate. The prospect of having his name on a novel that could be a New York Times best-selling novel was very appealing to him. The 3 novels that we did were uniquely Michael. The beauty, as I look back on them, of these novels, is that because it was Michael the Michael of 5 parts. There was nothing predictable. It went against every narrative bone in my body, that this just went against all of my instincts. That said, when I look back at them now, I said, yes, but this is exactly Michael. These books are Michael. The nonfiction is Michael. Each one of them is a snapshot of who he was at that moment, what was important to him at that moment, what he was thinking and reading, whether he was going through his religious rediscovery, reawakening, whether he was going through his pre-meeting Trump to post-flying on Air Force One moment. So you can really chart who he is by reading them in order.
Teddy, my little toy poodle, he went to dog heaven a few years ago. He's buried right up here on the hill. And he was my constant companion. And I wrote this book called Teddy and Me, Confessions of a Service Human.
Think about it, he's working at home alone on the radio. He's alone. And after the show, he'd have his dog right there. So, you know, you get pretty bonded to your animal, but his dog and him was really special. He would take it to restaurants with him. He'd sit at the table, and if people complained that the restaurateurs, his friends, said, you get out of the restaurant, that dog is staying here. He loved the dog maybe more than anyone else in his life at that time.
Here we are drinking at the bar. He did not drink. I did not give him a vodka and soda. He saw me change as I had the drinks. I wrote the captions. And to all good night, did you call an Uber? I said to him. I wrote all the captions. They're fun. We are going to the sacred animal burial ground. Looks like somebody was here and put some flowers on his grave recently. It was loved when it came out. It's been forgotten. It should be a classic that lasts forever. It's such a beautiful book. It's hard to believe he's there, isn't it?
I think the trick for him is he's a born entertainer. This is about wanting to be loved by people. I think it's wanting to contribute to society, wants to save the country, wants to save Western civilization. And on a grander scale, he loves to entertain and make people happy.
If God wants me to, he will keep me on this earth in a good manner for a certain number of years or time to do work only for him. There's too many things closing circles on me right now. I'm entering a new phase of my life as I see it. All the other circles are coming to a conclusion. There is a local Jewish community that is making me the president of the Jewish community, which is very odd. I'm being anointed, appointed, assigned, asked to become the president of a local Jewish community when I'm not that religious. President of the local Jewish community, me? He said, God guided you in your past, didn't he, Michael? Didn't you talk about praying once and being saved by God? I said, yes. He said, God will guide us.
I believe with Dr. Michael, he's had an incredible journey. For a man of his stature, to be able to say, I'm not done yet, to say, I want to give to my people, like the original Moses, stick up for what he saw was right. That's what Moses was. And when I look at Dr. Michael, and his Hebrew name being Moshe, I believe that this really encapsulates his life.
This is not happening by accident. I didn't ask for it, but you know, I'm reminded of the story when God went to Moses and said, I'm choosing you to lead the Jewish people. He said, why me? He said, I got a bad skin, I stutter, I'm not for the job. And God said, that's why I'm choosing you. But my name is Moses, by the way, in Hebrew. So I asked the rabbi a couple of things. I said, Rabbi Mintz, why did you choose me? The president of the Tiburon Jewish community? Me? I'm a wild guy. My spirit is wild. I'm a free thinker. I'm not that religious. He said, that's why we chose you. I truly do not know where this road will lead us. I said to Rabbi Mintz, what is this all about? What do you think you want me to do? He said, God will guide us. So we're waiting for God's guidance. And tonight is the beginning, maybe not the beginning, but very close to the beginning of this guidance. So with God, faith, and reason, we shall build this community to something we cannot even imagine in many years. Ufarazzo. You can't really fight the unknown. I honestly don't know what tomorrow will bring.
You can't plan your life. Whatever you plan, it's not the way it's going to happen. I promise you that. If, as Michael does, you believe in divine providence, you follow your instinct, as he has, and God will provide. When you see that happen enough times, and you're Michael Savage, you're going to say, okay, I trust in you, I trust you more than myself. And that's an important transition for anyone to make. And you start to say, there's some force way bigger than me. And you push your ego and vanity out of the way and surrender to that, as Michael has. What happens? He gets appointed to a leading position in the Jewish community. He would be the first to say that's not a coincidence.
Talk radio network was pretty much a nothing until they got Michael Savage. And he created the industry. He created the Borders, Language, and Culture theme that truly defines today's Republican Party that is now changing this country.
It takes a second, an accident, a diagnosis, when everything changes. If something does happen, would your family be protected? Now, Crown Atlantic has made getting life insurance fast, simple, and with the best rates. Go online to get your free instant quote. It takes just minutes, and you'll find the best deals available. Don't wait until tomorrow. Your life is too important. Act today to protect you and your family.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-531-2824.
Hi, I'm Ed Henry. I've worked at a lot of news networks, but I love Newsmax the most because we really are real news for real people. It's not just a slogan. We actually believe in the power of the people.
The next phase of Michael's life is a homecoming. Michael is bringing such wisdom now to his Jewish roots. He has so much to offer that community and therefore the world. The ripple effect can be greater than what he did on radio.
I was a kid looking forward to being a successful man. And I said, I see myself in 20 years walking down the street in fine red velvet. I stop and turn and look at my younger self and say to him, I don't remember what I said.
When I was a young kid, he took me to the zoo and brought me really up close to the lion cage and let the lion come right up and roar in my face. And he said, if you're not afraid of a lion roaring at you, you'll never be afraid of a man yelling at you in your life. But I never let people push me around. Even as a little kid, I was very serious. He gave me so much confidence in following my dreams and my ideas that when I started my own company, I said, I'm gonna try it. I know this is gonna be a good idea. My dad told me that his dad was really, really hard on him, that he wasn't encouraging and made him feel bad about things. So I think my dad did the opposite and said, you know what, when I have a son, I'm gonna give him so much encouragement. No matter what he does, I'm gonna do the opposite of what my dad did to me, and I'm gonna give him a lot of love and encouragement, and always make him feel like his ideas are great. You know, again, he never was negative about it with me. He always gave me support to follow my dream.
Talk radio network was pretty much a nothing. It was an idea until they got Michael Savage. And he created the industry. He created the Borders, Language, and Culture theme that truly defines today's Republican Party that is now changing this country. So his legacy is an academic one in terms of somebody who created conservative talk radio.
My dad was the first conservative talk shows to endorse President Trump. My dad said, no, we need a businessman to become president. And my dad, before, you know, I remember Rush Limbaugh didn't back Trump, nor did Hannity. They wanted Ted Cruz. My dad in the primaries was backing Trump first. They weren't. And Trump won the primaries, and then all of a sudden they jumped on the bandwagon. And even though my dad didn't give him money, he gave him the support early on in that primary. And I think that big following of my father's, the millions of people that love my dad, trusted my dad and voted for President Trump in those primaries in 2016. And that's what led Trump to get elected. That's real. But to me, his true legacy is going to be about his health and nutrition and herbal medicine and how he helped a whole generation become healthier. That's what he spent his whole early life on. That's all he wanted to do.
It's very hard for a person to analyze their own life. Others really have to analyze your life in a way. I don't mean a therapist. I mean, people have to say, yeah, that was good, that was not good. So for me to talk about my life is a little, not embarrassing, but unsettling, because I don't know what tomorrow will bring. I hope it brings joy for a lot of people, and I hope I can give the world stuff as a result of this phase. We all like to believe we're gonna save the world, do good for the world. The trick is not to do any harm.
Once you trust faith, once you trust the trajectory, what you're going to discover as you accelerate along that path is impossible to envision. And I think that that's what excites Michael now. He cannot have any idea for the first time in his life what's ahead on that journey. And it's a profound journey, it's an exciting journey, and it's the thing that into his 90s and past the century mark, he's going to be constantly discovering something new. Hell of a journey.
I swear this is what happens. He's sitting in the most powerful chair on earth in the flying Oval Office. He sees with my eyes when he's served that my eyes darted at the hot dog. You know what the most powerful man in the world did? He went like this, would you like one? I said, sure, I haven't eaten all day, I'm starving to death. So he takes the tongues and puts them on a plate and gives them to me. And then he says, do you want mustard or ketchup? I swear to God. And he put the mustard on my hot dog for me. Here is the most powerful man in the world who was the kindest host I've ever seen. That's my flying Oval Office hot dog summit with Donald Trump.
Some of Joe's friends couldn't be here. Dolly Parton was invited, but at the last minute she fell out. Joe, I think we had a little too much to drink last night. At 3 in the morning, he was out in the casino dancing with a slot machine, and I was trying to cut in. Besides being a great quarterback, Joe was also a great swinger. He's the only guy I know who had an electric scoreboard over his bed. 1 week, 30 different girls penalized him for piling on. And he was so ashamed of his passes, he used to call timeout to wipe his fingerprints off the football. Now that Joe's out of football, he's making a career out of show business, but don't let nothing worry you. Remember the famous words of Toulouse-Lautrec, who once said, down in front. When it comes to popular country singers, Mel Tillis is always on top of the charts. Ladies and gentlemen, please meet a good old boy and one of my best friends, Mr. Mel Tillis. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dean. You know, I was a little bit nervous about doing too much talking. And you are a really good friend for not giving away my secret. You see, I stutter. And stuttering ain't no problem unless you're talking. In my case, it sometimes messes up my fun. For instance, tonight, the bartender here at the hotel asked me if he could buy me a drink. And by the time I could say okay, the bar was closed. Anyway, I'm happy to be here tonight honoring Joe Namath tonight. Because we both have something in common. I stumble over my words and Joe stumbles over his feet. Well, Joe, before I go any further, I'd like to say that down in my neck of the woods, I used to watch you play football on TV. But I couldn't see you too well because our television set, it only had a 3-inch screen. And it ran on kerosene. Had an outside and when them aerials. But Mama, she used to dry Daddy's long johns on it. But I found that we got a better reception if you drop the back flat.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real honor for me to introduce our next guest, the winner of the gold medal of the 1976 Olympics, my good friend, what a man, boy, Mr. Bruce Jenner.
Thank you very much, Dean. You know, I am just really pleased to be here, but I'm really sort of surprised because actually Joe Namath and myself really have nothing in common. I'll give you an example. I trained for 12 years for the Olympic Games, and it was a career that lasted less than a week. Joe trained less than a week for a career that lasted 12 years. The decathlon was so difficult that when I finished, I collapsed in the arms of my friends.
I do that every night.
You know, one of Joe's secret to successes was his nickname. You know, DiMaggio had Joltin' Joe. Musial was Stan the Man. And Namath was Broadway Joe. I don't have a nickname. But how do you think it would sound? Broadway Bruce? In fact, when I think about Joe's lifestyle, you know, it sort of reminds me of a great poem by Grantland Rice. When the last great scorer comes to write against your name, it won't be whether you win or lose, but how you play the game. Joe, for you, it'd probably go something like this. When the last great scorer comes to write against your name, you'll get the award for putting more points on the board with every kind of dame.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol. Combined with 15 other important ingredients, Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function. And that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
A Social Security update. Millions collect Social Security, but 70% of Americans don't get their full benefits. Now, a new report shows how to boost your Social Security by as much as $188,000. Author Matthew Allen reveals 5 key strategies in a new report. Newsmax calls it the best guide for retirees. Everyone needs this free Social Security report. Act today to get your full benefits.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you that only gets paid when you win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free and get connected to a professional who can help. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
800-787-1896. That's 800-787-1896.
Nothing is off limits to David Harris Jr., and there's no apologies because he's armed with common sense, real faith, and the truth. Don't miss him on The Pulse tonight.
What a night! What a night! Look at this. Look at me standing between these two beautiful bodies. All heart, no liver. This is really amazing. He sells shaving lotion and he drinks it in there. But here we are tonight to honor this Hungarian humperdinck, this sex symbol of the walking wounded. You may say to yourself, how could this athletic Adonis wind up with such a round back? I'll tell you how. He got that way hooking his shoulder pads onto his fly. This dum-dum drank so much Gatorade, they caught him one night shacked up in a motel with a crocodile. Joe Namath comes from a very poor family. When Joe got his first $400,000 bonus, he didn't know what to do for his dear father, who worked down in the coal mines. So he gave him the shaft. Hey, look at Jimmy Walker laughing. Go ahead and laugh, Jimmy. You can walk home alone at 3 in the morning. Tonight, I see another great football on the dais, football hero on the dais, Dick Butkus, sitting over there eating a Buick. I'd like to sing, Joe. I'd like to sing this little tribute to a great champion and a real superstar. N is for the niceness that's within him. A means that he always does his best. Oh, yeah. M is for the macho, that's his image. Another A is for the arm, for which he's blessed.
T is for the thrills when he was playing. H means how that champ was pushed and shoved. And shoved and shoved. Put them all together, they spell Milton. The only man I ever loved. Thank you.
Miss Lee Mary.
I am really, truly delighted to be here and to see Joe Namath again. You know, it's really something, Joe. I almost didn't recognize you with your clothes on. I mean your football outfit. The sexy see-through top that you wear and gold lame hip huggers and cute little white booties and, of course, the pantyhose. And you know, that black eyeliner does something, too. You know what? You should have been Miss America. I'm really tickled to be on this roast because I'm crazy about football. Actually, that's not true. I'm crazy about Joe. I would watch him all the time on television, but I've never seen a game live. So when Buddy Ebsen told me he had 2 tickets to a Los Angeles Rams game, well, I jumped at the chance. It wasn't one of Joe's better games, but then again, what was? Joe had several personal fouls called on him for illegal holding. They caught him grabbing 3 cheerleaders by their pom-poms. No more. I'm sorry, Joe. No more going to live football games. It's too emotional. Because after all, what is football? Okay. 11 big guys jumping on one lone defenseless body. That's what I've been praying for all my life.
The next guest is one of the greatest linebackers who ever played professional football, Dick Butkus.
It's a great pleasure to be here tonight to pay tribute to my old friendly enemy, Joe Namath. You have to understand, it was nothing personal. It's just that as the quarterback for the New York Jets, it was his job to put the ball in the air, and as middle linebacker of the Chicago Bears, it was my job to put him in the hospital. Big-time quarterback like Joe was always surrounded by groupies, beautiful actresses, models, cheerleaders. Of course, we guys on defense, we had our groupies too. But they were the type of women who all look like Mean Joe Green. But I don't begrudge Joe the fame or the fortune, because as a quarterback, he suffered a lot of pain. I know that, because I was one of the guys giving it to him. Toward the end of his career, I asked Joe, how do you feel about being intercepted so many times? And Joe smiled and said, Dick, I don't feel bad at all. The way I've been throwing lately, I'm thrilled anybody is catching it. Joe, you're one of the best ones, man.
Dick Butkus. Ladies and gentlemen, the dynamic Mr. Red Button.
Why are we giving this man a dinner? When some of the biggest sport figures in the history of the world never got a dinner. Stan, the man usual, who said, why didn't they make me the first Polish pope? I was a great cardinal. Never got a dinner. Mark Spitz, who once said, if you lead a horse to water, I'll race him. Wilt the still Chamberlain, who said to his mother, how can you say I look down on you? Never got a dinner. Evel Knievel, who said for the right money I'd jump over Orson Welles. fish hunter who's known in Israel as gefilte fish hunter. He never got a dinner. Leon Spinks, who was just voted poster boy for Polydent. Andy Don Meredith, who said to Joe Namath, if you're so great with girls, how come your knees went bad?
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now.
To get your own bulldog, call your favorite attorney now.
They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot.
When I got hit by a car, I was confused, confounded, and concerned. But calling left me calm, composed, and comforted. Thanks, your favorite attorney.
They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
Call 800-513-2164.
Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid.
After I was blindsided and sideswiped by a fat tire e-bike towing a skateboarder, I didn't know what to do. But a friend recommended that I call his favorite attorney. And I got results. Now, he's my favorite attorney.
It doesn't matter what kind of vehicle it was. As long as it had an engine and the accident wasn't your fault, call your favorite attorney now.
So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
To get a windfall, you first need to call.
Thanks, your favorite attorney.
Thanks, your favorite attorney.
Thanks, your favorite attorney.
So if you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, call your favorite attorney now.
800-513-2164. That's 800-513-2164.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-518-5694. That's 800-518-5694. Again, 800-518-5694.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too.
It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel Report, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
It's always nice to bring on our next guest. Everybody just loves him, a funny guy, a good friend who is currently starring in his own TV series, The Cuckoo, Mr. Norm Crosby.
Thank you, Dean. I have done dozens of Dean Martin roasts, and they are always a joy, really. But I must take umbrage with our
procurer, Mr. Garrison, here tonight for allowing people to take shots at a sports hero like Willie Joe Namath, because today, especially today, with all the lust and the carnage and the political insemination that's going on in our world, sports heroes are crucially important. I mean, we had heroes. Everybody on this day, as grown-up people, had heroes. We grew up with that. Football players and baseball players and fighters and Batman and Superman and Green Hornet and Yellow Jaundice. We had heroes. Our kids don't have heroes today. They talk about sex and good times. That's all they want to talk about. When we were their age, we did not have sex and good times. We were married. Watch a guy like Bupkis. 7 feet 14, 826 pounds. They tear down the field for 90 yards. They rush through a wall of bodies, throw guys over their shoulders, massacrate themselves, get up after 42 guys piled on them, walk over to the bench like nothing happened, sit down, take off the helmet, turn to the TV cameras and say, "Hi, Mommy. Hi, Mommy." Men have more discipline. For example, when you travel, you go into a hotel, you've seen it a million times, there's a small sign in the bathroom that says, "Please put the shower curtain inside the tub before you take a shower." Ladies do not do it. They don't. They're not trained like that. They see it, they don't pay attention. Men do it, instinctively. The minute we see that sign, we do it. Takes us 10 minutes sometimes to get the hooks off, but we do it. Those romantic escapades are legendary. Girls come to him. It's not his fault. They fling themselves, prostrated his glands. But even then, his discipline shows. It was Joe Namath who once said, and I quote, "It is better to have loved and lost. Much better. And cheaper."
You know, may I say, I hope you don't mind my saying this, but even though I'm only a Love Boat doctor, I can see you're not taking care of yourself. You should watch your liver.
Okay, well, what channel is it on?
You know, when we film our Love Boat show, we actually shoot it on a ship during a real cruise. So on our last trip, I was surprised to see Joe Namath on board. Not as an actor, but as a passenger. You see, Joe needed a sea trip as therapy for a neck injury he got in his last Rams game. He was sitting on a bench with a lot of other players, and the manager yelled, "Namath!" Joe got a whiplash looking back over his shoulder to read his jersey to find out that was him. But Joe's own doctor told Joe that the answer to his fatigue was bed. He should stay out of it for a while.
Mr. Joey Bishop.
I tell you this from the bottom of my heart. I love you as much as one man can love another. And if it were not for the fact we're on television, I would think nothing of kissing you. But I know it would be embarrassing to you. So if the urge comes, I'll kiss Angie Dickinson. You will know I feel it for you. Okay? You've always been my idol. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. What other football player could have 7 operations and still sign a no-cut contract? Money means nothing to this man, God bless him. How many other football players do you know would give up a $1 million college career to play professional football? I feel the urge to kiss you. See, Angie, that's how it's done, with an open mouth. It will be the first time in your life you'll see an affair on a dais. You'll always be my idol. I love you, Joe. I tell you this from the bottom of my heart. I don't care what they think. I love you as much as one human being can love another. Get ready for another kiss. Don't open it wide. I don't want to jump in. Just...
The Namath story begins in Beaver Falls in Pennsylvania, an obscure town whose principal industry was the manufacture of steel. Every Saturday night, the big thrill was to sit around and listen to the town rust. When Joe was born, he doubled the population. By the time he got to high school, he was personally multiplying it. It was evident when Joe was born that he was preordained to become the legend that he is today. At the moment of delivery, the doctor slapped him on the behind and both of his knees went bad. As for me, my purpose here tonight is not oration, but narration. It's my pleasant task to provide the spoken accompaniment to this film you're just about to see, displaying as it does some highlights from the Namath saga.
Once upon a time, there was a magic bean that had a magic spell, and fame and glory would belong to whomever could throw it straight and handle it well. All across the land, wise men plotted and planned to see if they would be the man who could hold this bean in hand. But alas, it was such a difficult task that no solution could be found. So they dashed it and smashed it in anger on the ground. Now, far, far away, in a kingdom on the coast, there was a little prince who made a mighty boast. "I'll throw that bean," he said, "and straight I'll make it go. There's no doubt about it," said the boy named Broadway Joe. Now, to make this story short, I'll have to report that Broadway Joe was right, for in his arm was a magic charm that controlled the bean and its flight. Broadway Joe traveled far and wide and threw the bean so well that everyone gathered round him to tell him he was swell. Scores of lovely maidens attended to his wants, and a guard of honor followed him to all his usual haunts. Then from out of the ground there came a sound that shook the entire shore. It came from the thread of some men who said, "This Joe is simply a bore." From their fearsome faces smoke did spew, while their heads were as hard as an old horseshoe. They were rough and tough and worked all day in the sun. They were cranky and cruel and spoiled other people's fun. But Joe's days were filled with smiles and zest, and he turned to these villains and said with a jest, "If I happen to meet you guys someday, it'll be best for you to get out of my way." "What's that?" growled those men who were terribly gruff. "How can you say such ridiculous stuff? We'll meet you in battle and steal your bean, then use it ourselves to be nasty and mean." And so it came to pass in a big round castle way down in the south that these merciless men came to take the bean and shut Joey's mouth. The castle was filled with faces familiar and faces stranger, but all of them knew that Joe was in danger, so they gathered together, put their hands on their breast, and sincerely wished him their very best. But Broadway Joe needed luck of more than one kind, because suddenly trouble came from in front and then from behind. They gave him such a knock on the crown that he forgot his bean and left it on the ground. The meanies in blue grabbed the thing and turned it over to their old wizard king. Now everyone rose and stood in alarm to see if the ancient wizard still had magic in his arm. Now in his prime, many ages ago, he could have thrown that bean and hit a dime. But by now his magic arm had spent its force. When he threw the bean, it just fluttered, of course. The wizard's men looked solemn and tragic, and sadly they spoke. "This bean's not magic, it's a fraud, a joke. Give it back to the kid. If it obeys his command, will admit defeat and crown him king of the land. But the bean was magic, and everyone knew it, and watched in amazement whenever Joe threw it. He hopped and he popped and he swung with a swish, and the bean had obeyed his every last wish. As darkness fell on this incredible day, the meanies in blue just faded away, and everyone cheered for Broadway Joe, for he had put on such a spectacular show. His beam was turned to silver, as bright as the eye could see, and Joe returned a hero to his kingdom by the sea.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I need a medic.
No warning, no time. When suspects turn violent, officers have seconds to survive. Watch the Caught on Body Cam series for the drama, the actual footage.
Suspect down! Suspect down!
The real life, all on Newsmax Plus. Start your free trial today at newsmaxplus.com.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-428-1369.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the wonderful world of saloons, Mr. Jackie Gale.
Right in the beginning, Joe, I don't think they had too much hope for your series, The Waverly Wonders. Joe's name was written on a dressing room door in chalk, and Mr. Silverman kept walking up and down in front of it with an eraser in his hand. We had Dick Butkus with us, who's trying to make a new name for himself. Anything's an improvement on Butkus. I mean, this is a strong man. He has no neck. Dick, do you realize if it wasn't for your back, your head would be on your hips? And we have Jimmy Walker with us, Joe J.J. himself, who made a new movie about the Civil War. In this version, Lincoln's freed by the slaves. The guy looks like the other side of an X-ray. Jimmy almost didn't show up tonight. He found a wallet with some credit cards in it. And I know you all know Mel Tillis. That's country music stuttering Sam. Mel Tillis, the only man I know who took speech lessons from Porky Pig. Got the beautiful Leanne Merriweather. I'd love to see a kitchen. I'll bet that's stacked, too. I love those southern names, Leanne. You're really from the South? But they have the southern names. They got those names. Leanne, Lavone, Elvira, Billy Joe, Billie Jean, Billie June. The fellas got those names, Bob Jack, Jimmy Jack, Willie Jack, Joe Jack, Billy Jack. You want to say hello, you got to have rhythm. Joe played at Alabama. I was once in Alabama. I went into a restaurant. I said, where the Yankees hang out? So see that tree?
Here comes one of the classiest ladies you're ever gonna meet. Words can't describe her great talent, her beauty, so I'll just say the adorable Angie Dickinson.
It's awful nice sitting here looking at you. You're not so bad either. I'm here because I have realized the American dream of many, many women. I dated Joe Namath once. I actually did. We had one date. Actually, it was 2 dates. My first and my last. Sorry, Joe, but I gotta tell it like it was. All right, you know what happened? Joe had just bought this new home in Beverly Hills, or Hollywood Hills, someplace, and he asked me if I'd like to see it. And I said, I'd love to see it. So we went, and he lowered the lights and turned on some soft music, and then he showed me some pornographic x-rays of his knees. Then he tried to turn me on by showing me what he thought were pornographic football films. You know what a thrill it is watching a bunch of big football players patting each other's butts? Finally, Joe made his move. He said, Angie, come upstairs. I'd like to show you my football trophies. I was so surprised he showed them to me. One was a knockout. And from what I've heard from women around town, Joe makes love like he played for the Rams. 2 minutes of action and he's out of the game.
This next young lady comes as a special surprise to our guest of honor. For years, she has secretly worshipped and admired him, and she just had to be here to tell her story. Please welcome the long-suffering Gladys Umfeld.
You're thinking, look at her. She's plain, common, and vulgar.
You left out dumpy, grumpy, and lumpy.
Oh. You didn't talk to me that way when you grabbed me by the pinball machine and tried to light my bumpers. When he went to the University of Alabama, he dated every girl on the campus except me. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I was so desperate. I sent him a nude picture of myself. The post office delivered it as junk mail. I was at the end of my rope. I had to do something. I decided on a dramatic suicide. I broke into Joe's apartment and I stuck my head into his oven. Joe came home, found me, shoved a meat thermometer in my mouth and basted me. But just having my head in Joe Namath's oven just made me delirious. I began to float. I had what they called an out-of-body experience.
Glad you got back in your body.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford. With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Call now for your free quote. 800-406-3110.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today.
Plexiderm works. It took away all the wrinkles, all the puffiness.
Wow. That's incredible. There's been creams, there's been lotions, concealers. Nothing works like this.
Are you serious? Like I look 15 years younger.
Oh my God. I can't believe I have no lines in my face.
Are you sure it's not the mirror?
Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025.
Look at this one under eye bag. It's gone.
So I've had these bags for many, many years, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
I'm going to apply Plexiderm under this size so you can see the difference. I have struggled with under eye bags my whole life. I have tried every product and none of them have worked. You just watched it happen. I went from this to this.
Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
As I got older, I started getting all these wrinkles in here and everything like that. When I put the Plexiderm on, it looks like I had a facelift.
It works, it's instantaneous, and I feel great.
No, this looks really good. All these lines are gone. Amazing. Oh, I shouldn't say that. I look amazing. That's like so full of myself.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-697-7126.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol. Combined with 15 other important ingredients, Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function. And that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jimmy Walker.
Thank
Thank you so much. It's so glorious to be here in Viva Las Vegas. I've always loved that nickname of yours, Joe Willie Namath. Makes him sound like one of us. And Joe has always been known as a very sharp dresser. Matter of fact, just the other day, he picked up 3 paternity suits. Joe can't laugh at that. Too serious. I asked him the other day, I said, do the bad knees affect your love life? He said, no, only when I have to beg. I see that we have Tom Bosley on the show from Happy Days. I love that show. I always watch that show myself, Happy Days. I was watching the other week, matter of fact, you know Happy Days, about the 50s and everything. I'm watching, I realized when I'm watching it, there's no black people on this show. So I called the producer, you know, asked him how come there's no black people? He told me no black people in the 50s. All the black folks hiding out waiting for the 60s.
Our next guest has been closely associated with Joe Namath for many years. He's Joe's former roommate and ex-lineman for the New York Jets, Mr. O.J. Simpleton.
First of all, I would like to say hello to my former roommate. This man is a fake. He gets all the glory while we get all the injuries. Look. I've had the same concussion for the last 15 years. My vision is blurred. My speech is slurred. I can't dizzy spells, and I can't walk straight.
I've had that for years.
Joe wanted me on the team because he knew that I have the legs of a gazelle, the heart of a lion, and the eye of an eagle. I have them right here in the bed. Take a look, Dee. I know everything about him. Believe me, and it's not pretty. For one thing, he's a slob. Yes, I used to come home every night, and there by the corner of his bed, he had a pile of dirty girls. And I'll never forget. Yes, I'll never forget the time. We were playing for the Washington Redskins.
Guest was one of the great quarterbacks in football history. And he played until he was 48. He was around a long, long time. He was throwing passes before Joe Namath was making them. A real gentleman, Mr. George Blanda.
You know, Joe, you could have played a few more years, but I think you didn't stay in good condition. Believe me, conditioning is everything. And which brings me to my new book. Gotta get a plug in. George Blanda's Over 40, Looking Good and Feeling Great. My book is about physical fitness. I gave Dick Butkus a copy, and he really liked it. He went out and got a roll of salami and put it between the covers and ate it. All the proceeds from my book are going to the Joe Namath Halfway House. It's for the quarterbacks who can only throw the ball halfway to the receivers. Joe, I know the whole idea of these roasts is to put you down, but sincerely, I wouldn't feel right if I left the dais without saying how much I admire your ability, your spirit, your courage, and your sense of humor. And as to your future, I can only wish for those words in the title of my book. I hope you'll always be feeling great and looking good. Thank you, Joe.
Gentlemen, Mr. Rich Little.
It is an honor to be part of this roast tonight for Joe Namath. And if Howard Cosell were alive and well, and here this evening, he would probably say, "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are honoring Joe Willie Namath, this humble, hobbling Hungarian. A man whose cool, analytical mind works out strategy, looks for weaknesses in the opposition, and then scores." But, Joe, you do have one fan. The President of the United States, Mr. Jimmy Carter.
How the hell are you?
Before I start speaking tonight, I'd like to say something. You know, I've always wanted to play football like you, Joe. Of course, I didn't play in a big team like the Jets or the Rams. I played in a little team from Plains, Georgia. We didn't get big money either. We played for peanuts. I wrote that myself.
Have you been in a motor vehicle accident that wasn't your fault? Then you may need legal representation. And if you call the number on your screen now, you can be connected to an attorney who can tell you just how much your case could be worth for free. And for a limited time, if you call now, you can get this elegant, luxurious gold watch with the money from your own case. To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it, and I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself, or any of these watches, or a different watch I've never even seen before, or no watch. The money is yours to do whatever it is you want. Just call the number on your screen now to find out how much your case could be worth for free.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now.
800-487-0943.
And you can't have my tie either.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your family's comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning.
The winds are not letting up at all here. We're going to see some power outages. The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages.
Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator. When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up using your home's existing natural gas or propane, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Stay tuned to get over a $500 value free on the most popular home standby generator in the world.
With the Generac, we don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
Having a Generac takes a lot of the anxiety out of there's going to be a storm.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built in the USA. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac and have thousands of satisfied customers.
How many times have you heard people say, I never want to go through that again? Well, the next time that you go through it, don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's nationwide dealers. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
He tells it like it is, with decades covering Washington and the really big stories. Ed Henry cuts through the noise and gives you the facts you need to know. Watch Ed on The Briefing tonight on Newsmax 2.
Joe Namath's accomplishments as a quarterback for the New York Jets will live forever in the record books. He won every kind of award there is for completed and consecutive passes and created an excitement on the football field that is unparalleled. Ladies and gentlemen, a future Hall of Famer, a great guy, a close friend. He's beautiful, Mr. Joe Namath.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's mighty nice of y'all. And thank you, Dean. You know, Dean's the only person I know that walks up to a bar and points to his mouth and says, "Fill her up." It's good to see my old girl, Ruth Buzzy. I haven't seen her for a while, and I must say that the last few months have been good to you, Ruth. You look great. Ruth was on the $1.98 beauty show last week, and they marked her down to $1.79. And Jimmy Walker. Man, I'm one of his biggest fans, but what can I say about a guy who can only trace his roots back to Nipsey Russell? And I'm glad Milton Berle showed, really. Mr. Berle, God, you've got so much talent for making people laugh. Well, why don't you ever use it? Now, Bruce Jenner's here, and Bruce, well, Bruce is a great athlete. Everyone knows that, but he is a little square. You see, Bruce and I went out last night to have a couple of drinks, and he's the only guy I know that orders a martini with chocolate sprinkles. Everywhere I go, you know, and I hear people mention the name Bernie Kopell, they mention it to Paul Newman, Robert Redford, Peter Falk, you know, and they all say the same thing. Who? Now, hey, and can you believe my friend Dick Butkus saying that I'm out of shape? Now, I mean, look at this man. He's so fat he's wearing a maternity tuxedo. Oh, there's the whistle. 2-minute warning. Okay.
I was a minute late.
Well, the 2-minute warning's in, so look, I'd just like to say that you've really been a marvelous day. I've honestly enjoyed this a great deal, and I had a fun time. So thanks a lot for coming, and thank you, folks. Good night. We enjoyed it.
Germany, September the 12th, 1919. At the Sterneckerbrau restaurant, located in the heart of Munich's Old Town, history is about to be changed by a single man.
He was basically a loser. I mean, his chosen profession, to be an artist, he was a failure. He barely earned a living. There was nothing that would mark him out for greatness.
For the past few months, a new political movement known as the German Workers' Party has been holding regular meetings at the Lieberzimmer on the first floor.
He had attended a lecture in which a professor had advocated Bavaria splitting off from the rest of Germany. He got up to rebut this professor, and he launched into a tirade, and when he stopped speaking, he looked around and he could see people with their mouths hanging open.
That stranger's rant would impress Anton Drexler, the founder of the German workers' movement, who would invite him to join the party. Drexler would later write to a friend,
"An absurd little man has become number 7 in our party."
13 years later, on January the 30th, 1933, and that absurd little man would be saluted and acclaimed by thousands on the packed streets of Berlin as the new Chancellor of Germany.
We read that a funny little man called Hitler had come into power in Germany.
The Nazi Party became a huge organization, and when we see the propaganda tactics that they did, it becomes obvious how much money was needed.
But how was that even possible when Germany had been on her knees economically since the end of World War I? Who paid for the massive propaganda machine that helped Hitler become a media sensation, tour the country in a private airplane, and even build his own private army?
It's backed by these petitions signed by prominent far-right politicians and industrialists and bankers. You've got a lot of powerful people supporting Hitler.
Was Hitler being manipulated by the shadowy financiers and industrialists who were funding his irresistible rise to power? Or was Hitler the one doing the manipulating?
All along, when they started to say that he was a puppet of big business, Hitler said, "Come and have a look at the accounts of the Nazi Party, and you'll see that all of our money comes from membership fees."
August 1936, the height of the Nazis' glory and power. Hitler was the supreme Führer of a resurgent German Reich. Its growing economy was admired and envied by leaders from around the world who flocked to the epic opening ceremony of the Berlin Olympics. Not even the triumphs of America's new track and field star could spoil Hitler's opportunity to show off on the world stage. A few months later, in a note in his diary, Hitler's propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, couldn't help but reflect on the meteoric rise of the Nazis since their chaotic attempt to stage a coup and seize power in the abortive Munich beer hall putsch of 1923.
How poor we were then. The Führer tells how he wanted to shoot himself once, because the bill debt grew over his head.
Goebbels was writing about a time when the very idea of Hitler as Führer of Germany would have been laughable, when the man who would become Germany's supreme leader was fresh out of prison for his failed beer hall putsch of 1923, banned from speaking in public and struggling to keep his party against internal divisions and soaring financial debt. This was the third devastating blow Hitler had suffered in his life, after losing his beloved mother to breast cancer when he was just 18, and then the humiliation of defeat at the hands of Britain, France, and America in the First World War. Back then, Hitler was a mere army corporal. Though Austrian by birth, he had proved his loyalty to Germany and her Prussian ideals by his bravery in the trenches.
There was nothing that would mark him out for greatness except that he had won the Iron Cross. When he joined the German army in World War I, they put a rifle in his hand, they gave him self-discipline, they taught him how to kill, and he was a completely different character coming out of that war.
After the German capitulation, Hitler feared for his future in the army, the only place where he had so far found the purpose and recognition that he was looking for. But the impoverished and increasingly desperate Weimar Republic would be fertile hunting ground for his extremist ideas.
And of course, we have these sort of famous images of people taking wheelbarrows full of money to buy one loaf of bread and a bit of ham. It is absolutely chaotic. The country is in a mess. So that creates a lot of resentment. And what you get emerging in Germany is increasing political fanaticism. So what you've got is a country becoming more and more poor, more and more fanatical. It's the perfect breeding ground for a fanatic like Adolf Hitler.
During his military service, Hitler had shown he had the gift of gab and a knack with public speaking, with which he had openly voiced his strong nationalist beliefs. This was something the new German army, the Reichswehr, could make good use of. At the end of the war, he would be drafted into the Army's new Education and Propaganda Division.
He kept on an Army salary, and his job was to talk to the troops before they were demobilized and keep them loyal to Germany and the Army, keep them from going over to communism. And his commander was a Captain Marr, who spotted his talent early.
Captain Karl Mayer was a young, ambitious officer with the talent for picking the right agents and choosing the right missions. These skills earned him the commanding post of the Education and Propaganda Department in Munich, and he would be the man who, with the help of the Army's secret slush fund, would kickstart the Hitler money trail.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax? I like it too. Newsmax, you like Newsmax? I like it too.
It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel Report, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today. It takes a second, an accident, a diagnosis, when everything changes. If something does happen, would your family be protected? Now, Crown Atlantic has made getting life insurance fast, simple, and with the best rates. Go online to get your free instant quote. It takes just minutes, and you'll find the best deals available. Don't wait until tomorrow. Your life is too important. Act today to protect you and your family.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-428-1369.
Rick Leventhal reported on the biggest stories of our time. Now he's fighting to bring you the truth, no matter what it takes. Watch The Leventhal Report, weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax 2.
In 1919, the Treaty of Versailles had dictated that the German army should be limited to only 100,000 men. To tackle these terms, the commanding officers created a special money reserve that would be kept under the noses of the Allied Supervising Commission and finance a secret army reserve named the Black Reichswehr. This was mostly formed by nationalist private paramilitary organizations made up of demobilized soldiers from the Great War and known as the Freikorps, who would be used to fight and contain the growing number of communist uprisings in the streets.
There's no doubt that some of these paramilitary groups were being financed by the army because the army had the intention of suppressing socialism. In a way, the army in Germany was a kind of state within a state. It was sort of saying, look, we call the shots here. We want to have a big say in who rules Germany. So that's why the army was getting involved.
Black Reichswehr funds would also be used to infiltrate newly emerging political organizations and disrupt those who could pose a potential threat to the army, or support those who were sympathetic to their aims, such as the German Workers' Party.
They get Hitler to go along to a meeting of this Deutsche Workers' Party led by Anton Drexler, and he goes along. He's supposed to actually be eavesdropping on them to take information.
And that's how Adolf Hitler would be invited to join the German Workers' Party, the DAP, which would eventually become the Nazi Party. Karl Mayr trusted his agent's capacity and would give him an extra 20 gold marks a week on top of his salary for the young corporal to help in the fledgling party's expansion. Mayer's investment paid off. In just a few weeks, Hitler would organize his first public speech on October the 16th, 1919, before an audience of 111 people. On February the 20th of the following year, more than 2,000 would listen to the presentation of the 25-point party program at the Hofbrauhaus in Munich. Hitler would soon become the party's star speaker, mesmerizing audiences hungry for someone who could show them a new direction. In 1921, Hitler would be elected the leader of the now rebranded National Socialist German Workers' Party, and his rapid rise to prominence would be noticed by the party's first serious potential financiers.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-518-5694. That's 800-518-5694. Again, 800-518-5694.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Having helped to put the newly rebranded National Socialist Workers' Party on the map, star speaker Corporal Adolf Hitler was attracting attention from some unexpected circles.
Hitler bekam schon in seinen frühen Jahren Unterstützung von Unternehmern, aber das waren keine großen Unternehmer, sondern es waren mittlere bis kleinere Unternehmen. Zu den Unternehmen gehörte ein Münchner Verleger namens Bruckmann oder auch die Erbin der Klavierbauerfirma Bechstein, die Hitler in die Münchner Gesellschaft einführten und ihn sicherlich auch mal finanziell unterstützten.
Then there were those who, besides financing Hitler personally, would also become fundraisers for the party. The first would be Dietrich Eckart, one of the founding members of the party and a father figure to Hitler, who would introduce his protege to the higher echelons of German society. Then there was Emil Ganser, the man who would introduce the Nazis to the Berlin business community, organize lectures, and organized fundraising trips to Switzerland. All the money raised was inadequate to cover the party's growing expenses.
When we sort of talk about the influences on Hitler in terms of money, we need to be clear about how much money is being given. And in this sense, we're talking about minuscule amounts of money. It helped Hitler to tick over. Hitler didn't have a job, and he wasn't claiming unemployment benefits, so therefore he needed some money.
Bigger donations would soon start to arrive, and when they did, they'd come from an improbable source.
If you read the New York Times from the 20th of December 1922, that early on, that article accuses none other than the very, very rich and famous American industrialist Henry Ford of actually supporting the Nazis.
Among the Nazi Party's most fervent and prominent early supporters in the early 1920s was Winifred Wagner, the daughter-in-law of famous composer Richard. While touring the U.S. with her husband in the early 1920s, the Wagners would be invited to the estate of famous American car manufacturer Henry Ford for dinner. Later, when interviewed by writer and historian James Poole, Frau Wagner would confirm the rumors.
When I was doing my interviews with Frau Wagner, who was the daughter-in-law of the composer Richard Wagner, I said to her, "Some people think Ford gave Hitler money." And she said, "Oh, I know I did." I said, "Well, how do you know?" She said, I was the one that arranged it. The money was transferred by a man who worked for Ford named Boris Brazel. So Brazel had been a Russian prosecutor, and after he fled Russia, escaped successfully, and then went to work for Ford. So it was Boris Brazel that carried the money from the US to Germany, where it was given to Cyril Romanov, who was the pretender to the throne, passed it to Ludendorff, and then to Hitler.
One name from this secret transaction who would go on to play a crucial role in Hitler's money trail was Erich Ludendorff. General Ludendorff, a German war hero of great standing, would become an important conduit between right-wing militarist organizations like the Nazis and prominent industrialists like German steel magnate Fritz Thyssen.
Ludendorff says, look, come on, why don't you come along and watch a speech by Hitler? And, Thyssen, of course, is thinking, who is this guy? I've never heard of him.
Thyssen war extrem antisozialistisch, war auch antiparlamentarisch und hatte große Hoffnungen, einen starken Führer, der Deutschland wieder als politische Macht und militärisch stark machen und die Sozialdemokratie und die Kommunisten und die Gewerkschaften bekämpfen sollte.
I followed his advice. I attended several public meetings organized by Hitler. What impressed me most was the order that reigned in his meetings, the almost military discipline of his followers.
Military discipline at Hitler's public meetings was kept by the Nazi Sturmbannteilung, the SA, the paramilitary wing of the party that not only provided security in the rallies, but were dispatched into German cities to stir up trouble, which they could then brutally suppress.
There's a famous Elton John song, it's called Saturday Night is All Right for Fighting. But in Weimar, Germany, every night was all right for fighting because there was fighting all the time, tremendous violence.
It was German nationalist and Hitler confidant Kurt Lüdecke who would take that bunch of Nazi thugs to the next level. He alone would finance the first uniforms, weapons, and logistics, and appoint as their head an old comrade of Hitler's and an early party member, Captain Ernst Röhm.
Ernst Röhm was one of the leading figures in the Reichswehr, in the army. He was actually the commander of Hitler. He was already in this German Workers' Party. We don't know whether he was in the party to infiltrate it, but there's good evidence that yes, he was.
Röhm had a keen eye for business, and right after the end of the Great War, he'd made a tidy sum of money by smuggling weapons to the Freikorps. All his deals were off the books and highly illegal. His efficiency in moving weaponry illegally under the noses of the authorities earned him the respect of the Black Reichswehr, and which in turn enabled him to recruit experienced military men to the Nazi cause.
Röhm definitely had access to weapons. He had access to, for example, it was very important for Hitler to be able to mobilize these men and go from one town to another. Röhm had access to trucks to supply them, so he was a key figure very early on.
There's no evidence actually linking sort of payments to Röhm from the army, and then he gives wages to these stormtroopers. No, the stormtroopers paid membership fees to the Nazi Party, and then the Nazi Party may have helped them out, some beer, which they would have liked, some food, but it wasn't really rich enough at that stage to actually do anything. The Nazi Party didn't have a lot of funds in the early days.
With Röhm now on board and the Thyssen-Ludendorff axis now in place, they had the beginnings of a network of senior military figures and industrialists, which could bring in a steady flow of money and manpower to the party's cause. Fritz Thyssen, in particular, was now ready to place a big bet on Hitler and the Nazis.
I gave him about 100,000 gold marks. That was my first contribution to the National Socialist Party. These funds, however, I delivered neither to Hitler, neither to Scheubner-Richter, but to Ludendorff, who I desire to use it as best as he could. I did not examine the details of the plans evolved by him and Hitler. I have already said that I did not wish to mix in politics.
And Hitler and Ludendorff had an audacious plan to put Thiesen's money to work straight away.
He hears about Mussolini's march on Rome, so he knows that the fascism is on the rise, and he has this idea that, they want to take over the local Bavarian government, then they're going to march on Berlin.
Emboldened by Mussolini's dramatic move, Hitler took to the streets of Munich on November 9, 1923, with 3,000 of his stormtroopers, supported by Ludendorff and other prominent nationalists, demanding the Nazi Party be installed as the new government of Bavaria. Unlike Mussolini's PNF, however, there was no public acclaim for the Nazis and no popular uprising in their support. Instead, armed police were sent in to break up the insurrection. The resulting violence left 14 Nazis dead, and Hitler and his leadership colleagues on the run. They would all be rounded up and tried as conspirators for plotting to overthrow the government. With Hitler in prison and the Nazis in disgrace, he and Thiesen would have to go their separate ways. But not for long.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your family's comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning.
The winds are not letting up at all here. We're going to see some power outages. The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages.
Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator. When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up using your home's existing natural gas or propane, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Stay tuned to get over a $500 value free on the most popular home standby generator in the world.
With the Generac, we don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
Having a Generac takes a lot of the anxiety out of there's going to be a storm.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built in the USA. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac and have thousands of satisfied customers.
How many times have you heard people say, I never want to go through that again? Well, the next time that you go through it, don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's nationwide dealers. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
It takes a second, an accident, a diagnosis, when everything changes. If something does happen, would your family be protected? Now, Crown Atlantic has made getting life insurance fast, simple, and with the best rates. Go online to get your free instant quote. It takes just minutes, and you'll find the best deals available. Don't wait until tomorrow. Your life is too important. Act today to protect you and your family.
Emerging from his 9-month incarceration in Landsberg prison, Hitler knew exactly what he needed to do to revive his and the Nazis' fortunes.
Hitler decides that he's going to stop trying to overthrow the government, because he realizes that's going to be impossible if the army don't support him. He can't try and do it by a civil insurrection. He changes tack. He decides he's going to take the legal route to power. He's going to create now a proper political party with membership fees, organisation. It's going to fight elections. It's going to need money, and he's going to try and win in the ballot box and come to power legally. Now that's important because he's given up being the street fighter and the revolutionary for being the manipulator.
His single focus was to grow the Nazi Party, and he was clever at selecting good businessmen as his allies. For example, key man was a man named Max Amann. Max Amann had been a bank manager, had been Hitler's sergeant major during the war. Hitler picked people that he knew he could absolutely trust.
Indeed, Max Amann couldn't be a better party business manager, since he was pretty much the opposite of Hitler. He was highly organized, hardworking, and his banking experience allowed him to obtain credit on good terms. He would also be trusted with the running of the Nazi propaganda press, where Hitler would think about content. Amann would think about sales and distribution. And that's how he would come up with a new idea. Though the beer hall putsch may have been in reality a bloody farce, in Amann's hands, it would be mythologized as an act of supreme self-sacrifice by Hitler and the Nazis.
This is what makes them such amazing politicians, is that they later will turn that disaster into a kind of moment of significance, of triumph, a key moment in the establishment of this new political religion. And so when Hitler ends up in prison, it looks, as if he's become even more of a kind of Christ-like figure. He's suffering for his politics. He alone is the man, who's sacrificing himself.
For the Nazis, there was no such thing as bad publicity, and Amann was confident that they could capitalize on this momentum. So he encouraged Hitler to work on his autobiography while in prison. The book would be published in the summer after Hitler's release with the title Mein Kampf, or My Struggle. Hitler was betting on it as the political manifesto for the party's new direction. Amann was thinking about the profits. Although its initial impact was disappointing, in time it would make Hitler millions.
In actual fact, Mein Kampf doesn't sell very well originally. I think it sells about 10,000 copies between 25 and 27. It's not a bestseller, let's put it that way.
The lukewarm reaction to Mein Kampf put Hitler in a bind. With a ban on the Nazi Party still in place, how could he hope to get this message out to the German people? In February 1925, the Bavarian government agreed to lift the ban on the Nazi Party on certain conditions. Conditions which Hitler, in his excitement, broke within 24 hours at his first public speaking engagement. The ban was immediately reinstated for a further 2 years.
It was a very difficult period for him. And he gets out of prison after the German recovery has begun. The currency was stabilized, and the economy was pretty good. Consequently, a party like Hitler's doesn't attract many people.
Have you been in a motor vehicle accident that wasn't your fault? Then you may need legal representation. And if you call the number on your screen now, you can be connected to an attorney who can tell you just how much your case could be worth for free. And for a limited time, if you call now, you can get this elegant, luxurious gold watch with the money from your own case. To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it, and I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself, or any of these watches, or a different watch I've never even seen before, or no watch. The money is yours to do whatever it is you want. Just call the number on your screen now to find out how much your case could be worth for free.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now.
800-487-0943.
And you can't have my tie either.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-531-2824.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax? I like it too. Newsmax, you like Newsmax? I like it too.
It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel Report, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
Since Hitler was banned from speaking in public, he would resort to small, secretive meetings held in tiny, secluded rooms with select businessmen and industrialists. But this tactic failed initially to get results.
Big companies, they don't want to be attached with something that's going to bring them bad publicity. So what we know is that the major industrialists in the Weimar period, they support the traditional parties, not the socialist parties, but the liberal parties, the conservative parties that are around. Why would they want to get involved with the Nazi party? It's going nowhere. It's just a group of fringe people out on the streets. A respectable company would not want to get involved in it.
But on a spring evening in 1927, while giving a secret speech in Essen, there would be one man who would listen to Hitler and decide to take him seriously, 80-year-old Emil Kierdorf.
Emil Kierdorf war vielleicht einer der berühmtesten deutschen Bergbauunternehmen, einer der Führungspersönlichkeiten der Ruhrwirtschaft. Kierdorf war ein strammer Monarchist, Antirepublikaner und Antidemokrat.
Kierdorf and Hitler would first meet on July the 4th, 1927, at the Bruckmanns Villa in Munich. The chimney baron, as Kierdorf was known, was very favorably impressed by Hitler's views and was curious about what else he would hear in person.
The inexorable logic and clear conciseness of his train of thought filled me with such enthusiasm with what he said. I asked him to write a pamphlet on the topics he had discussed with me.
Hitler did as Kierdorf asked and wrote a brochure titled Der Weg zum Wiederaufstieg, or The Road to Resurgence. Since some of the content was not deemed appropriate for the more working-class members of the party, it was kept as a secret publication for distribution to a privileged few. Kirdorf, who became a member of the party in August of that year, would personally hand the brochure to his closest associates and clients. The chimney baron would also introduce Hitler to his better acquainted business colleagues in formal meetings held at his home. In this setting, Hitler had the chance to use his persuasive charm to explain his plans for the future of Germany.
Hitler war für viele Angehörige der deutschen Elite ein Emporkömmling, jemand, der nicht mal einen richtigen Schulabschluss hatte. Hitler galt also im Prinzip zunächst als politischer Parvenu, aber er konnte Unternehmer durchaus durch seine Kenntnisse über die Lage der Wirtschaft in Deutschland.
Although Hitler made a good impression, there were no financial results from this meeting besides Kirdorf's regular contributions. And Kirdorf wasn't just contributing out of the goodness of his heart. He had a very specific agenda and plan for the party. He would start to infiltrate his own people into the party and try to push the Nazis into a more pro-capitalist, pro-business direction. This was something that the party's working class faction, led by Gregor Strasser, resented and resisted. Used to getting things done his way, on August the 12th, 1928, Emil Kirdorf would write his letter of resignation from the NSDAP. The Nazis had lost their main benefactor.
In 1928, the Nazi Party polls about 2.8% of voters. So the strategy of coming to power peacefully isn't working that well. In 1930, though, the vote goes up to around about 12%, and about 6 million people vote Nazi. So something happens between 1928 and 1930.
What happens is a global economic collapse. On October the 29th, 1929, the American stock markets crashed and the Great Depression began. Fear and growing unrest at the economic downturn was catnip to the Nazi Party cause. When the opportunity came to buy the recently vacated Palais Barlow in Munich, named after its English owner, Hitler saw it as the ideal place for the new party seat. But once again, money was a problem.
Hitler approached Kirdorf again for money, and Kirdorf was having business problems. And so then Kirdorf passed him on to Thyssen.
Kirdorf would arrange a meeting between Fritz Thyssen and Rudolf Hess in late 1928. But Thyssen wasn't so keen on just giving away his money, so he opted to facilitate a generous bank loan through a Dutch bank. Thyssen was back on the Hitler money trail.
And then he becomes, very, very quickly, a huge financier of the Nazi Party. And he even admits as such in his biography, and he calls it, "I paid Hitler." He claims that he's donated more than 1 million marks to the Nazi movement. So Thyssen money is really important.
In 1929, when Germany wasn't repaying their loans, the Allies reorganized the payment system into what would become known as the Young Plan. Although it reduced the debt, it would have a heavier burden for the country in the longer term. And many Germans, especially in the business world, would be against it. Thyssen would be one of them, and that's when he decided to join the Nazis with an old political ally of his, German Nationalist People's Party leader Alfred Hugenberg.
Hugenberg was a wealthy man, not an industrialist, but he was a media tycoon. He owned cinemas and newspapers all over Germany. And he was really the leader of the nationalist right.
Thyssen and Hugenberg already had the largest paramilitary right-wing organization in the country, called the Stahlhelm, and the Pan-German League in a coalition against the Young Plan. But they were missing the support from the working class that Hitler and the Nazis could lend to their cause. While an alliance with the Nazis helped create a much broader coalition against the Young Plan, the alliance gave Hitler what he craved: financial stability. On July 9, 1929, Hitler and the Nazis joined the committee to support a new law, the Law Against the Enslavement of the German People, designed to undermine and ultimately destroy the Young Plan. The Liberty Law, as it became known, not only called for the rejection of the Young Plan, but the immediate cancellation to all war reparations. The law would be submitted to the popular vote in a nationwide referendum to be held on December 22nd that year.
And then Hitler's on the newsreels in all of Hugenberg cinemas, and this is a big break.
Though the Liberty Law would ultimately not be passed, the Nazis had many reasons to celebrate. Their fame, membership, and money had grown as never before. The worse things became with the Great Depression, the better it would become for the Nazis. When, in September 1930, the government collapsed due to the economic crisis and new elections were called, the Nazis would become the second largest party in parliament with 107 seats.
And in that period, Hitler's message starts to get through. I am the savior. And it gets through, first of all, not in the cities, but in the rural areas, because the rural areas suffer even more in this depression.
The Nazi success in the elections would attract the curiosity of a prominent figure who would change the Nazis' economic policies. President of the Reichsbank, Hjalmar Schacht. Like Thiessen and the Nationalists, Schacht himself was a critic of the Young Plan and would resign as president of the Reichsbank in late 1930 and started to tour the world campaigning against it.
Seit 1932 versuchte Schacht, als informeller Berater Hitlers auch Einfluss auf Hitlers politische Überzeugungen zu nehmen und Hitler zu einem, kann man sagen, wirtschafts- und finanzfreundlichen Reichskanzler in Spe zu erziehen.
Sometime after his return to Germany, Schacht would attend a dinner at the house of his friend, bank manager Emil Georg von Strauss. Among the guests, he would meet someone who was already a prominent figure on Hitler's money trail, World War I fighter ace turned socialite and nationalist politician Hermann Goering.
Göring war nach 1923 Repräsentant einiger Luftfahrtfirmen im Ausland, vor allen Dingen in Schweden. Göring hatte auch aufgrund seiner sozialen Herkunft gute Beziehungen in Wirtschaftskreise und galt in Wirtschaftskreisen als unternehmerfreundlich und vernünftig.
On January the 5th, 1931, the Goerings would hold a New Year's dinner at their lavishly refurbished house. Among the guests were Thiessen, Adolf Hitler, and Hjalmar Schacht. This was the ideal opportunity for Hitler to impress, and he did not disappoint.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today.
Plexiderm works. It took away all the wrinkles, all the puffiness.
Wow. That's incredible. There's been creams, there's been lotions, concealers. Nothing works like this.
Are you serious? Like I look 15 years younger.
Oh my God. I can't believe I have no lines in my face.
Are you sure it's not the mirror?
Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
So I've had these bags for many, many years, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
I'm going to apply Plexiderm under this size so you can see the difference. I have struggled with under eye bags my whole life. I have tried every product and none of them have worked. You just watched it happen. I went from this to this.
Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
As I got older, I started getting all these wrinkles in here and everything like that. When I put the Plexiderm on, it looks like I had a facelift.
It works, it's instantaneous, and I feel great.
No, this looks really good. All these lines are gone. Amazing. Oh, I shouldn't say that. I look amazing. That's like so full of myself.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-697-7126.
Have you ever thought of getting a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Now is a great time to take a look at getting a Safe Step walk-in tub.
With Safe Step's standard heated seat and new fast fill faucet, you can enjoy a nice warm bath up to 20% faster. And the convenient touchpad control is right at your fingertips.
Each tub comes standard with a dual hydrotherapy system. The 10 water jets can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and improve sleep, while the MicroSoothe advanced air therapy system oxygenates and softens skin.
SafeStep walk-in tubs are built to maximize safety so you can stay in your home and enjoy the comforts of bathing again.
So call now for more information and a free, no-obligation consultation.
When you call today, you'll also receive our limited time offer. Don't wait to enjoy safer bathing. Call now.
1-800-443-7474.
It used to be common. Our newscasters had common sense. They gave it to you straight, just the facts, and real news. John Bachman is like them. He tells it like it is. Catch him every weekday on Newsmax 2.
(1931) was the year when Hitler intensified his approach to big business. Crisscrossing the country, he would stop off wherever he could to give public lectures, receptions, and dinners, trying to forge new alliances and lobby for donations to the party.
A really significant break that Hitler had was when Fritz Thyssen gets a speaking engagement for him at the Industry Club in Dusseldorf. That was where all the big industrialists. So here Hitler has a chance to talk to the wealthiest men in Germany, and he needs money.
On January 27, 1932, Thyssen would introduce Adolf Hitler to some of the wealthiest men in Germany. Sure, many of the guests would give some generous donations, but there would be a few who joined the party in the following days and whose support would grow over time.
By 1932, the Nazi Party is in much better financial shape. It's expanded, it's consolidated, and its financial problems are well on their way to being solved. It's got a lot of responsibility. It employs thousands of people. Each district, known as a Gau, had at least 1,000 people working for the Nazi Party. That's a lot of people to look after. But of course, the party needs to keep growing.
In that year, Adolf Hitler decided to make his most ambitious move so far, to run in the German presidential elections. And when he learned that he could only campaign for 7 days for the runoff, he thought about a bold way to reach the most people in that short period of time: to fly. Through Goering's connections in the aviation industry, the company Lufthansa provided an aircraft for Hitler's exclusive use to enable him to crisscross the country in double-quick time.
Hatte auch die gute Idee, diesen Flug auch medial zu vermarkten, indem auch noch einen Film Hitler über Deutschland produzieren ließ. So gesehen war Hitler, würde man heute sagen, der Meister also dann des Cross-Marketing und, kann man sagen, der Integration unterschiedlicher Medien. Dieser Flug wurde, kann man sagen, aus den vielen kleinen und mittleren Spenden an die NSDAP finanziert, hat sich aber teilweise auch selber finanziert. Der Grund dafür war, dass die NSDAP für ihre Wahlkampfveranstaltungen auch Eintrittsgelder nahm und für Wahlkampfreden von Hitler nahmen sie etwa 50 Pfennig Eintritt. Da Hitler teilweise Zehntausende Zuhörer bei seinen Wahlkampfreden hatte, kam da viel Geld zusammen, sodass sie diese Wahlkampagne im Prinzip selber finanzieren konnte.
Despite the immense success and popularity of Hitler's campaign, he would lose narrowly to incumbent President Paul von Hindenburg. Yet this massive investment would pay off at the following federal elections 3 months later.
He gets 37% of the vote. Over 12 million people are voting Nazi of their own free will. Now, in that election, he starts to attract white-collar workers in big cities, upper-class civil servants. He attracts people, from the higher echelons of society, not because they're losing their jobs, but they fear they're going to lose their jobs.
But despite his apparent success, this election would have a sting in the tail for Hitler when President Hindenburg refused to nominate him as chancellor, preferring instead Conservative Party leader Franz von Papen. The cost of both electoral campaigns had left the Nazi Party in desperate need of further funds, And, to make matters worse, their main benefactor, Fritz Thyssen, had money worries of his own and was having to nationalize part of his empire to avoid bankruptcy. Still, the Nazis were now the strongest party in parliament, and they wouldn't hesitate to use their influence to leverage political and economic advantage.
But what Hitler was good at doing was getting money out of people. So in many ways, it's kind of like a mafia operation. You know, give us the money. And if you don't, maybe bad things are going to happen to you.
And this is when one of Germany's largest industrial conglomerates would join Hitler's money trail, the massive chemical cartel IG Farben. Founded in 1925 as the conglomeration of 6 leading chemical companies, IG Farben would become one of the largest industrial corporations in Europe. But they had a problem.
They make a food dye called butter yellow that was put into the butter in most of Europe. And they discovered that their workers that handled this food dye were getting cancer at a much higher rate than the general public. It was about to break as a scandal in the Reichstag. So they went to the Nazis and said, if you can suppress this, our money will flow to you.
And this was the beginning of perhaps the most infamous partnership with big business during the Third Reich and the Second World War.
This is a company that really gets involved with Hitler's regime. It actually helps to finance the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp. It's a kind of, if you like, private enterprise state activity where the SS and the IG Farben join together, but it is a company you can call a partner in crime.
With IG Farben's backing, the Nazis would use their strength in the Reichstag to overthrow von Pappen's government in a vote of no confidence. New elections were called, and Hitler and the Nazis would once again be the outright winners, although with a marginally reduced majority. This is when Fritz Thyssen and Hjalmar Schacht would make their crucial move to put pressure on President Paul Hindenburg to nominate Hitler as Chancellor. They drafted a petition called Industriellenangabe.
Diese Petition jedoch hatte weitaus weniger Unterstützer gefunden, als es die Initiatoren Fritz Thyssen und Hjalmar Schacht erhofft hatten. Zu dem Zeitpunkt wollte sich eine Mehrheit der deutschen Wirtschaftselite noch nicht auf einen Kanzler Hitler festlegen, weil man ihn immer noch für etwas schwer berechenbar hielt und auch nicht wusste, ob er wirklich seine Macht verantwortungsvoll nutzen würde.
The old president would once again stubbornly refuse to nominate Hitler as chancellor. Even though he had won the latest election, Hitler was worse off than he had ever been before. To regain the political initiative, he needed a miracle. And the saint who would perform this miracle would be none other than former Chancellor von Papen, whom the Nazis had helped overthrow the previous summer. Von Papen was desperate to find a path back to power and thought he might succeed in convincing Hitler to accept the vice-chancellorship of the state, with him as chancellor. But Hitler was ready for this offer and told von Papen that he would only agree to such a deal if he, Hitler, were nominated chancellor, with von Papen as vice-chancellor. Von Papen, naively thinking that with Hindenburg's help he could control Hitler and the Nazis, stupidly agreed.
Entweder ich werde Reichskanzler oder ich bleibe in der Opposition. Und Franz von Papen und der Vorsitzende der Deutschnationalen Partei, Alfred Hugenberg, waren beide bereit, diese Vorbedingung Hitlers zu akzeptieren. Und wir wissen ja alle, das war der große Fehler.
After 13 years of struggling for every penny to keep his party's head above water, Hitler's rise to power was achieved with something that no money in the world could buy: von Papen's naivete. A few days later, von Papen would meet with President Hindenburg to make his case.
He says to Hindenburg, in 6 months we'll have him squeaking in the corner like a mouse. And so Hindenburg says, okay, I'll go along with it. He said, but God help me if I'm wrong here.
God help him indeed. The only consolation would be that he would not live to see the catastrophe he had unleashed. Germany, 1937. In only 4 years, and by imposing his national economic policies by brute force, Adolf Hitler appears to be fulfilling his promise of returning Germany to prosperity.
Germany in 1933 is economically on its back. There are more than 6 million unemployed people, and unemployment has reached nearly a third of the German population. When Hitler takes power in 1933, he makes a promise to the German people that this will be his first priority.
The Nazis had reaped the rewards of the global economic recovery and relied on common-sense protectionist policies designed to prioritize homegrown German manufacturing while instituting military rearmament on a massive scale.
I don't know of any industrialist or business that didn't support rearmament. And indeed, you could say something that most patriotic Germans would do.
You've got what looks like economic growth, political stability, and you've got a country that's starting to look like it's being well run, well managed.
But there was an altogether more sinister side to this economic recovery: the use of the notorious Nuremberg racial laws to seize Jewish-owned businesses and property for the Nazi state.
The Nazis and their collaborators benefited from Aryanization, which was a widespread theft of Jewish property and assets.
Even as Germany was basking in the glow of her newfound confidence, Hitler and his cronies were busy selling her soul. January 30th, 1933, Germany salutes their new chancellor, Adolf Hitler. The Austrian immigrant and former army corporal has promised the Nazi faithful that Germany will rise again to a position of prominence and prosperity. But Hitler is not happy with simply holding the future of Germany in his hands. He wants to control all of Europe, and maybe the entire world.
When Hitler comes to power, he decides to call a general election because he wants to see if he can get enough Reichstag deputies to introduce an enabling act. The enabling act is to try and get rid of democracy. Then he will have all of the powers that Parliament used to have in his own hands.
He wanted absolute power, but to get it, he needed money, lots of it. On February 20th, 1933, Hermann Goering, the president of the Reichstag, called 25 of the most prominent industrialists and financiers in Germany to attend a secret meeting with Hitler at his official residence to discuss the financing of the Nazis' general election campaign.
Now, you've got some really, really significant figures at this meeting. You've got Gustav Krupp, Fritz von Opel, Georg von Schnitzler, Albert Wörgler. These are seriously big, impressive players.
After Goering opened the meeting and made the introductions, Hitler took over and did what he did best. He flattered and cajoled his audience and made sure they knew he was about to make life considerably easier for all of them, as long as they went along with his plans and lined his pockets. 14 years later, at the Nuremberg trials in 1946, court documents revealed the extent of the industrialists' subsequent collusion and financial contributions to the Nazi cause.
The amounts contributed by the participants in the meeting of 20th February 1933 at Goering's house were paid by them to the bankers, Delbrück, Schickler and Company, to the credit of an account Nationale Treuhand. It was arranged that I was entitled to dispose of this account, which I administered as a trustee. I disposed of the amounts of this account by writing out checks to Mr. Hess. I do not know what Mr. Hess actually did with the money.
With the millions of Deutschmarks transferred by Schacht to Nazi deputy leader Rudolf Hess, the NSDAP could embark upon its general election campaign, confident of the victory which would give them the votes to pass the Enabling Act and assume absolute power. That campaign was marked by the burning of the Reichstag, an event that was blamed on the communists and used as a pretext by Hitler to outlaw them. In the election on the 5th of March, the Nazis increased their share of the vote, but still fell short of the outright majority they wanted. They would need to bargain their way to a coalition in the Reichstag, so keeping the party coffers full was more vital than ever. As a reward for his services as intermediary with Germany's leading industrialists and bankers, Schacht was invited to reoccupy his post as president of the Reichsbank.
So Schacht is kind of the mouthpiece of the conservative financial world, and to give it credibility, really.
In the wooing of big business and finance, Schacht was Hitler and Göring's most important co-collaborator. But their collaboration wasn't without conflict. On April 1st, 1933, tensions between them erupted after Hitler declared a national boycott of Jewish businesses, and brown shirt thugs were sent in to intimidate and disrupt Jewish-owned shops and department stores. Schacht immediately recognized the stupidity of such a move.
First of all, there were the foreign investors in the department stores. They said, these department stores may be Jewish, but we're English, French, and Italians. We're not Jewish, and we're suffering, because if they go bankrupt, we lose our investment in them. The banks were the same. The banks said, we're not Jewish. We've loaned money to these department stores. If they can't pay their loans, it comes back on us. Finally, it got so extreme that even the Nazis, who worked as employees in the Jewish department stores, said, well, the boss may be Jewish, but we're not. We're going to lose our job.
On this occasion, Hitler listened to Schacht and called off the boycott. Interestingly, however, this sign of how far Hitler was willing to go in pursuit of his Aryanization policies proved attractive to his new friends in business, and to one in particular, arms manufacturer Gustav Krupp von Bohlen. Once an outspoken critic of Hitler and the Nazis, Krupp chose this moment to convert to the Nazi cause.
In 1918, when a new defeat was coming, the Krupps and other industrialists were very good getting their patents and their engineers out of Germany and getting them to Spain, to Sweden, to the neutral countries. And they even experimented with new weapons in communist Russia.
Ja, es gab schon in der Weimarer Republik ein geheimes Kooperationsabkommen zwischen der Reichswehr und der sowjetischen Armee. Das heißt, in der Sowjetunion wurden damals auch Kriegsflugzeuge und Panzer ausprobiert, die das Deutsche Reich laut dem Versailler Vertrag gar nicht produzieren durfte.
Since they had the chance to secretly meet Hitler on the 3rd of February 1933, Krupp was now assured of Germany's imminent rearmament on a massive scale.
A few days after Hitler comes to power, he gives a speech to a group of army figures. So he lays out quite clearly, and he says, you know, the #1 priority of my government is rearmament, and the army will have the biggest place in my government.
Ja, die deutsche Wirtschaftselite war sehr beruhigt darüber, dass Hitler die Autonomie der Wirtschaft sah, vor allen Dingen vor jetzt knappe Güter, wie beispielsweise solange seine eigenen Interessen als Unternehmer dadurch nicht gefährdet wurden. Und das waren sie. Nämlich also Krupp gehörte auch als, kann man sagen, Stahl- und Rüstungskonzern auch zu denjenigen, die von den steigenden Reichsausgaben für Rüstung profitierten.
Gustav Krupp had already donated 1 million marks to the Nazi electoral campaign as a sign of his goodwill. Now he wanted to go further. He revealed to Hitler that his industries were ready to rearm Germany and further contribute to the NSDAP without any conditions attached, other than the ability to serve and support Hitler's Reich. This was the beginning of the Faustian pact between the Nazi elite, big business, and the German army, which would control the Third Reich for the duration of its doomed tenure.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your family's comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning.
The winds are not letting up at all here. We're going to see some power outages. The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages.
Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator. When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up using your home's existing natural gas or propane, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Stay tuned to get over a $500 value free on the most popular home standby generator in the world.
With the Generac, we don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
Having a Generac takes a lot of the anxiety out of there's going to be a storm.
After the hurricane happened, we just want to be prepared for anything.
Generac generators are designed, engineered, and built in the USA. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac and have thousands of satisfied customers.
How many times have you heard people say, I never want to go through that again? Well, the next time that you go through it, don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
Call or go online now to request your free quote with one of Generac's nationwide dealers. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call or go online now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
Hi, I'm John Bachman, and what I love about Newsmax is having the opportunity to build something from the ground up. I came here from local news over a dozen years ago because I wanted to have a more honest conversation with the audience, and I love that Newsmax gives me the opportunity to do exactly that.
To consolidate his power over the whole of the German economy, Hitler needed control of all German labor. May 1st, 1933. Hitler declares National Labor Day and a fully paid holiday. All over Germany, trade unions organized massive demonstrations to celebrate this event, grateful that the new regime was supporting its members. In reality, Hitler had a very different plan for them. The following day, Nazi stormtroopers took over the trades union headquarters all over the country, arresting their leaders and confiscating all their assets, including wholly owned businesses, banks, newspapers, shops, and other service companies. In all, assets worth more than 180 million marks were confiscated, making it one of the most profitable operations for the Nazi regime in peacetime. The man behind this operation was Hitler's new labor chief, Robert Ley. Ley established a new Nazi state-run union, the German Labor Front, or DAF. Under new labor laws, German workers were only permitted membership of this Nazi-controlled union. In 1934 alone, the collected dues of the DAF made a contribution to the Nazi Party of 300 million marks. But its main responsibility was to keep organized labor under state control. Benefits, higher salaries, less working hours, and strikes ceased to be a problem for German employers, as Hitler fulfilled his promise to bring the trade unions to heel. At the same time, using their new financial muscle, the National Socialists enacted a major new public works and construction program aimed at ensuring full employment.
So Hitler embarks on a number of public works projects as part of this economic recovery project that he has promised the German people. The most famous of those is the Autobahn, which is this incredibly impressive system of roads that are really unprecedented elsewhere in the world.
Within a few months, Germany was barely recognizable. New modern buildings had sprung up in German cities, connected by a new revamped transport infrastructure of modern highways and railway lines, plus affordable housing for German workers and their families. The quality of life of ordinary Germans had improved significantly, and unemployment was nearly eradicated. But, as always with the Nazis, this upsurge in economic prosperity was a front for sinister activities behind the scenes.
But in reality, he's thinking about the militaristic implications of this as well. Having an incredibly sophisticated road system where you can transport goods and military vehicles quickly will be incredibly important to the Second World War on the German side.
There is a conspiracy there to rearm secretly against the wishes of the Allies and, of course, the conditions of the League of Nations. And Germany, you know, in the early part of 1933 is still in the League of Nations. And also it's a condition of the Treaty of Versailles. So you see there, Hitler is willing to go in a secretive world here to rearm.
Needing to conduct their armament of Germany in secret, the Nazis had to find a way to conceal the cost of this vast undertaking. A new secret source of money was desperately needed. Once again, the reliable Hjalmar Schacht came up with an ingenious solution: the introduction of MIFO bills. MIFO stood for the Metallurgical Research Corporation, a shell company established by Schacht as a means by which the government could extend credit notes to German companies in return for redeemable government bonds.
I see you're still tending to Mom's forget-me-nots.
As she used to say, the seed you plant today will sprout tomorrow's memories.
You really miss her, don't you?
I wish I could have given her the kind of memorial she wanted, but without life insurance.
Hey, Dad, don't beat yourself up. I have a suggestion. Call SelectQuote.
SelectQuote?
They offer life insurance to help cover final expenses, and they make it easy to find the right plan.
Our final expense plans don't require a medical exam, so you don't have to worry about being denied coverage. You could get coverage for around $1 a day. At SelectQuote, we understand that choosing a life insurance plan can often be confusing. So let us do the hard part, and we'll find the plan that's just right for you and your budget.
Sounds like a loving way to say, forget me not.
Take the first easy step and call SelectQuote now. 800-583-1220. 800-583-1220. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-428-1369.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. This book reveals little-known secrets about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms that can help you make the right choices before buying an annuity. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. We've researched over 1,200 annuities summarizing the rates and benefits for you. So don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Call now and find out how you can get up to 33% more income in your retirement, and you'll receive Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report as an added bonus. Both books are yours free just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-518-5694. That's 800-518-5694. Again, 800-518-5694.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Mifo's startup capital came from 4 of the country's biggest arms manufacturers, including Krupp. These German companies would not only build Germany's war machine, they would also be a major player in the march toward full employment. With his furnaces now blasting at full capacity and business booming, it was time for Gustav Krupp to show Hitler how grateful he was for his support. He established a trust fund called the Adolf Hitler Spende, into which he and his fellow industrialists could donate part of the proceeds of the rearmament campaign to the Nazis. Initially, those donations were considered voluntary. Later, however, Krupp would mandate that the donations had to equal 0.5% of a company's previous year's salaries. In its first year alone, this amounted to 30 million marks. At first, Hitler decreed that the fund set up in his name should only be used to finance the Nazi Party.
When Hitler comes to power, he makes a big play of saying, I am sort of, financially clean. I will not accept the Chancellor's salary. I can draw funds from the Nazi Party, which I created, and from royalties from my book, Mein Kampf. Of course, Max Hamann has made it clear that every married couple is going to get a copy of Mein Kampf, and it costs quite a lot of money. So from that, he raises a huge amount of money.
He always would pull out his pockets and say, I carry no money, I have no money. He had a number of important people like Max Hamann that acted as his personal trustees. And they use a device that is little known, which is a trust can be verbal. A trust does not have to be a written document. And he had verbal trusts with Max Hamann, his photographer Hoffman, that handled more personal money.
If Max Hamann, his publisher, was Hitler's right arm when it came to his private finances, his left arm was his personal photographer Heinrich Hoffmann. Hoffmann managed Hitler's second most important source of income, his image rights. Hitler and Hoffmann were cashing in from every postcard, autographed photo, and picture printed in a newspaper or magazine. During the years of his rule, both men amassed a fortune. Nazi propaganda chief Joseph Goebbels filed a copyright for Hitler's name so that any city that wished to name a square or a street after the new chancellor would have to pay for the right to do so. Despite his claims of modest living, Hitler was raking in the money. In his first year in power alone, he declared for tax purposes an income of 1.2 million marks. This would be his first and last filing of his tax returns during his 13.5 years in power.
A sort of hard-working civil servant in the income tax department of the German government comes to Hitler and he says, "My Führer, we can't find any tax returns for you." And Hitler introduces an immediate decree absolving himself of any criminal activity. The only thing to be said for Hitler is that he was not extravagant. He wasn't that extravagant, really. He dressed in a very sort of normal way, didn't spend loads of money, didn't have sort of massive designers designing his clothes.
But there were always exceptions to the rule. In 1935, Gustav Krupp steps aside as chairman of the Adolf Hitler Spende and is replaced by Hitler's private secretary, Martin Bormann. Bormann uses the proceeds from the fund to renovate Hitler's Bavarian mountain retreat and compound, in which Bormann also maintained a residence, into a luxurious fortress that would famously become known as the Berghof.
He actually, he was using this money to enhance the efficiency of his rule of Germany, hence why he wants to extend the Berghof, because it was a government centre, wasn't it? So it made sense, and of course he could say, well, the government aren't paying for this, the taxpayers aren't paying for this, I'm paying for this, and all the donations to the Adolf Hitler Fund are free.
On August 3, 1934, President Paul von Hindenburg passes away. With the money now rolling in and his popularity at an all-time high, Hitler loses no time in holding a referendum to consolidate the duties of the President and Chancellor of the German Republic. It's overwhelmingly passed, and Hitler is now the Führer of the Third Reich, with all the power at his disposal to launch the next phase of his plan, to restore the German Reich to its pre-Versailles borders, from which to launch a terrifying assault on the rest of Europe.
A Social Security update. Millions collect Social Security, but 70% of Americans don't get their full benefits. Now, a new report shows how to boost your Social Security by as much as $188,000. Author Matthew Allen reveals 5 key strategies in a new report. Newsmax calls it the best guide for retirees. Everyone needs this free Social Security report. Act today to get your full benefits.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today.
Plexiderm works. It took away all the wrinkles, all the puffiness.
Wow. That's incredible. There's been creams, there's been lotions, concealers. Nothing works like this.
Are you serious? Like I look 15 years younger.
Oh my God. I can't believe I have no lines in my face.
Are you sure it's not the mirror?
Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
So I've had these bags for many, many years, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
I'm going to apply Plexiderm under this size so you can see the difference. I have struggled with under-eye bags my whole life. I have tried every product and none of them have worked. You just watched it happen. I went from this to this.
Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
As I got older, I started getting all these wrinkles in here and everything like that. When I put the Plexiderm on, it looks like I had a facelift.
It works, it's instantaneous, and I feel great.
No, this looks really good. All these lines are gone. Amazing. Oh, I shouldn't say that. I look amazing. That's like so full of myself.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-697-7126.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
I need a medic.
No warning, no time. When suspects turn violent, officers have seconds to survive. Watch the Caught on Body Cam series for the drama, the actual footage.
Suspect down! Suspect down!
The real life, all on Newsmax Plus. Start your free trial today at newsmaxplus.com.
Adolf Hitler is now Führer, the absolute ruler of Germany. After outlawing and exiling all his internal political opponents and consolidating all authority in his own hands, he is now willing to go public with his already far advanced plan for military rearmament. While he charms his fellow world leaders, reassuring them that his rearmament is in no way a sign of aggressive intent, He relies on his newly promoted Minister of Economic Affairs, Hjalmar Schacht, to financially fuel rearmament at a rapid pace.
Hjalmar Schacht war vor allen Dingen dafür verantwortlich, die deutsche Wiederaufrüstung außenwirtschaftlich abzusichern durch den Abschluss bilateraler Handelsverträge, die er als Wirtschaftsminister abschloss, aber auch durch, die Streckung der deutschen Zahlungsverpflichtungen für Kredite und für Anleihen. Hjalmar Schacht war gewissermaßen das seriöse Aushängeschild des Deutschen Reiches in das westliche Ausland hin. Hjalmar Schacht galt im Ausland als derjenige, der Hitler und Hitlers engste Mitarbeiter dann auch politisch mäßigen oder sogar kontrollieren konnte. Aber das war dann letztlich ein Irrtum.
On March 16, 1935, Hitler officially proclaims the rearmament of Germany, setting its industries to full speed. As he increases Germany's military spending, he also reintroduces military conscription.
Conscription is a huge step in reducing Germany's unemployment problem. It takes millions of men out of the workforce, largely young men, and puts them into the armed forces. By 1936, Germany is claiming that it has reduced unemployment to 0%. It's achieved full employment. This is a huge step when most of the world is still mired in double-digit unemployment, even above 20% in some cases. Germany has apparently solved this problem almost overnight.
You've got what looks like economic growth, political stability, and you've got a country that's starting to look like it's being well run, well managed. And of course, in 1936 is also famously the year of the Berlin Olympics. And this is a kind of fantastic advertisement, if you like.
The Berlin Olympics of August 1936 was the perfect showcase for a resurgent Germany and a way of reassuring the world of the Nazis' peaceful intent. When it came to impressing on the world stage, no expense was spared by Hitler and his propaganda chief, Joseph Goebbels.
So they spend over about 16 million Reichmarks. Nationally, they spend about 30 million Reichmarks. And of course, you have this incredible propaganda documentary film called Olympia by the famous director Leni Riefenstahl. And that comes in at about 7 million marks. So these are big figures, but for a really important project. And you know what? It really works for the Nazis.
Hitler could now strut and preen on the world stage, confident that the so-called great powers were cowed by the new Germany's show of strength and supremacy. He had rearmed the country in direct contravention of the Treaty of Versailles to only brief and half-hearted protest from the Western Allies. And he had enacted the vile Nuremberg racial laws, and no one had lifted a finger. He was untouchable. With one highly successful four-year economic plan complete, Hitler was ready to immediately launch the next one. But this time, its supervision would be handled by someone closer to the Hitler throne, Hermann Göring.
Der sogenannte Vierjahresplan wurde 1936 von Göring mit Hitlers Auftrag verfasst. Dieser Plan sah vor, die deutsche Wirtschaft innerhalb von 4 Jahren kriegsfähig zu machen durch die Reduzierung von Rohstoffimporten und vor allen Dingen durch Investitionen in Wirtschaftssektoren wie die Treibhausherstellung, mit denen das Deutsche Reich vom Ausland unabhängiger wurde, sah vor allen Dingen vor, jetzt knappe Güter wie beispielsweise Stahl in die Sektoren zu lenken, die für die Aufrüstung von besonderer Bedeutung waren.
With Göring's society and establishment links, this was a way of further strengthening the ties between the Nazi Party and one particularly influential German company, the giant chemical conglomerate IG Farben.
In the 1920s, IG Farben is 450th, somewhere around there, richest company in the world. By 1942, it's the third richest company in the world.
Die Regierung ab 1934 den Ausbau von synthetischen Treibstoffanlagen deutlich forciert, wovon auch die IG Farben als größter synthetischer Treibstoffhersteller erheblich profitierte. So gesehen konnte die IG Farben, kann man sagen, von dem Richtungswechsel hin zu einer Autarkiepolitik, hin zu einer Aufrüstungspolitik auch als Konzern profitieren.
It was a chemical company, but it also made synthetic rubber, synthetic oil, and later on, It makes a pesticide called Cyclone B.
Cyclone B would ultimately play a hugely significant and diabolical role in the horrors of the final solution. The relationship between IG Farben and the Nazis went back to the days before Hitler took power, when they gave financial contributions to Nazis' electoral campaigns. Some of its prominent executives were members of the party. At the secret meeting between Hitler and leading German industrialists of February 20th, 1933, the chemical cartel would be represented by leading IG Farben board member George von Schnitzler. Following that meeting, IG Farben became one of the main donors to the Nazi Party.
It gives huge donations to the Adolf Hitler Fund. But there's a quid pro quo as well, because IG Farben doesn't just support Hitler from the sidelines, it insists that its directors have a National Socialist outlook, and it actually does training courses on National Socialism within its training days. So here you have a company that isn't just sort of on the sidelines here. This is a company that really gets involved with Hitler's regime.
The new economic four-year plan would boost war production to unprecedented levels. But not everyone was impressed with Hermann Goering's work. Hjalmar Schacht felt that the heavyweight Nazi was stepping on his toes and using his position to enrich and promote himself as much as Germany. Goering had lost no time in exploiting the four-year plan for personal gain. When concerns were raised by German armaments manufacturers about the quality of Germany's main iron ore reserves in the Harz Mountains, Goering not only forbade the use of better quality imported ore from abroad, but founded a new state-run iron ore smelting company named Reichswerk Hermann Goering, from which he would take a healthy slice of the profits. Although a number of German industrialists were concerned by Goering's megalomania and corruption, one who was not, and who was profiting even more than Goering, was coal and steel magnate Friedrich Flick. A self-made man who built his own industrial empire from the ground up, Flick was one of the 25 present at the secret meeting of the 20th of February 1933. At that time, Flick contributed a donation of 100,000 marks. He would make that an annual donation. Like many other industrialists, Flick would get contracts for the governmental rearmament program. But he would become more intimately involved with the Nazi regime when his representative, Otto Steinbrink, introduced him to Reichsfuhrer SS Heinrich Himmler. Flick quickly became an ardent supporter of the Reichsfuhrer SS.
Dieser Freundeskreis des Reichsführers SS hatte die Aufgabe, zugunsten des Reichsführers SS Heinrich Himmler Spenden zu sammeln, über die er dann frei verfügen konnte. Und die jährlichen, kann man sagen, Spendenerträge dieses Freundeskreises beliefen sich auf etwa 1 Million Reichsmark im Jahr.
Himmler had watched enviously as his bitter rival for Hitler's attention, Goering, had become overlord of German economic affairs. Ironically, however, when Goering became responsible for the new four-year plan, he found he needed the nationwide organization of the SS to administer it. The SS would also be useful in liaising with financiers like Friedrich Flick, who would agree to supply the millions of tons of coal to the Reichswerk Hermann Goering furnaces. A casualty of the newfound cooperation between Himmler and Goering on the coordination of the German economy was Hjalmar Schacht. Schacht had antagonized Goering by raising his concerns about Goering's stewardship of the economy with Hitler. Now, with Himmler in his camp, Goering was able to swiftly sideline Schacht, who, as a consolation, was allowed to remain president of the Reichsbank for the moment.
I don't think Hitler was a good manager. I think that his technique was to give about 4 people the same job and let them fight over doing it. And you have so many people competing to try and get the attention of Hitler. There's no proper delegation, there's no proper management.
With Schacht out of the way, Goering had successfully consolidated his position as sole and supreme head of the German economy and industry. In his typically bombastic way, he couldn't resist a parting shot at the humiliated Schacht, delivered in a farewell phone call from his palatial office in the Ministry for Economic Affairs.
Herr Schacht, I am now sitting in your chair.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I need a medic.
No warning, no time. When suspects turn violent, officers have seconds to survive. Watch the Caught on Body Cam series for the drama, the actual footage.
Suspect down! Suspect down!
The real life, all on Newsmax Plus. Start your free trial today at newsmaxplus.com.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11. If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free, or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-531-2824.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Germany, November 1937. For the past year, the nation's expanding economy has been under the control of Hermann Goering. Its self-sufficiency and protectionist approach has meant replacing high-quality imported raw materials with inferior domestic ones. And to match the exacting demands of the four-year plan and the rate of rearmament, the German treasury has to borrow heavily, and the country is now deeply in debt.
And the only way he's going to be able to pay that money back is, frankly, by territorial expansion. Actually, that means invading other countries and pillaging them.
On March 12, 1938, German troops annexed its small neighbor Austria without firing a single shot. After 25 years away from his native country, Adolf Hitler symbolically uses the border crossing at Braunau am Inn, his birth town, to make his triumphant entry. Thousands of enthusiastic Austrians welcome home their favorite son.
There was a really warm reception for the Nazis in many parts of Austria, not just in Hitler's hometown, but in Vienna. The Nazis were greeted very warmly in many places. Although now they will say that, no, we were the first victim of Nazism.
As personally satisfying as it was for Hitler to unite the country of his birth with his adopted nation, the Anschluss would be hugely advantageous to the German economy and to Hermann Goering personally.
Zum einen, das Deutsche Reich profitierte von den Gold- und Devisenreserven Österreichs, die sich sofort einverleibten. Zum Zweiten profitierte das Deutsche Reich von den Arbeitskräftereserven der österreichischen Wirtschaft.
At the same time as expanding its borders and asset stripping neighboring countries, the Nazi Reich was also further extending its policies of Aryanization, enabling it to seize more Jewish businesses and savings.
Aryanization was a very well-developed and well-orchestrated program. Adolf Eichmann had developed a very efficient strategy to essentially steal everything from Jews who wanted to leave at first Austria and then Germany.
So then they would go to a business, be it a department store, a Jewish newspaper, and say, look, you can do one of two things. You can either sell out to us at about a tenth of its value, but we'll give you the money and we'll give you a ticket to France, and you'll still be able to continue your lifestyle, or you're going to be thrown in a concentration camp. Take your pick.
In Germany, it was a fairly long process, starting from 1933 and increasing as the 1930s went on, but not so immediate. In Austria, it went very quickly after the Anschluss in 1938, and within a few months, businesses had been seized in what were called wild Aryanizations, and then it was completed by the Property Transfer Office from the middle of 1938 onwards.
At this stage, the Nazis had not yet enacted the final solution to the Jewish question. For the fortunate few, there was still a way out of the German Reich, as long as you agreed to hand over any and all possessions to the German state.
The family that I wrote about, the Hammersfelds, I saw their Aryanization documents, and it's really heartbreaking because everything from, broken emerald ring or, piano was on that list. And you couldn't leave the country unless you surrendered absolutely everything.
The Nazis benefited from Jewish immigration by applying a flight tax, which took away 25% of their property on emigration, and they also got much more when the Jews attempted to transfer currency, as this was subjected to up to an 80% surcharge on anything they tried to transfer.
As the pressure for Aryanization increased between 1935 and 1938, it was not uncommon for Jews to sell businesses to Aryan managers whom they thought they could trust and caretake the business until they were allowed to return.
So all of these Jews at this time who had businesses thought that the Nazis, maybe it's a passing phase, okay, we'll comply with Aryanization rules, and I will, on paper, give over my business to my Aryan manager in the hopes that when I return from wherever I'm going.
But unfortunately, once the transfer was completed, then they were completely at the mercy of those former partners, and there was nothing they could do if they got kicked out. And then secondly, the money that was given to them from any sales were also put into blocked accounts, so they had no real access to that either.
In Austria, this process intensified after Goering declared the compulsory registration of Jewish property as part of his 4-year plan.
The Reich main security office was like a clearinghouse. They would essentially give you an exit visa to leave your own country. But it was like a factory. You went in, you were robbed of all of your possessions, you submitted, and again, on paper, and then at the end you got your paperwork to leave, if you were lucky.
The Nazi Party controlled the process of Aryanization very carefully. For example, the Gau economic administrators had the right to decide who would get a particular property by controlling the Aryanization process, and therefore it was mainly given to Nazi Party members, and this led to a lot of corruption.
The ideological and economic persecution of the Jews went hand in hand. On November 9, 1938, incited by Goebbels' anti-Semitic propaganda, members of the SA, aided by civilians, carried out the largest and most vicious of their pogroms against the Jews.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you that only gets paid when you win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free and get connected to a professional who can help. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
800-787-1896. That's 800-787-1896.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Have you ever thought of getting a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Now is a great time to take a look at getting a Safe Step walk-in tub.
With Safe Step's standard heated seat and new fast fill faucet, you can enjoy a nice warm bath up to 20% faster. And the convenient touchpad control is right at your fingertips.
Each tub comes standard with a dual hydrotherapy system. The 10 water jets can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and improve sleep, while the MicroSoothe advanced air therapy system oxygenates and softens skin.
Safe Step walk-in tubs are built to maximize safety so you can stay in your home and enjoy the comforts of bathing again.
So call now for more information and a free no-obligation consultation.
When you call today, you'll also receive our limited time offer. Don't wait to enjoy safer bathing. Call now.
1-800-443-7474.
Hi, I'm Bianca Della Garza. What I love about working with Newsmax is the relationship we have with our viewers. So smart, so informed, it allows us to deliver powerful analysis, the sharpest viewpoints on the issues that really matter.
Kristallnacht, or the Night of Broken Glass. Hundreds of Jewish properties, businesses, and synagogues systematically burnt to the ground. Much of the shop windows destroyed were insured by Aryan landlords that rented these shops to Jews. And now these Aryans were claiming their money back, leaving some German insurance companies at risk of collapse. Goering was furious with Goebbels.
Und er sagte in einer internen Besprechung, hättet ihr mal lieber ein paar Juden totgeschlagen, als die Schaufensterscheiben zu erschlagen, die wir dann mit importiertem belgischem Glas wieder reparieren müssen.
Goering came up with a neat solution. He decided to hold the Jews responsible for the violence and demanded that they pay 1 million Reichsmarks via additional direct taxation by way of reparation.
They imposed a wealth tax on all Jews, which they had to pay over 18 months in 5 installments. This took away 25% of all Jewish wealth. That's over a billion Reichsmark, and it was seen as a punitive tax for the events of Kristallnacht, although of course the Jews were not responsible for that at all. They were the victims.
In a bid to protect at least some of their assets, some Jews would send them to Switzerland, where they thought the secrecy of its banking system could keep some of their possessions out of the Nazis' reach, although even this was not foolproof.
What became really gross was that the Gestapo would send, these agents into Switzerland, often with a coerced power of attorney from somebody they had put in a concentration camp, and they would present these powers of attorney and say, oh, I'm so-and-so's representative and I'm here to take, all of their assets out of the bank.
Having marched into Austria and then in October 1938 into Sudetenland, to little more than a murmur of protest from the international community, Hitler was preparing to expand his search for territory and resources. On March 15, 1939, Hitler mobilized his troops and took the rest of Czechoslovakia. As in Austria, the German army met little resistance, and the international community abandoned the Czech government to its fate. Czechoslovakia had some of the most developed industries of the former Austro-Hungarian Empire, as well as important reserves of coal in the region of Silesia, all of which were quickly seized and put under Reich control. Czechoslovakia's advanced aeronautical, armaments, and automotive industries allowed the country to have one of the most well-equipped armed forces in the interwar period. And since there was no confrontation, the Germans could confiscate a vast array of military equipment, enough to arm 30 divisions, half of the German army. But there was one thing the Reich could not immediately get hold of: the sizable Czech gold reserves.
The Bank for International Settlements was a bank that was set up after the First World War to collect German reparation payments. And so each of the countries involved in that war had accounts there.
In 1939, the governor of the Bank of England, Montague Norman, was a close friend of his counterpart at the Reichsbank, Hjalmar Schacht. When, only a few days after the transfer of the Czech gold reserves to the Bank of England, Schacht requested that Norman deliver the Czech gold reserves to the BIS, and for the BIS to then transfer the reserves to the Reichsbank. Norman willingly agreed. None of the other participants in the BIS dared protest. What Hitler wanted, Hitler got.
He was a Nazi sympathizer and he didn't protect it. So this was one of the ways that they used a bank that was set up for the purposes of collecting reparations from the Germans after the First World War. They used it in their vast money laundering web. I mean, it's actually quite brilliant what they did.
Brilliant, but utterly illegal and corrupt. By the summer of 1939, Adolf Hitler was the absolute ruler of a Reich that was expanding, unopposed, across Europe. He had been aided and abetted by his slavishly corrupt inner circle, unscrupulous industrialists and financiers, and the growing might of the German armed forces.
Not that Hitler is controlled by the army or by big business. He's always a free agent in that cartel. But of course, they have an enormous amount of weight at certain points in influencing his policies. They don't control his policies. Hitler's not the puppet of the army or the puppet of big business, but he's a partner with them.
But despite the rapacious growth of its economy, the German Reich's financial and trade deficit had ballooned to unimaginable proportions. To satisfy the monster he had created, Hitler would need to expand Germany's borders much further and steal much more.
25 miles south of Jerusalem, in the midst of ancient ruins, stands a mysterious synagogue. At a first glance, it appears to be just another structure from the ancient world. However, a closer look reveals something far more mysterious.
Look. דקירן לטוב מנחמה ישוע שהדה ומנחמה ש.
One of the inscriptions in the mosaic floor appears to have the name Yeshua written in Hebrew.
Yeshua is the Hebrew form of the name Jesus. I mean, even today, the Messianic community in Israel calls Jesus Yeshua.
So could this inscription really refer to Jesus of Nazareth and indicate that this was a Messianic congregation? Or does it simply speak of a person named Yeshua who lived in the 5th century?
So, to find the answer for ourselves, we thought we'd better go down to the site and investigate it ourselves.
And to make things even more interesting, in the synagogue's courtyard, there is a vertical shaft that leads into a mysterious underground tunnel.
Wow, look at this.
So join us on an expedition to the Judean foothills as we make our way through the ruins to reveal the ancient secrets of Susia.
Wow, this is it. What a historic location. I mean, all of these lands here. It's the beginning of the Shfela, isn't it? Just below Jerusalem.
The site we're going to is located in the Judean foothills, about 25 miles south of Jerusalem and only 8 miles from Hebron.
Let's just park over here and get going.
Excited?
Very much so. Let's go.
Let's go.
And to make things even better, an old friend of the park decides to join us for this expedition.
What a sweet dog.
Let's go.
Hi, girl.
Hi, girl.
Before we make our way to the ancient synagogue, we have decided to first check out the ruins of the city to better understand who were the people that lived here.
So the city wall goes like up there.
Yeah, and so I assume we're walking into the city, I guess.
Yeah.
Farther away from the wall and more into the city.
Yeah.
Wow, it's huge actually. And it's so well preserved. It's like, you don't get to walk in an ancient city like this too often, do you? Like a little ruin here, ruin there, but it's so well preserved. The ruins of this place date as far back as the 4th century. And looking from above, the size of them is absolutely remarkable. To this day, you can see the ruins spread out over 80,000 square meters. That's 20 acres.
Look at the size of this place. Yeah. And yet it is so mysterious because they said even though it was like on top of a hill, but there is no documentation about who lived here, what they did, even though they had such an extravagant synagogue and must have been huge.
And yet it's not mentioned in any record.
No.
This is the interesting part. This place is not mentioned in any of the ancient texts. And historians have tried to find it. They've tried to find it in the ancient texts, and they can't. If you check any of the 1st to the 4th century historians like Josephus, Eusebius, Jerome, none of them mention this place by its name, Susia. Why?
Why a city so large and prosperous not be mentioned in any historic text? Could it be because at that time it had a different name? Or could it be that this city was entirely banished by the neighboring societies?
So we went through a lot of archaeological data and research papers. But there's just not enough information to make dogmatic conclusions. And if you think about it, just because this place is not mentioned by its name, it doesn't prove that it had a different name, and also doesn't prove that it was banished from society. In other words, while lack of evidence could be intriguing and raise some important questions, it should never be treated as evidence on its own. We just need to keep on looking and investigating.
Welcome to Car Breakdowns 101. I'm your Professor Ice-T. If your car is out of warranty, a car breakdown could eat you alive. Look at that car. The transmission alone could cost you $3,000. And that engine? How much do you love your kidneys? Don't even get me started on the computer system. That's a small fortune. Do what I did and call CarShield. They get expensive car repairs taken care of so you don't have to. Class dismissed.
Call 800-264-6758.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-531-2824.
Have you been in a motor vehicle accident that wasn't your fault? Then you may need legal representation. And if you call the number on your screen now, you can be connected to an attorney who can tell you just how much your case could be worth for free. And for a limited time, if you call now, you can get this elegant, luxurious gold watch with the money from your own case. To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it, and I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself, or any of these watches, or a different watch I've never even seen before, or no watch. The money is yours to do whatever it is you want. Just call the number on your screen now to find out how much your case could be worth for free.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now.
800-487-0943.
And you can't have my tie either.
A Social Security update. Millions collect Social Security, but 70% of Americans don't get their full benefits. Now, a new report shows how to boost your Social Security by as much as $188,000. Author Matthew Allen reveals 5 key strategies in a new report. Newsmax calls it the best guide for retirees. Everyone needs this free Social Security report. Act today to get your full benefits.
So who were the people that lived here? A few major archaeological discoveries can help answer this question.
Mikveh. Wow.
It's a small one, babe. So it's probably a personal one because you don't have the 2 sets of stairs.
Okay.
So it probably belongs just to the
Yeah, otherwise if it was like a public, then you would have one stair go in and clean people go out the other way.
So you don't touch.
Mikvahs are found only in Jewish places. So the Jews would go into the pool as ritually unclean and then come out of the pool as ritually clean. It's not an act of cleaning your skin from dirt, it is an act of ritual purification. There's a great paper by Dr. Jonathan Adler who shows and explains how these chambers, how these pools cannot be used for anything else but purification purposes. They're kind of useless for anything else. That's pretty cool.
Careful your head.
The presence of mikvahs, these purification baths, is a strong indication that the people who lived in this city were Jews. But there's more evidence that point to this fact, the biggest one of them being the synagogue and the Hebrew inscription that was found there.
After having examined the dwelling places of the people that once lived here, we're making our way to the synagogue, where the mysterious inscription can be found.
Whoa. Oh, look at those arches.
Babe, doesn't this remind you of the Temple Mount arches? That's the first thing I thought of when I saw them.
Wow, look at those stairs. This thing is giant. Is this the largest synagogue we've ever seen? This is not a synagogue.
It's one of the big ones.
This is like a temple.
It's pretty huge.
Oh my. Look at this. It's like, wow. Look at the size of this. Yeah, when I think of synagogue, I don't think of this. This looks like a temple. Does that remind you of Temple Mount, raised up on a platform, giant boulders like the Herod's construction style, and it's just huge.
Wow. Look at that. And that probably was the door here.
Look at all those mosaics.
Look how small those ones are. And these look like they're bigger.
Hebrew.
Yes.
Babe.
There it is.
Look at that inscription. That's the one.
Yes, let's go see it.
That's the one. Whoa. Wow. I can't believe we can read it. After 600 years, we can actually understand and read this same script. דקירן לטוב מנחמה ישוע shehada v'minchama she. But that's like more of a ancient and or maybe even Aramaic. And so the Hebrew would read Schurim latov apraklit Yeshua ha'ed v'apraklit.
This is a very controversial inscription, not just because of the name, but also because of the two words that surround it. The inscription is in Aramaic, and it only has a few words. Dakiran latov minchama, Yeshua, shehada, veminchama, and unfortunately the last word is damaged, but we do have just the first letter, shin. And translated, it reads, remembered for good, advocate, Yeshua, witness, an advocate, and then there is this just one letter, shin, which we don't know how it continues because this inscription is damaged. But here's the interesting part. This word that appears before Yeshua, it's an Aramaic word, menachama, and it is translated as an advocate. But it also means a comforter. In fact, this word appears in the Syriac New Testament.
In John chapter 14, Jesus, speaking of the Holy Spirit, says, I will pray the Father, and he will give you another helper, that he may abide with you forever. In the Syriac translation of the New Testament, the word helper is written as menachamna, and it literally means an advocate, intercessor, a counselor, or a comforter.
And then there is the second word, shahada. It appears right after Yeshua and it means witness or martyr. So if we take all of this together, it reads advocate Yeshua, witness, or possibly comforter Yeshua, martyr. So somebody looking at this could say, wait a minute, isn't this Jesus of Nazareth, the advocate, the comforter, the witness? Well, it would be nice if it was that simple, but unfortunately it gets quite complicated.
The inscription begins with dakirin, which is plural for remembered. That means that the inscription is remembering more than one person. This is also evident by the last visible word.
Not only does the inscription begin with a plural, saying we're remembering a few people, it also ends with a title for another person. It says ve manechama, and another advocate or another comforter. And then it even has the first letter of his name. Unfortunately, the mosaic is destroyed, so we don't know his full name, but we do know it begins with the letter Shin, which means he could have been named Shimon as far as we know. So the fact that this inscription actually lists more than one person and gives that other person the same title, Menachama, raises questions whether this inscription actually speaks about Yeshua of Nazareth.
So there's an inscription with Jesus' name. Is it the Jesus, the Lord, or is it another person that was called Jesus who did something for the synagogue? Because that name was common.
And that's the other point. The name Yeshua was very common at the time. We even have it in the book of Acts and Colossians, where there is another Jesus or Yeshua at the time living among them. And it was a different person, not Jesus of Nazareth. And also we need to remember that inscriptions that start with Dakir or Dakiran, plural, remembered, are very common for 5th century synagogues. So one could build an argument saying this is a classic dedication for these names, these people who helped build a synagogue, and such dedications appear in most of the synagogues in the area.
So could it be that this inscription simply speaks about a person who lived in the 5th century, whose name was Jesus, and he helped construct this synagogue? To answer this question, we have decided to check out a few peculiar artifacts that the archaeologists believe to be out of place.
Wait, babe. Are these Rolling Stones?
Whoa. I didn't even notice them when I walked in. But they're giant. What?
Like kind of like a tomb Rolling Stone? Why would you need that at the entrance of a synagogue?
Rolling stones like these, for this time period, are only found in monasteries and churches, but they're never found in synagogues. So what is it doing here? Yeah, it just rolls in and closes in. Okay, this synagogue door was a rolling stone, the kind of the one they would use. That's kind of the one they use in graves, right? To just roll over the doors.
Except a humongous one, this one.
It's giant. And there's another one, right? Over there.
Yeah, on the other side. Why would you need them?
Another mystery of this synagogue is the evidence of iconoclasm.
Iconoclasm is an act of deliberate destruction of icons, drawings, or monuments for political or religious purposes. And archaeologists have reason to believe that this very synagogue was victim of such act.
Archaeologists have found evidence that the mosaics we see inside the synagogue today are not the same as the originals. At some point in time, the mosaic depictions seem like they were erased, and some of them were even replaced with other images.
So we do know that this village goes through a significant change sometime in the 6th to 8th century. Most of the residents are now Muslim, and the synagogue is no longer a Jewish worship place, but archaeologists believe could possibly be a mosque. So the question is, were the original mosaics simply so damaged that the renovators didn't know what to draw now and they changed it to something else? Or did those who renovated this synagogue intentionally changed whatever depictions originally were here? Okay, so it could be any other Jesus, and it could be just somebody who donated the synagogue. His name is mentioned for a good remembrance. But at the same time, Jesus, the witness. If it is the Jesus, then that changes so much. And as if there wasn't enough controversy and mystery to this place, there are other inscriptions in the synagogue in Hebrew language which use terminology that is unheard of in Jewish inscriptions in other synagogues in the area. Terms such as Gdushat, Asofer, Mechubad. These terms are not seen in any other Jewish synagogue of that time. But guess what? They're pretty common in Byzantine Christian inscriptions. And also there are designs in these mosaics that are very similar to the ones found in a nearby ancient church of Beit Guvrin. But of course, this could also mean that these people were just very good friends with the neighboring towns, and so they exchanged artists or terminology. It is possible. This is very, very interesting, isn't this?
Yeah.
This is one of the most mysterious things ever been found.
Wouldn't it be the coolest thing if it was like really Jesus Christ?
Wow.
And some people believe that. Like we've
Yeah.
read some
Yeah.
places where they
Yeah.
believe that, but we don't have that nail in the coffin
Yeah.
part where it's really tells us that okay, this is really it.
Yeah.
But before we call it a day, there's one more mysterious feature that we decided to check out: the underground escape tunnel.
Okay, so this is the synagogue, and they actually have an escape tunnel here, right out of the synagogue. So if somebody comes in to attack them, they take this escape tunnel and end up somewhere outside of the city. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do right now. Whoa, babe, look at this. Whoa.
So I'll see you on the other side?
See you on the other side, honey.
Okay, be careful, please.
Yes.
Be careful.
I hope there are no like snakes or foxes.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford. With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Call now for your free quote. 800-406-3110.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you that only gets paid when you win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free and get connected to a professional who can help. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
800-787-1896. That's 800-787-1896.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too.
It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel Report, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today. It takes a second. an accident, a diagnosis, when everything changes. If something does happen, would your family be protected? Now, Crown Atlantic has made getting life insurance fast, simple, and with the best rates. Go online to get your free instant quote. It takes just minutes, and you'll find the best deals available. Don't wait until tomorrow. Your life is too important. Act today to protect you and your family.
Let's keep going. What? Gosh. Wow. What is all this? Oh man. This is a huge place. What is this? Wow. Oh man. Wow. Look at that. Wow. Look at this. Oh, you can finally relax. Hey, look at this. Look at that. Daylight. There's another one. Oh man, this is taking a long time. Rhoda might be worried if I'm still okay. Oh wait, I see daylight. I think this is it. Ah, that's it. There we are. Woo! Made it. Woo.
Babe?
Oh, tunnel is very cool. It like just goes in zigzags, and there are also walls and structures inside and rooms, almost like you can probably even hide in there, not even come out if you need to, and all kinds of stuff. But you know what? The distance isn't that long. Look where we are.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was gonna take you like literally a couple of minutes. And I was wondering why it took you so much longer.
But underground, it kind of felt like I was walking in zigzags probably for a while, and but it's pretty cool. Okay, it's not that far.
For more content, check out our YouTube channel Sergio and Rhoda in Israel, where you can find full episodes, behind the scenes, and live streams from the land of the Bible. Today, we're going to the Valley of Elah, where David slew Goliath. Recently, archaeologists have made significant discoveries that matched the biblical account. So Rhoda and I have decided to drive down to the location and check out the ancient ruins that could potentially be the place where the Israelite army encamped. Then, we're gonna go down to the stream, pick up a few smooth stones ourselves from the place where David is believed to have done the same, and then try a DIY slingshot to test its lethal power. And lastly, we're going to conduct a voice test to try and answer the question, how could the Israelites hear Goliath when he was positioned so far away across the valley? All this and more in today's episode of Bible Land. So it all happened right here. This is one of the most historic battles in human history, and you must have heard about it. But just in case you didn't, and to refresh your memories, here's a quick 60-second recap.
About 3,000 years ago, the Philistines had gathered together at the Valley of Elah to war against Israel. During the standoff, a giant Philistine warrior named Goliath called Israel to send their best man to fight him and to resolve the war in a man-versus-man battle, so the loser will serve the winner.
The Israelites were so terrified that no one dared to stand up against the nearly 9-foot-tall giant. But after 40 days, a young shepherd from Bethlehem named David came to the military camp to bring food for his brothers. And when he heard the Philistines' voice and saw that there was no one willing to fight him, David volunteered to do it himself.
So he picked up 5 smooth stones from the river, went up to Goliath and said,
"You come to me with a sword, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts."
And with the sling of the first stone, he killed the giant warrior and then cut off his head.
And just like that, the young shepherd from Bethlehem secured the victory for Israel.
However, the Philistines did not keep their promise to become the servants of Israel if Goliath lost. Instead, they fled, and Israel chased them from the gates of Sha'araim all the way to Ekron.
So to start our journey, we're going to Kirbat Kayafa, which is believed to be the Sha'araim that is mentioned in this biblical account. So we're looking for the entrance to Kirbat Kayafa, which would be a good place to start. We'll get a good iceberg view of the valley, and that's the side that is associated with Sha'araim, and could really be a good starting point for us to explore what is the actual place where the battle happened. And there it is, I think. This is the entrance right here with a burned and exploded car. The dirt roads this year had been damaged by the heavy rains. I know, can we drive this?
Yeah.
This looks, So it can be a great challenge for a 4-and-2 car to get up to the top of the hill where Kirbat Kayafa is located. However, with Rhoda's help, we were able to pass the broken sections and drive up as close as possible to Kirbat Kayafa. So that's it, we can't go any further, so we park right here. And we walk it up. I already see the ancient stones. Do you see the ancient stones?
Yeah.
Look at this. It's like a gate
Hey,
stuff.
that is a gate.
Yo, and then there's a wall right there. That's so cool. All right, let's go take a look at Sha'araim. Look at the view over here.
It's like we're coming up.
There it is. There's the gate. I can see the gate. Well, we have to go just get up. This is so cool. This is the city gate. This is the gate of the city. That's where the elders would sit. That's where they would dispute things. That's where they would judge things. So cool.
Look, looks like these were stairs of some sort, right? I mean, they're leveled.
It has 3,000-year-old chiseled steps, and we're walking on them. The steps that led to the city gate. Unbelievable.
There's a second gate. There's a second gate. There it is. Look at, and it has those chambers as well. Besides the mountain of other incredible findings, the archaeologists were able to uncover 2 city gates at this site, a very unique and uncommon feature.
From what I read, I understood that it's not common to have two gates in the city in Judah at the time of David. So when they excavated this site and they found two gates, that was a big deal. It's like, what's going on here? And that fits the narrative of the city that is called Sha'araim, which is two gates. So that's pretty cool.
In the account of the battle between David and Goliath, 1 Samuel 17 mentions the city of Sha'araim. Translated from Hebrew, Sha'araim means two gates. And since it is not common to have two city gates in the 10th century BC, historians believe this is a descriptive name of a fortress that had two gates that provided easy access to both sides of the mountain.
This is just another cool evidence to the account of David and Goliath that there is a place called Sha'araim. It does have two gates, and it's right by the Valley of Elah. It's so cool. Now that we have identified Sha'araim and understand where the Israelites have encamped, we can peek over the valley and look for the place where the Philistines gathered and where David and Goliath might have fought.
There it is!
So incredible! What a view!
Wow!
We can see everything, the whole Valley of Elah. Okay, I got goosebumps just thinking what transpired here. Can you imagine thousands upon thousands of Philistines right across there? Yeah. I mean, chanting. Wow. So cool. Yeah, this is definitely a plausible location. Everything just checks out. Sha'araim, you got Sukkot right there, Azekah right there, and the Philistines would be right over those hills, and the Israelites would be here. Okay, we're so excited. Now we need to calm down and make sense out of all of this.
Yeah.
To help us place the events in their proper location, we have called our friend and Pastor Charlie Garrett from the Superior Word Church in Sarasota, who had been studying this biblical account in detail and examining each Hebrew word for the past 5 weeks. Do you think this would be fitting the account?
Oh, why not? I mean, you got that big empty spot in the middle where a battle would take place, hills on both sides where they would be encamped, so it perfectly fits the description.
This is incredible. I got goosebumps again just thinking this is where it all took place. Thank you so much for the help. So Charlie says this fits the biblical narrative and he believes that this could be the spot. There is a Nahal down there, a river, and there is a ridge which would separate Philistines and the Israelites. So we're gonna go down there and check if this could be the spot where they fought. I'm excited. Let's go. Went around the valley and now we are approaching the dirt road that
will lead us to the stream.
Yes, right? Yes, that's what we saw right here. Careful. Oh,
be careful.
Ooh.
There it is.
There it is. Let's go and explore.
Yep. Oh, it's hot.
When it comes to life insurance, there are lots of options. How and where do you start? With over 40 years in the business, SelectQuote will shop some of the nation's most highly rated providers, with many policies starting at less than $1 a day. A licensed insurance agent will work to find you the right protection at a price you can afford. With SelectQuote, you could save over 50% on life insurance that fits your needs, your budget, and your life. Get your free quote now from a licensed insurance agent.
Call now for your free quote. 800-406-3110.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-531-2824.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-428-1369.
Whoa! I need a medic.
No warning, no time. When suspects turn violent, officers have seconds to survive. Watch the Caught on Body Cam series for the drama, the actual footage.
Suspect down! Suspect down!
The real life, all on Newsmax Plus. Start your free trial today at newsmaxplus.com.
Wow, this is so exciting. Can you imagine this is where David could have picked up his stone, the 5 smooth stones? All right, so let's go into the stream and check out if we can find some smooth rocks. Wow.
Do you think this is where David would have stooped down and picked up a few stones?
This has gotta be. I mean, look at them.
Right?
There's so many. This is where the water runs, right here. And you can see that some of the earth is still like more brown, more moist, and there's still vegetation growing here, which means this is exactly where the water runs in the wintertime, in the springtime, which is most likely the time when they actually attacked or when they went to battle.
In 2 Samuel chapter 11, the Bible mentions that it was the spring of the year when kings would go out to battle. Considering Israel's climate, this makes perfect sense. The summer can get extremely hot, autumn is the time to collect the harvest and prepare provisions for the winter, and the winter can get very rainy and relatively cold, making springtime to be the best option for war.
So it's very likely that when the Philistines came here, it was during springtime and the water would still be here. And it could be pretty bad because that's the majority of the stream comes here after winter, and it's plenty of water here, which make it so much more difficult to cross, to attack, to engage in war in this particular area.
But in this particular valley, springtime might not have been the best idea because the river would have been full of water, making this area very muddy and hard to cross. This would put the army who dared to attack first at a great disadvantage.
And this makes the biblical account so much more understandable. Think about it. If this is the river and it was water here, the first military, the first army to attack would be at a disadvantage. They would have to cross the river, and by the time they cross the river, they would have to climb and attack. The Israelites who would be on the mountain right there, and the archers would be right there at the top shooting at you. You're at disadvantage. So the first army to attack is a disadvantage.
This explains why neither army attacked each other for 40 days, and instead chose a one-on-one fight to resolve the war. And now that we've answered our first question, next we're going to pick up a few smooth stones from the riverbed and check if David's slingshot was a worthy weapon of war.
So we've built this DIY slingshot. It's very simple to build. It's made out of duct tape and just 2 strings. One string has a thing for your finger and the other one is just release. So let's give it a try. We've never used a slingshot before, and it's gonna be a great test. And I'm gonna launch it over there. If I can at least get the direction right, that's a success. That works. Oh. Where is it?
It's there.
Where?
There, it landed.
I have no idea when I released it.
It just went up and went into like a U over there.
Oh my gosh, that looks so scary. I have no idea it's gonna land on me. All right, one more. Whoa! Did you see that? Look how far it went and so straight.
Do you think you would have killed a giant?
Oh, very possibly. Like a giant sheep. This thing goes on top and then you swing it and release it when it's above your head. Okay. All right, give it a try. You nailed it in the first attempt. That's insane. Yo!
That was good.
If I can replicate that, it means I'm getting more accurate. Let's try.
Okay.
Deadly blow. Ah!
No.
All right, one more time. You ready?
Ready.
There we go.
Wow, that was your best.
It's the same direction every time and it goes directly to that can of Sprite.
That was pretty close to you.
Hey, your stone looks like a heart.
With love.
Okay, so what I've learned from this is that 10 throws and I'm able to aim always at the right direction and then release it at the right time. It's not bad for somebody who's never done it before. Imagine I had a whole day if I would be shepherding sheep all day like David did. And what else do I have to do but to try and aim with a slingshot and practice and improve my aim? It's totally plausible. This is incredible. I'd never assumed that I'd be able to do it after only 10 tries.
Good job, babe.
Now that we've tried it, this sling has certainly proved to be a real weapon. And David wasn't the only one who knew how to use it, as the Bible mentions a group of Israelite men who could sling a stone at a hair and not miss. So now that we have confirmed the deadliness of this weapon, our last goal for the day is to do the Goliath voice test.
So I always wondered, how could Goliath's voice be carried and how could the Israelites hear him if there's a valley in between them? And that's exactly what we're gonna test right now. So Rhoda's gonna go up to the mountain and I'm gonna be Goliath screaming from across the river.
This is so steep.
It is. Okay.
Ooh.
All right. Okay. And we're gonna see if Rhoda will be able to hear me or not. I'm really looking forward to it. Are you excited? There we go. Come on. All right, we made it. So we're gonna stay right here. You represent the Israelites. And I'm gonna go down there.
Okay.
And be Goliath and see if you can hear me. Right.
Let's give it a
All right.
Be careful, be careful. Easy, easy, easy.
All right, just need to keep going. Just gonna cross the river right here. I'm almost there. Okay, so now let's see if Rhoda can hear me. Let's see if David can hear me. Let's see if the Israelites can hear me. Hello! Hello!
I hear you.
I hear you too!
I hear you perfectly.
Insane. I'm gonna go farther. Let's check.
He's going further now.
I'm going even farther because she can still hear me. Okay. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
That is so cool! Choose a man for yourself! Let him come down and fight me!
That's pretty cool, I hear him. Okay. He's much further now.
Let him come down and fight me!
That's how much I can hear him.
Okay, she could still hear me. Not even raise my voice that much. Let's go even farther. I mean, I'm in the middle of the valley now.
Why have you come up?
Wow. That is incredible.
Okay, I'm just gonna cross the field, literally. This is insane. I'm just gonna cross the field.
Okay. It would be impossible to hear him from there.
All right, this is the last test. I'm like almost up across the field. Let's give this a try.
Choose for yourself a man. Let him come down and fight me. Choose for yourself a man.
Oh my goodness. Choose for yourself a man.
I hear you.
That is incredible.
Absolutely unbelievable. Goosebumps.
This is so incredible that he is so far down there.
I'm all the way across the field and she can hear me.
But I hear him and there's that echo effect.
This is insane. I can hear her. That means they could even reply to Goliath. They could hear David and Saul fight. Wow.
You're champion. If I can hear you, then you can hear me.
Be careful. I heard everything.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget.
Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
So you can finally convert your old bath to a safer, easy entry shower, complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slip-resistant floor installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
There are only weeks remaining during our limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-991-2952.
A Social Security update. Millions collect Social Security, but 70% of Americans don't get their full benefits. Now, a new report shows how to boost your Social Security by as much as $188,000. Author Matthew Allen reveals 5 key strategies in a new report. Newsmax calls it the best guide for retirees. Everyone needs this free Social Security report. Act today to get your full benefits.
Have you been in a motor vehicle accident that wasn't your fault? Then you may need legal representation. And if you call the number on your screen now, you can be connected to an attorney who can tell you just how much your case could be worth for free. And for a limited time, if you call now, you can get this elegant, luxurious gold watch with the money from your own case. To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it, and I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself, or any of these watches, or a different watch I've never even seen before, or no watch. The money is yours to do whatever it is you want. Just call the number on your screen now to find out how much your case could be worth for free.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now.
800-487-0943.
And you can't have my tie either.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
That was so cool.
It is incredible, isn't it?
I had goosebumps because I didn't believe it's going to work
And
out.
the Israelites, this is a cliff line. They would be standing here and they would hear everything.
Everything. Think of the spectacle. These hills are full with Israelites all over, the military, Saul's military, the army, in camps, many camps. David crosses this creek and onto the fields in the valley to face Goliath.
These incredible results are not something we expected to see when we first set out on this journey.
This was the coolest thing ever. You being down there and hearing you. This was awesome.
Every detail in the story of David and Goliath is proving to be possible. But these events are much more than just about their battle.
The account of David and Goliath has an incredible picture.
Yeah.
It is so cool.
If we look at the outline of the story, an unbelievable picture starts to form. Goliath threatens the freedom of the Israelites and no one is found worthy to fight him. Except David, a shepherd, who comes down from Bethlehem to feed his brothers, but his brothers ridiculed him. But despite the disbelief and rejection, David kills the giant and provides freedom to Israel. And here's the incredible part. Goliath's name means the exposer and the exiler. He is the picture of Satan who exposes our weaknesses that lead us to sin and exile us from the presence of God. And just like with Goliath, there was no one found who could set us free from Satan. Until a savior was born in Bethlehem, who came down to his own people, but they despised and rejected him. Yet, regardless of the disbelief and rejection, he faced death and defeated it, providing freedom from sin for all who believe.
There is a series of sermons that Charlie Garrett has been working on for 5 weeks. It is absolutely incredible. I was reading them from cover to cover without stop, all 5 in a row. I just couldn't stop. It's all about Jesus. The whole story of David and Goliath, everything that happened here was all about Jesus. It's incredible.
Every word in Hebrew and every detail in this chapter paints an incredible picture of the redemptive story of our Lord.
Well, there's just so many details that all point to Christ, like Goliath. He was wearing scales, right? He's this big giant guy with scales and everybody's fearing him. Well, scales is like a serpent in the Genesis account, right? The serpent.
Or a dragon in
Revelations, yes. Isn't it incredible? And he's like the Satan, everybody's afraid and there's nobody who would come out against him. And yet one man was found, David, who prefigures Christ. And there's just so much more.
If you're interested to find out more of these incredible details, such as why David picked up 5 stones and why after cutting off Goliath's head, he took it to Jerusalem, then we highly recommend watching the 5 sermons on David and Goliath by Pastor Charlie Garrett from the Superior Word Church.
This is just so incredible. I mean, did you expect seeing all this when we got here?
No, this is just amazing and confirming everything. It has been just a real treat. When we first set out on this journey, we did not know what to expect. But now that we are here, we can see it. We can see how the Israelites camped at Sharaim. We can almost hear the voice of Goliath traveling through the valley, casting fear in the hearts of the mightiest men of Israel. And we can almost see David picking up stones from the river and approach the enemy.
So the next time we read this account in the Bible, we can imagine it in full color and better understand how God, working through David, brought about one of the greatest deliverances in the history of Israel. A deliverance that had a significance greater than any has ever imagined. That not only brought about the salvation to Israel, but it gave hope and anticipation to the one of whom the prophets have spoken about. The one who will come to redeem Israel, the Messiah, Jesus Christ.
So I hope that you guys enjoyed this episode and that it's a blessing to you. And until next time, God bless you all.
God bless.
For more content, check out our YouTube channel Sergio and Rhoda in Israel, where you can find full episodes, behind the scenes, and live streams from the land of the Bible. And don't forget to subscribe.
Hi, I'm Stephen Paul, and welcome to the land of Israel, God's story. This is going to be an extraordinary adventure we go on with Academy Award winner John Voight, who's going to tell the greatest stories of the Bible.
Swings around, and then he lets it go.
We're going to go off-road with a great tour guide, Aaron Schaefer.
That entire compound is called the Temple Mount. Under that massive platform is the peak of Mount Moriah.
And two extraordinary rabbis, Chaim and Levi Chunin.
The awareness how one man set out to change the entire world from right here.
This is going to be an extraordinary adventure. We're in the land of miracles. Israel, welcome to it. And let's go. Welcome to the land of Israel, God's story. Stephen Paul, John Voight, Aaron Schaefer, the Cunin brothers. This guy's been laughing for days and days and days. It is the greatest show on earth.
Wait till you see what we have is...
So, as I've been saying, John has been telling me stories from the Bible, the greatest stories from the Bible for years. And the story that we're going to talk about right now is David and Goliath, because we happen to be on the site of David and Goliath. Mr. Voight.
Where we are, everyone, when you think about David and Goliath, you think about that Goliath challenging the Israelites, and Saul hearing this, and for 30 days Saul did nothing. Goliath was down there in the basin here shouting up to Saul, who is sitting on the top of this mountain, and he's the king, and he's saying, Goliath was saying, come down, choose anyone you wish to come down here and fight me one-on-one. And we don't have to have a battle, just the two of us. And whoever wins will make the other the slave. If you win, I'll be your slave, he says. If I win, you will be my slave. Come down here, send somebody down here to fight me. And this goes on for 30 days, he says this, right down at the bottom of this hill. And you can hear everything. If you can hear the sounds of these cars, you can hear a human voice shouting up. And he says, you're cowards, you're cowards. And Goliath was a formidable figure. He was huge, and he had breastplates of I guess even he probably had some iron in his sword, right? Iron, copper, and he was quite a figure, you know. And Saul's up there not knowing what to do. And David hears about this. David's with his flocks, and he hears about this. And this young man, how old was David?
I don't think we know exactly how old he was.
How old do you think? Maybe.
He was the youngest son of his father.
Right.
Older brothers were old enough to be part of the battle, like, officially.
So he was like a little bit under the battle age. You wouldn't figure him to be part of the army, right?
Yeah, but I think it's more than that. You know, his father, Yishai, when all is said and done, in those days it was agricultural society, and someone has to take care of the farm of the
also,
sheep.
But he
was the youngest. So.
But he wasn't recommended. When people talked about this with his, when they went to him, he didn't even introduce David as a young man.
That's right.
Did he? So he did. His father didn't consider him to be part of the drama of this time, and yet he felt he took this challenge of Goliath as an embarrassment to the Israeli people, to the people of his community, and he shows up and he addresses Saul. He said, "I'll go down. And Saul says to him, this man, Saul says, is used to war. He's seen many wars. You've seen no wars. Do you see? You're out of the question. And David says to him, he says, a lamb of my flock gets taken by a lion or a bear. I chase down that lion or bear and ripped and take that lamb from the teeth of the lion. And when the lion attacks me, I grab him by the beard and I subdue him. I'll take him on. Saul looks at him and he says, go. Go, David, and may God be with you. And so you'd be frightened. You see this, they say, put some armor on. You know, give you your armor. Give him your armor. And he doesn't put anything on. He says, no, I don't need the armor. And he heads down to his destiny, and most people think to his death, of course. And he's got just his clothing, the slightest clothing, but he's got this. He's got this. This is a sling. Now, my friend Aaron made this with his own hands. What's this made of?
This is, I used to have a palm tree in my backyard. I pulled all the fibers off and I made it into rope and made this thing.
Can you imagine? The sling. This is the sling, and you put this in your finger, and you put this in your hand like this, and you take a rock, and he's looking for smooth rocks.
Back up, guys, back up.
No.
Smooth rocks. But he gets a smooth rock. These aren't smooth rocks. But he goes down to a stream. And meanwhile, Goliath is waiting there, and when he sees this kid coming, he says, oh, this is going to be some fun, you see? But he gets this thing, and he's used to it. He uses this as a weapon. And this weapon, this thing fires. He can get a rock in here, and I'm not going to do it, but you know, he swings it around like that, and then he lets it go. So he swings it around, and then he lets it go like that. And the rock is a missile that happens on its way. And it's like a gunshot.
And with that said, we'll be right back.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
It takes a second, an accident, a diagnosis, when everything changes. If something does happen, would your family be protected? Now, Crown Atlantic has made getting life insurance fast, simple, and with the best rates. Go online to get your free instant quote. It takes just minutes, and you'll find the best deals available. Don't wait until tomorrow. Your life is too important. Act today to protect you and your family.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
My friends, I come to you today on behalf of the Jewish people in Ukraine whose lives have been completely destroyed. family and loved ones brutally killed. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is inside of Ukraine, providing emergency food and supplies to tens of thousands of people. But the food crisis is growing for Jewish families and especially for the elderly.
I am shocked how many elderly people came here. They're afraid, and they realize now that there are more people than boxes.
For just $25, you can help rush an emergency food box to the elderly Jews in Ukraine. Many of them are hungry, frightened, and alone. Your gift helps provide critical food when it's needed most. Call or go online now.
The people of Ukraine are caught in the crosshairs of war. Many of these precious people are Holocaust survivors, elderly Jews who are sick and dying. They have no food, and we must reach them now before it's too late.
The world is in a war again. I am alone. I'm afraid of the bombs. I'm scared. I am old. There is no food.
Just $25 helps rush emergency food to elderly Jews in Ukraine who are in urgent need today. Please call, scan, or go online right now.
I will not starve. Thank you, good people.
We can be the hope to the Jewish people who are suffering in Ukraine. Your help is desperately needed now.
A Social Security update. Millions collect Social Security, but 70% of Americans don't get their full benefits. Now, a new report shows how to boost your Social Security by as much as $188,000. Author Matthew Allen reveals 5 key strategies in a new report. Newsmax calls it the best guide for retirees. Everyone needs this free Social Security report. Act today to get your full benefits.
And welcome back to the land of Israel, God's story.
He can get a rock in here, and I'm not going to do it, but you know, he swings it around, and then he lets it go. So he swings it around, and then he lets it go like that. So that's what he's going to do. And he goes and he presents himself to Goliath, and Goliath is overjoyed to see this little, you know, and David's very clever. What he does is, when he goes to Goliath, he brings a stick, a staff, and he comes to him with the staff. Goliath looks at him and he says, "Am I a dog that you come to me with a stick?" He says, and he's laughing. He said, "Look at this." He says, "Come at me, young man, and get your punishment." And then David steps back, and he swings his thing. He puts him up, and he lets it go, and he's very accurate with this. He practices it all the time, and he hits him with the first rock, and he hits him in the temple, and he knocks him out. He goes down, and this is a big guy. I don't know how big he was, but they say he was a kind of a giant. And when he went down, it was like a building falling. And David went up to him and took his sword. And he may have taken the sword of Goliath, did he? He took Goliath's sword and he cut his head off. He chopped his head off. And then he stood with that. And he was the one who prevailed. And the Philistines stepped back. And of course, the promise was that we will be your slaves and all of that. I don't think that happened, but they ran for their lives. Because the army was behind David, of course. And that's how David took the focus of his generation. And it's a remarkable story, but there was so much more to come for this young man. Okay, over to you.
The Greatest Stories of the Bible.
Yeah.
By John Boyd. Was that not the greatest presentation? Now, I'm sure none of it was right, but listen, we had this movie, The 10 Commandments. I don't know if you saw it. It probably had nothing to do with the Bible, but it was a great movie. They parted the Red Sea. Charlton Heston went through. It was big. It was glamorous. He looked great with the hair flowing back like this with the big stick. It was probably like a little old guy looked up and said, "Hey, everybody, come across, come across." But in the movie, whoa, the thing with the stick, and it was beautiful and powerful, like he just did. Wait. Yeah, go ahead.
It's wonderful. I'm so proud.
Stephen, thank you for making me laugh. But in all seriousness, John told it beautifully. He was right on, and he told it beautifully. And I'm inspired by how he told it.
So now you fill in with the area we're looking at, and tell us about this, and fill in with all of your, insights.
The story that John told us is the story that anyone who tells the story of David and Goliath, that's the story that's told.
Right.
And everything about it is exactly accurate. But here, we're all on a journey, and you came from across the world to come to the place where it happened.
Right.
And in the place where it happened, you have to feel it and see it and understand it on a deeper level than just when you read it
right.
the pages of a book.
Right, right.
And so even though we may not have time now on camera to read all of the story from the book, but in the story that's written in the book, there are a lot of details about how exactly it played out. I'm going to point some of them out.
Good,
to you now.
do it.
Okay.
Actually.
The story starts by mentioning the names of the locations where the camp of the Philistines were and the camp of the Israelites were. It says that the Israelites were camped at Azekah. Where we're sitting now, on top of this mountain, was an ancient Israelite city called Azekah. And
so that was all here, up here.
Up here, where we're sitting, is Azekah. It was called today it's called Tel Azekah, the ruin of Azekah, but then it was just called Azekah. Now the valley down below us is what's called the Elah Valley, the valley of the Terebinth, I think it is in English. But in Hebrew, it's the Elah Valley. Until today, we call this valley in Hebrew Emek HaElah, the Elah Valley. And the intersection here is called Somet HaElah, the Elah intersection. And so the place is preserved so we know exactly where it is. And then it says that the Philistines were encamped at Sopho on the other side of the valley. And we know where Sopho is. On the far side of the valley, there's another little mountain top, another little hilltop, and that is called Tel Socho. And there is a ruin of another city there. And we're sitting in what's called the Shfela, the lowlands of Judah. And this is an area of frontier between the Philistines, who control the coastal plain, which is off to our west, and the Israelites, who control the mountain range, which is to our east. And this is the area of rolling hills and valleys. And the Philistines have complete dominance over any place that's flat because of their chariots. We spoke about it with Samson. And so here, the Philistines, they roll their chariots winding through the valleys and the hilltops, and they roll their chariots right to the foot of the mountain, which is the population center of the Israelite. And that's when Saul has to come down, and he has to bring his army here and try to figure out what to do about this situation with the Philistines. And he's a new king. He's the first king. And so he doesn't have anyone to model himself on. He could try to model himself on the kings of the other nation, but he wants to be a king according to the Torah. And I think that's part of the secret of why he was so hesitant how to act, because I think that here comes the Philistines, who they have a culture of war, and they have a culture of duels and challenges and games, war games, gladiators. And here comes these sophisticated people and say, Saul, you're new. You don't understand how this works. You want 10 or 20,000 people of your men to fight against 10 or 20,000 of our men. Whoever wins, thousands of people are going to die. You're so primitive. You don't know how this works. You're new. Let us tell you how we do it. The way we do it is we shake hands, gentlemen's wager. We pick our best gladiator. You pick your best gladiator. And whoever wins, we all are gentlemen here. We'll pay taxes to you if your man wins, and you'll pay taxes to us if our man.
So gentlemanlike.
Yeah. And Saul doesn't know what to do because on the one hand, he doesn't have gladiators. The Jews are teaching their children Torah, they're teaching them shepherding, they're not teaching them to be gladiators. There's no class of gladiators. And being in the absence of any such class of gladiators, who does that role fall to, if not the new king, who is a head above the rest of the nation, like it says? Who would it fall to if not him? And so Saul is sitting up here and with the dilemma, do I play this game or do I not play this game? Do I just say, forget it, I don't care that I'll look like a primitive barbarian, let's just charge and whatever God wants, that's what we'll be? Or do I play the game and put on the armor and go down and fight Goliath? And David shows up. David didn't come to fight exactly. I don't know if he had it in his mind. Maybe he had an ulterior motive, but his father sent him to bring cheese and bread and stuff for his brothers because there was no...
But he was upset because he heard about Saul, about Goliath's, diminishing and insulting Saul.
When he got here, he heard about it. I don't know if he heard about it.
I think he might have heard of it. It's 30 days. There's 30 days that he...
Word certainly could have gotten.
Yeah.
Certainly could have. I don't think it says explicitly, but word certainly could have gotten to him in those 30 days.
And with that said, we'll be right back.
Whoa! I need a medic.
No warning, no time. When suspects turn violent, officers have seconds to survive. Watch the Caught on Body Cam series for the drama, the actual footage.
Suspect down! Suspect down!
The real life, all on Newsmax Plus. Start your free trial today at newsmaxplus.com.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I see you're still tending to Mom's forget-me-nots.
As she used to say, the seed you plant today will sprout tomorrow's memories.
You really miss her, don't you?
I wish I could have given her the kind of memorial she wanted, but without life insurance.
Hey, Dad, don't beat yourself up. I have a suggestion. Call SelectQuote.
SelectQuote?
They offer life insurance to help cover final expenses, and they make it easy to find the right plan.
Our final expense plans don't require a medical exam, so you don't have to worry about being denied coverage. You could get coverage for around $1 a day. At SelectQuote, we understand that choosing a life insurance plan can often be confusing. So let us do the hard part, and we'll find the plan that's just right for you and your budget.
Sounds like a loving way to say, forget me not.
Take the first easy step.
In an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you that only gets paid when you win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free and get connected to a professional who can help. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
800-787-1896. That's 800-787-1896.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
It takes a second, an accident, a diagnosis, when everything changes. If something does happen, would your family be protected? Now, Crown Atlantic has made getting life insurance fast, simple, and with the best rates. Go online to get your free instant quote. It takes just minutes, and you'll find the best deals available. Don't wait until tomorrow. Your life is too important. Act today to protect you and your family.
And welcome back to the land of Israel, God's story.
I'm trying to remember which order the incidents came in, because there's another incident with the Philistines.
I have the book here at any time, just in case you need any information, because I am the keeper of the book.
What are you asking me for?
I'm very serious about this stuff. I don't know, they just might be making up things and stuff like that. So I study the Torah. I read carefully to make sure that when John says something, it is in connection with the words of the Torah.
The fact checker.
Thank you. I am the fact checker. Continue.
So,
but not there. Here.
It's upside down.
And when was it over? I'm just...
It's hard to keep track with me around, I understand.
It's also related with Michal, am I correct?
Yes, because Saul announces that whoever will kill Goliath, he will marry the daughter of the king, whose name was Michal, which is by the name of the daughter of the king was Michal, which, by the way, is my wife's Hebrew name. Yeah, and also his family will be enriched, and also his family will be exempt from taxes, like for all generations in Israel. So he put out like a prize for whoever will kill Goliath.
I think it also gives new meaning in chapter 20 of Psalms, where King David says that many attempt to win battles with their horses or with their armor, but we put our faith and trust in Hashem. And that would be a good example of not being intimidated by the realities, at least as we see them, and the odds were truly against them.
To me, what strikes me so much about this story when I come here and understand it with the perspective of the place is the contrast between Saul's approach and David's approach. And even though there's such a difference in their approach, in the end, Saul is convinced by David's approach, and he's willing to risk his entire situation on David's approach, on this child.
It's amazing, yeah.
I think one of the important things of the battles that you see between the children of Israel and their enemies is it's not just a physical battle. It's a battle that's an ongoing one that continues to put doubt into our minds and doubt into our faith. And it's the victory of our certainty and our trust in God that becomes the impetus of our winnings. And here with Goliath, we know the Medrash tells us that he would get up every morning and every evening, and he'd make a very loud statement about cursing God and cursing the Jewish people, etc., and actually doing his best during those times to instill fear in the children of Israel. Why the morning? Why the evening? Because the Torah tells us that that's actually our mitzvah, our commandment to acknowledge the oneness of God through the statement of unity with the Shema prayer. So his spiritual battle, attempting to weaken the faith of the Jewish people, he would make his statements and his fear tactics align with those times when the Jewish people were stating their trust and their commitment and faith in Hashem, God.
Beautiful.
That's the story of the Jewish people.
Every time.
Every time.
Yep.
Yeah. This is the land of Israel, God's story. Hi, I'm Stephen Paul, and welcome to the land of Israel, God's story. This is going to be an extraordinary adventure we go on with Academy Award winner John Voight, who's going to tell the greatest stories of the Bible.
Swings around, and then he lets it go.
We're going to go off-road with a great tour guide, Aaron Schaefer.
That entire compound is called the Temple Mount. Under that massive platform is the peak of Mount Moriah.
And two extraordinary rabbis, Chaim and Levi Chunick.
The awareness how one man set out to change the entire world from right here.
This is going to be an extraordinary adventure. We're in the land of miracles. Israel, welcome to it. And let's go.
Welcome back to the land of Israel, God's story. I'm really excited to show this next chapter, which is the story of the city of David. Now, we are sitting in the shadow of the great walls of the city of Jerusalem as we know it today. But these walls are only 500 years old, perhaps, do you see? Built by the Ottoman Empire. And we know beyond the walls there are structures like the temples and all of that, which go back 3,000 years. But this area we're going to talk about now is 4,000 years old, right? So what is this? This is called the city of David. Now, we remember when David was in Hebron, he was the king of Judah, one of the tribes. He was so successful and charismatic, and he became a great hero, and the other tribes went to Hebron and asked him to be the king of all the tribes, to be their king. And so David, being clever politically, wanting to start this out on the right foot, he didn't want to intimidate the other tribes or make them jealous or whatever it was. He didn't want to stay in Judah because that would be like nepotism, that he would be just making his own successful. So he looked around and he came right to this spot. And he stood at a place down just over this, past this fence, and looked at this. This was a walled city here. This was a walled city that he would have to conquer. I'm going to turn this over now to Aaron, and then we're going to get to some stuff that's very important from Zev, okay?
When King David came to conquer this city, he found a city which was already existing for over 1,000 years at that time. Way back in the time of Abraham, there was already a city here, and Abraham lived about 3,800 years ago. And when Abraham came here, there was already a city that was ruled by a man named Melchizedek. And when Joshua came into the land 3,300 years ago approximately, he tried to conquer this city, and he fought a war against the king of this city, whose name was Adoni-Tzedek, along with 4 other kings, and he managed to kill those kings outside the walls. But Joshua never managed to make it inside the walls. So when David came here, it was a period of almost 400 years of all the period of the judges, when the Israelites controlled all the land around, but they had never been inside the city that they called Jebus at that time. And David was very bold to bring the people here and stake his new leadership on making this his capital.
if I'm right, he stood somewhere right down here in this little valley, somewhere down in here, right? This little valley here.
It's called the Kidron Valley.
The Kidron Valley, and he looked up at this walled city. He was way down there, and he looked up at this walled city, and he walked back and forth trying to figure out how he could bring this down, which has never been able to be subdued, this city, right? And he found a way to do it, which was quite remarkable. He went through the aqueducts underneath the city to make his siege.
The Bible tells us that David offered a reward for whoever would make their way through the water system. And one man named Joab is the one who made his way in. And the Bible doesn't say much about it. It just says that he entered the city. And the next thing you know, David is king of the city. So we can imagine, we can fill in the gaps, and we can imagine that somehow he got in through the water system, went to the gates, opened the gates, and allowed the soldiers in. And it seems that David took it without a significant fight, because we don't have any account of casualties or conflict in that story.
What are some of the other sites here that are pertinent to our story of the land?
So Zev can tell us all about this place.
So the amazing thing about where we are is most people have heard of the lost city of Atlantis. Whether that's a real place or not, who knows? But there's another lost city that everyone's heard of, which is a very real place. It's the lost city of Jerusalem. Because up until 150 years ago, everyone believes that the original biblical city of Jerusalem, the city of David, the city of King David, King Solomon, the prophets, Isaiah and Jeremiah, everyone believes it's up inside the walls of the old city.
Right.
Until 150 years ago, Queen Victoria of England wants to discover the treasures of the Bible. She sends a man by the name of Captain Charles Warren. He comes to Jerusalem. He wants to excavate on Mount Moriah. But the Ottomans, they say, Charles, we're sure you're a great guy, but you're not going to dig up the Temple Mount. So Charles now realizes he has a problem. He can't go back to the Queen empty-handed. So he says, if I can't excavate on the Temple Mount, I'll do the next best thing, to excavate near it. He comes down the slopes of the Temple Mount, the biblical Mount Moriah. He walks through the Kidron Valley to the east of us down below, and he comes across this ancient spring. This is the Gihon Spring. This spring has been flowing for thousands of years, and he sees it's flowing through an ancient man-made tunnel dating back some 2,700 years. He doesn't realize it, but he begins to walk through a tunnel engineered by the biblical King Hezekiah, direct descendant of King David, a tunnel that was engineered to protect Jerusalem from an Assyrian siege some 2,700 years ago. But Charles Warren doesn't know any of that. He begins walking through this tunnel. It's totally dark, carrying a torch. The flame of the torch begins to flicker wildly. He looks above his head. He sees a shaft going up into the mountain. He climbs up the shaft, comes out in a network of underground tunnels and fortifications with antiquities, fancy word for old stuff, dating back thousands of years. And he comes up with a theory. He says everyone believes that the original city of Jerusalem, the city of David, the place where Jerusalem began, is inside the walls of the old city. Charles Warren says everyone's wrong. I believe it's right over here. The problem is, when Charles Warren says that there's nothing here, everyone thinks he's crazy. But over the next 150 years, today the city of David is one of the most archaeologically excavated sites in the world, and literally every single day, antiquities are being unearthed here in the excavations in the city of David that show not simply as a matter of faith, but as a matter of fact, that the biblical heritage of Jerusalem is true. You could see it, you could touch it, you could walk on it when you're in the city of David.
We'll be right back with more from the city of David on the land of Israel, God's story.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
it's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
My friends, I come to you today on behalf of the Jewish people in Ukraine whose lives have been completely destroyed. Family and loved ones brutally killed. The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews is inside of Ukraine, providing emergency food and supplies to tens of thousands of people. But the food crisis is growing for Jewish families and especially for the elderly.
I am shocked how many elderly people came here. They're afraid, and they realize now that there are more people than boxes.
For just $25, you can help rush an emergency food box to the elderly Jews in Ukraine. Many of them are hungry, frightened, and alone. Your gift helps provide critical food when it's needed most. Call or go online now.
The people of Ukraine are caught in the crosshairs of war. Many of these precious people are Holocaust survivors, elderly Jews who are sick and dying. They have no food, and we must reach them now before it's too late.
The world is in a war again. I am alone. I'm afraid of the bombs. I'm scared. I am old. There is no food.
Just $25 helps rush emergency food to elderly Jews in Ukraine who are in urgent need today. Please call, scan, or go online right now.
I will not starve. Thank you, good people.
We can be the hope to the Jewish people who are suffering in Ukraine. Your help is desperately needed now.
Have you been in a motor vehicle accident that wasn't your fault? Then you may need legal representation. And if you call the number on your screen now, you can be connected to an attorney who can tell you just how much your case could be worth for free. And for a limited time, if you call now, you can get this elegant, luxurious gold watch with the money from your own case. To be clear, not for me. This is my watch. I own it, and I like it a lot. You can't have it. But if you call and win your case and the money is right, you can buy one of these watches for yourself, or any of these watches, or a different watch I've never even seen before, or no watch. The money is yours to do whatever it is you want. Just call the number on your screen now to find out how much your case could be worth for free.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now.
800-487-0943.
And you can't have my tie either.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
I need a medic.
No warning, no time. When suspects turn violent, officers have seconds to survive. Watch the Caught on Body Cam series for the drama, the actual footage,
Suspect down! Suspect down!
the real life, all on Newsmax Plus. Start your free trial today at newsmaxplus.com.
More from the city of David on the land of Israel, God's story. Aaron, talk about David and being king and on this slope looking over the people who are living below him. Tell us a little bit about Bathsheba.
So the area where we're sitting, John, is very close to the palace of King David. When we finish here, we're going to go down there and we're going to see the archaeological ruins of what is most likely the actual palace that King David built at the top of the city of Jerusalem. And the Bible tells us a really interesting and famous story about how King David is one day standing on the roof of his palace, taking in the view of the city below.
And that would be right here.
Yes, John. It's,
right. It would be probably taller than the buildings we see.
Where you
yes?
see the new I-beams and the white mobile home that they're putting up, the construction site there. It's right underneath, and we're going to go down there. There's a staircase that takes you underneath, and King David is standing on top of that building, which is just a couple hundred feet away from where we are. So he has a similar vantage point to what we have, and he's looking down over the entire city, just like we can see the rooftops of the different buildings that are today within the national park of the city of David. King David, looking down, would see all the rooftops of his city. And there was a woman named Bathsheba, who was the wife of one of David's soldiers by the name of Uriah, the Hittite, and her husband was away at war, and she was bathing on the rooftop. It was the summer, it was probably very hot inside the house, and her house was at a pretty high place in the city, and she probably had something of a wall around her roof and thought that she has complete privacy, but there was actually only one person in the city who had the ability to see over that roof, and that was David. And when he saw her, she caught his eye.
Was she showering or bathing or something?
She was bathing.
Is that what they said?
Yeah, you know, women in those days dressed extremely modestly. They covered their hair, they covered all their skin. That was standard in those days. And here she was partially exposed or something, and David saw her, and she caught his eye, and it planted a seed in his mind that he started to ask, who is that woman?
Yeah. So this is...
and when we sit
now
here...
it's understandable.
When we sit here, we can really experience what it meant that David... You know, when you read this story, I've heard people tell the story like as if David was some sort of a peeping Tom or something, you know, God forbid. But when you sit here, you understand that it was an inevitable thing. The king sees everything from above.
You know, John, when you're in the place where the Bible happens, the words of the Bible come to life. It's one of those stories that you can't fully appreciate whether you're in New York or Paris or London. When you're sitting here in the city of David and you see that the king's palace would have been at the top of the hill, everyone else is living below, you could see how the story plays out. You could see why, when you're sitting up here, that in the Psalms, in Psalm 125, David describes Jerusalem as a city surrounded by mountains. When you're up in the old city, that's not the case. But when you're in the city of David, you say, wow, when King David was here, he sees Mount Moriah to the north. He sees the Mount of Olives to the east. He sees the ridge of Armon-Netziv to the south, Mount Zion to the west. You see why King David wrote that Jerusalem is a city surrounded by mountains, because when you're in the place where the Bible happened, the words of the Bible come to life.
Let's take the next step and go on a journey and see some of the evidence of this ancient city of David, and you can explain further the wonders of this site.
Let's do it, Greg.
Yep. We'll be right back with more from the city of David on the land of Israel, God's story.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You just cover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
A Social Security update. Millions collect Social Security, but 70% of Americans don't get their full benefits. Now, a new report shows how to boost your Social Security by as much as $188,000. Author Matthew Allen reveals 5 key strategies in a new report. Newsmax calls it the best guide for retirees. Everyone needs this free Social Security report. Act today to get your full benefits.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax? I like it too. Newsmax, you like Newsmax? I like it too.
It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel Report, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today. Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
More from the city of David on the land of Israel. God's story. Okay, now listen, we're coming down this stairway, this iron stairway, and we're going to descend into another part of history. Look around. Look at this. This was only started in 2005 that they came down and dug here. Can you imagine that? It was hidden for all those years. Now, what was the evidence of David?
You know, until 1993, there was no archaeological evidence that King David even existed. Until discovery...
And people questioned the existence of David?
There's always people who want to question the Bible. And you had in 1993 an excavation in Israel's north in a place called Tel Dan, a large stone inscription dating to 150 years after David would have lived. And this inscription talks about the king of Aram, who had a decisive military victory over a king from the house of David. And if there's a house of David, what does that mean? There's a David.
Okay.
Yeah, the walls that you see here are the foundations. You're talking about a multi-story building that would have been standing here, towering above the skyline. And this is where King David's palace would have been. And these are the walls. The walls here are thicker than the walls of the White House. More than 20 feet thick.
Wow. This is something, and this is also very new.
That's right.
That's what's amazing about it.
So very new and so very old.
That's right. Well said. I'm amazed that so much has been hidden. So many people have come into these areas and dug around and built houses and stuff. So these people who want to find out the truth of this dig had to, jump through hoops to get here. And thank God for the Harrison Fords of today who go into these areas and do all this hard work and are so intelligent to be able to anticipate things. And we have carbon dating now. We have a lot of techniques where we can make sure that things are authentic. This man has been the guide for many, many people coming through here. And as you can see, he knows just about everything there is to know about this situation at this moment in time.
I'll say one thing, John. When you mentioned carbon dating and all these tools that archaeologists have in their tool belt, when you're digging in the city of David, the place where Jerusalem began, archaeologists here have another tool, and that's the Bible. The archaeologist who dug here, why did she think this was the site where she would find King David's palace? Because she was inspired by what was written in the Bible. And she said, King David's palace, based on what it says in the Bible, must be somewhere in this area. And so her toolkit includes a bucket, includes a shovel, includes carbon dating and all that. But to dig in Jerusalem, you also need to know the Bible. And that's what you're seeing in these excavations here, the words of the Bible coming to life. The archaeologists using their tools together with the Bible. That's
showing
right.
you the way.
Zev, is there a particular wall here that we can say ages back to the time of King David that John
right
can
here.
touch?
If you come right over here, this wall, Dr. Eilat Mazar, the world-renowned archaeologist, she finds at the base of this wall pottery, olive pits, other organic material that she dates to 3,000 years ago to the time of King David. So these would have been the foundations of the palace that King David and the Davidic dynasty, the House of David, would have been ruling from. These are the very bottoms of the wall, would have got up many stories tall. And you can just imagine King David writing the Psalms here. King David ruling the nation here.
King David playing his lyre.
That's right.
And singing his psalms.
John, how does it feel to stand in this place?
I tell you, I moved from all of the journeys that we've had, but and each part of it is so deeply moving, and it's all part of an edifice, Each piece builds on the others. It's quite wonderful. Like, I feel very blessed. It's the proper word, I think, to be with you gentlemen, to be here, and to be doing what we're doing. How's that?
I think it was perfect. Zadok the high priest put Solomon on the donkey of David, his father, and they came down to this water that we're going to see, the Gihon spring. And here they anointed his head with oil, they blew the shofar, and all the people shouted, "Long live King Solomon." So we're going to go see the water. You can see it and hear it and touch it. Watch your head.
Should I go in?
Please go in. Watch your head.
Now, what is this here? Okay, so we're in this area, and underneath I can see the water, right?
Yeah, so John, we're standing on the source of the Gihon spring. From here, the water is flowing out from the rock. This was the ancient source of water for Jerusalem. It's been flowing from before the time of David and Solomon till today. And in the times of ancient Israel, when they anointed a king, they would do it at a spring. And the symbolism of anointing a king at a spring is that just like the water flows and it continues to flow and it never ceases, just like it's flowing till this very day.
It's amazing.
They anoint the king at the spring to say that your kingship and your dynasty should continue to flow forth for eternity.
So he's just been anointed with oil, and then I'd like to touch the water. Can we lift this, Zeb?
Absolutely.
John, do you want me to hold the light?
Sure. Well, no, yeah.
So you can bend down?
Okay. All right, I'm going to touch the water. This is just... And this water is continuously flowing, isn't it? It's going under and through that rock. So I'm going to just reach down and touch it. It's so wonderful to think that these places we go, we can emulate some of the things that happened here and feel some of the greatness of this place, And at this moment, of course, when they shouted this marvelous thing, what's the Hebrew?
Yefi Hamelech Shlomo. Long live King Solomon.
Hey, and they blow the shofar, right?
When King Solomon begins his rule, when he takes over after his father David, he's 13, 14 years old.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And he has a dream one night. And God appears to him in the dream. He says, I loved your father David. What do you want? Do you want power, money? You tell him, I'll give it to you, because I loved your father David. And what does Solomon answer?
Let me say, I'd like to have wisdom.
Right? God grant me wisdom.
13 years old.
That's right. Who can lead this great nation of yours? And God says, because you ask for wisdom, you'll get everything. That when will we relate to God or relate to our families, our communities? Ultimately, what do we want? We want the wisdom to do what's right.
Right.
And that source of wisdom comes from God, comes from the Bible, comes from here in Jerusalem. In the life-giving waters, the waters for us are not just physical waters, but the spiritual waters that guide our lives.
Zev, thank you for that, and thank you for this visit.
My pleasure.
And wonderful. God bless. Yep. Wait, watch your foot. Watch your foot. Get it out of there. Okay. Lights out. You have been watching The Land of Israel, God's story.
Welcome to the Freedom File. I'm your host, Judge Andrew Napolitano. Thank you for joining us. With me today is New York University and University of Chicago law professor Richard Epstein, and I'm going to ask him the question, do we still have a Constitution? This week, President Donald Trump announced that he plans to give away tax dollars without congressional or judicial authorization to his friends and allies whom he believes were mistreated by the Biden administration. Can he do that? Here's the backstory. During the last year of Trump's first term in office, his tax returns were stolen, along with those of about 425,000 others, by an IRS employee who leaked Trump's returns to media outlets. The acts of stealing and leaking were, of course, criminal, and the now former IRS employee who pleaded guilty to theft of government documents served nearly 4 years in federal prison. But the publication of his returns, much to his chagrin, was protected under the Supreme Court's Pentagon Papers case. In that case, Daniel Ellsberg famously stole documents from the Department of Defense where he was a civilian employee. When word got out that he had delivered about 7,000 pages to the New York Times and to the Washington Post, the Nixon Department of Justice filed complaints in 2 federal courts and obtained restraints on both newspapers preventing publication. The stolen documents revealed that American generals had been leading President Lyndon Johnson about success in the Vietnam War, and LBJ had been misleading the public. The Supreme Court bypassed 2 intermediate appellate courts and accepted appeals directly from the trial court's decisions that had imposed those injunctions. After a very short briefing schedule and a very memorable oral argument, the court ruled that while the thief who stole the secrets can be prosecuted, media outlets that publish even stolen matters that are material to the public interest may do so without criminal prosecution or civil liability. This was the high watermark for press freedom in America. Now, when various publications and websites published Trump's tax returns, and he was understandably angry about this, as any of us would be, his lawyers persuaded him that the Pentagon Papers case was so well settled that he shouldn't bother suing anyone in the media. And the thief, by then sitting in a federal prison, was effectively judgment-proof. So Trump waited until after he returned to the White House to sue the IRS for permitting the theft. Surely a private citizen who has been harmed by grossly negligent government behavior has a cause of action against the government. But how about the president suing the IRS, which works for him? And how can the IRS be represented by the Department of Justice, which also works for the president? And how can the acting attorney general, who is Trump's former defense lawyer, permit the Department of Justice he supervises to be adverse to the president, who is the chief law enforcement officer in the land? Well, the case gets curiouser and curiouser, as earlier this week, Trump and the Department of Justice announced that they had settled his case against the IRS by using DOJ funds, Department of Justice funds, appropriated to pay judgments against the United States to establish a $1.8 billion fund to distribute cash at Trump's discretion to persons he believes were aggrieved by their treatment at the hands of the Biden DOJ. The agreement also provides that the IRS can never, forever, investigate the tax returns of Donald Trump or his family members. This resolution implicates serious constitutional issues that surely the acting attorney general and the president would wish would go away, but they won't. The first is the Constitution's case or controversy clause, which requires that federal courts may only hear real disputes with real adversity between the parties, a level of conflict that is non-existent here. One of the purposes of the clause is to prevent the use of federal courts to facilitate the very type of collusion between the parties that is present in this case. How can Donald Trump be both the plaintiff and the legal superior of the defendant? He can't. That's why this case never reached a federal judge for disposition. Had it done so, the judge would have shelved it. Dismissal without prejudice is the proper mechanism until Donald Trump is out of office. The second constitutional impediment is equally as troublesome. The Constitution's appropriations clause requires that no money shall be drawn from the public treasury except that which has been appropriated by Congress and spent as Congress directed. The scheme concocted by Trump and his own IRS and his own DOJ was never presented to Congress, nor did Congress appropriate these funds for this purpose. Well, this scheme may not be front page news, but it does involve nearly $2 billion taxpayer dollars, and it's yet another example of the government's cavalier indifference to constitutional norms. This is not to argue that Trump has no case against the IRS. Rather, the case cannot be litigated when he's in the White House, and it cannot be resolved in a way that substantially burdens taxpayers without congressional approval or judicial authorization. In the post-World War II era, Congress has happily looked the other way, while presidents encroached on its powers and privileges, hoping for a politically popular outcome, but dismissive of its constitutional obligations. While Congress and the presidency are equal branches of the government, Congress is the first among equals. This is not a question of power, it's a question of will. Congress is the preeminent branch. Congress can remove jurisdiction from the Supreme Court. Congress can remove a president from office. The Constitution's drafters contemplated a Congress jealous of the encroachment upon its powers. Why let a president kill boat people without due process? Why let a president start a war when the Constitution clearly reposes that authority in Congress? Why let the president impose and collect sales taxes on products and services originating in foreign countries when the Constitution and now the Supreme Court makes clear that only Congress can do that? And now this, why let the president, under the guise of settling a lawsuit with no adversity between the parties and with no judicial oversight or approval, take tax dollars and give them to his allies? You've heard me say this before. These are dangerous times. They are made worse by a supine Congress and a constitutionally indifferent president. The Constitution cannot enforce itself. What part of it will the president and the Congress overlook next? All right, that's my opinion. Think to yourself, what's yours? I'm going to ask Professor Epstein what's his. Big picture question. Big picture, Richard. Do we still have a Constitution?
We have it, but we don't necessarily follow it. And this is going to be a really tough question. Many of the things that you said, I'm not sure that I agree with. I actually think the decisions in the Pentagon cases may have been wrong, but that doesn't matter here. I think that the war was not unlawful the way you do, but that doesn't matter here. Everything he has done here is corrupt to the core. And this is basically a guy talking to himself, paying money, and then insulating himself from investigations by further Congresses. There's nothing he can do of this sort. The only thing I was surprised about your speech was that you didn't think that these, or say that these things were impeachable offenses, which in fact I think they are. This is an outright blatant breach of trust. I can't find anybody anywhere in the political spectrum who has had the kindest word to say about this. My good friend John Fund, a regular straight line Republican, writes in The Spectator that this is a national travesty, and he's 100% right on this. It just boggles the mind. I mean, what the president has basically said is, I played by the rules. Maybe he did, maybe he did. In my first time, and look what it got me, nothing. Now I'm not going to play by the rules because nobody else plays by the rules. But to give you one point that you didn't mention, which is so clearly correct, the president says he's one person and all his sons are another person. When you're talking about conflict of interest rules, it's not just the president who's bound by him, so are his family members bound by this. And if he can't do something, then his two sons cannot do something in his name or do it so-called independently. So
Right.
this is something which basically requires you to scream at your top of your lungs that this man has simply decided to steal money and give it to his friend. I think his net worth has increased by about $3 or $4 billion since he's taken office. And the only way that has happened is through all sorts of weird deals that have been made by him or on his behalf, which has essentially transferred money to him. The idea that this man could basically take money and appropriate it by himself is outrageous. I would remind you that Joe Biden did the same thing.
All right,
When
hold
he
your,
wanted to get-
hold your fire. I'm going to dive into this a little more deeply, particularly your antipathy to the Pentagon Papers case. That was just a warm-up. When the Freedom File returns, Professor Epstein and I will, as I said, dive deeper into President Trump's plan to distribute more than $1 billion in taxpayer dollars to his friends and allies. Suppose he gives it to a violent militia to protect him after he leaves office. All right, maybe that's extreme, but we'll talk about it when we return, and we'll be right back.
You've put up with your old shower for too long. It's outdated, unsafe, and it's time to replace it. But why struggle with a lengthy shower remodel when Jacuzzi can do it in just one day? And there's no need to break a sweat or your budget.
Right now, we're waiving all installation costs, plus offering 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
So you can finally convert your old bath to a safer, easy entry shower, complete with a custom seat, grab bars, and slip-resistant floor installed in 1 day.
My overall experience with Jacuzzi has been wonderful. Everything was customized to the way I wanted it for the price that I wanted to pay.
I've had a great experience from start to finish.
Don't take matters into your own hands. Do it the smart way. Give Jacuzzi Bath Remodel a call.
There are only weeks remaining during our limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-991-2952.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. But that potential financial compensation could be a lot more significant when you have a legal professional fighting for you that only gets paid when you win. When you call that number on your screen, you'll find out how much your case could be worth for free and get connected to a professional who can help. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid and I don't get paid. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
To get a windfall, you first need to call. Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
800-787-1896. That's 800-787-1896.
A Social Security update. Millions collect Social Security, but 70% of Americans don't get their full benefits. Now, a new report shows how to boost your Social Security by as much as $188,000. Author Matthew Allen reveals 5 key strategies in a new report. Newsmax calls it the best guide for retirees. Everyone needs this free Social Security report. Act today to get your full benefits.
Welcome back to the Freedom File. We're glad you're with us. I'm joined once again by New York University and University of Chicago law professor and my longtime friend Richard Epstein. Before the break, we were discussing if the president can spend taxpayer money without Congress signing off on it. I'm intrigued at your criticism of the Pentagon Papers case. Why should, this is a Richard Epstein question, why should a media outlet that publishes stolen material that is legally protected as a national security secret be off the hook just because the public has an appetite for that material, whether it's the Pentagon Papers or Donald Trump's tax returns?
Well, that's the point I was making. What happens is there's a general rule that if somebody takes goods that are stolen and knows that they're stolen, he cannot sell them further but must return them. And what you have here is a situation where there's stolen information and it's known to be stolen. And so the general rule, if you take information and analogize it to goods, is that you have to suppress it and give it back. So if this were a trade secret, for example, when you had it, you could not publish it. If this stuff is really important, then it's a bona fide national security issue. Allowing the press to publish it is to allow it to compromise the entire security of the United States. And indeed, even in the Pentagon cases, you will recall that they said if you had a stolen information about the departure time of naval vessels into a theater of war, you could not publish that.
Right.
And I think that's also true with the Pentagon Papers. This doesn't excuse Mr. Trump. What you said there is a kind of a teasing. And what is in fact correct is you can certainly say, here is information that was stolen and returned. We would like to see this information, and we're going to tell you what it thinks it says.
All right,
so
but in Trump's case, it's just the public's lascivious interest in what he's worth. In the Daniel Ellsberg case, this was real communications between generals and the president, which the government decided to keep secret, lest the enemy know about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the whole point. If the information is more valuable, the secrecy is more appropriate. In Trump's case, I don't care what they say. I mean, this settlement was published, right? I mean, everybody knows what it contained. And at this point, everybody in the world should hop on the bandwagon to saying it's utterly corrupt. Joe Biden, you recall, did the same thing. He wanted to funnel money into left-wing groups. What he never did is he never let the money get to the Treasury, so the appropriations clause did not apply, or so he claimed. And then he gave it out to his friend. Well, generally speaking, if the money has to go there, you treat it as though it went there, and then ask the question, can you give it out unilaterally? And the answer to that question is no. And so you don't have to fight the Pentagon Papers battle in this case to realize that everything he's done is completely illegitimate.
All right, talk to me about the Congress. Why would the Congress allow the president to spend money when the Congress is the gatekeeper of the Treasury?
Well, what happened is they didn't allow it. They did nothing whatsoever. What he and his lawyers did is they contrived the argument that this settlement could be made between the two of them. And since it's only a lawsuit, Congress doesn't have control over a lawsuit. That's the claim that they make. But as far as I'm concerned, there's actually a serious difficulty. Everybody in the country has been injured by this, and we have this weird doctrine of standing, which says that if everybody's hurt, nobody's hurt. And so you have to ask who's in a position to challenge this, and we have a
well,
fairly
there has been a challenge filed. I don't know if it's going to survive standing. The challenge is by some Capitol Hill and Washington, D.C. police officers who were injured on January 6th, who fear, it's a prospective fear, it's not a realistic one yet, that this money will be given to the people that harmed them, and there's some sort of a wrong there. I don't know if they have standing. I would love for this to get before the judge in Florida who originally had the case, but it was never on her docket because the government never filed an answer.
Well, look, this is the problem. When the basic rule in all these cases is that whenever there's a harm to everybody, there's standing and equity for any person on behalf of the country to bring a suit and then to have a forum in which all interested parties could come. I've written about this now for 25 odd years. The standing model that is used in the United States Supreme Court is completely defective because it allows for these kinds of situations to go. And frankly, the standing claim that you're talking about is absurd. The really important issue in this case is somebody has to be allowed to stop raids on the United States Treasury, and anybody can bring suit at any court. And then what you do is you consolidate all the suits against the president in a single court.
All right, suppose a member of Congress brings a lawsuit. Well, then we have the Goldwater versus Carter problem. When Senator Barry Goldwater sued President Jimmy Carter to try and get the courts to prevent them from giving away the Panama Canal, and they said, it's a political question.
Well, they're going to do the same thing no matter who brings the suit this time. But it's not a political question. This is a question of outright legality. And I think what should happen in the next administration is that the new president, Republican or Democrat, should sue Trump and demand the money back on the grounds that it was illegally obtained. And at that point, the standing problem resolves itself because you're going after Trump and making him give back money. That's lucre. It's all stolen money.
Can Congress stop this from happening, since the leader of the Republicans in the Senate said he doesn't buy this?
Well, ask the following question. It passes a law which says that you can't do this. That sounds like a bill of attainder. The root problem is the United States Supreme Court is totally inept on the standing question. It showed itself when everybody sued in order to get the information that was associated with irregularity on various news sites. And Amy Barrett, in a terrible opinion, said nobody's got standing.
Nobody has standing.
The truth is that if nobody
I wish
has
the
standing,
Supreme Court would read Epstein on standing, but we have to take a quick pause. We're really switching gears. You ready for this one? Can the United States indict and prosecute a 95-year-old former president of Cuba for ordering the shoot-down of planes that violated Cuban airspace 30 years ago? Professor Epstein and I will discuss that one right after the break.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now.
To get your own bulldog, call your favorite attorney now.
They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot.
When I got hit by a car, I was confused, confounded, and concerned. But calling left me calm, composed, and comforted. Thanks, your favorite attorney.
They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
Call 800-513-2164.
Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid.
After I was blindsided and sideswiped by a fat tire e-bike towing a skateboarder, I didn't know what to do. But a friend recommended that I call his favorite attorney. And I got results. Now, he's my favorite attorney.
It doesn't matter what kind of vehicle it was. As long as it had an engine and the accident wasn't your fault, call your favorite attorney now.
So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
To get a windfall, you first need to call.
Thanks, your favorite attorney.
Thanks, your favorite attorney.
Thanks, your favorite attorney.
So if you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, call your favorite attorney now.
800-513-2164. That's 800-513-2164.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol. Combined with 15 other important ingredients, Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function. And that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You just cover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Information. Truth is power. Is freedom. Is money. Is health. Is Newsmax. Millions watch it. So can you. Newsmax is real news for real people.
It takes a second, an accident, a diagnosis, when everything changes. If something does happen, would your family be protected? Now, Crown Atlantic has made getting life insurance fast, simple, and with the best rates. Go online to get your free instant quote. It takes just minutes, and you'll find the best deals available. Don't wait until tomorrow. Your life is too important. Act today to protect you and your family.
Welcome back to the Freedom File. 30 years ago, the CIA fomented terrorist acts against the Cuban government. Some were economic, some were violent. The Bay of Pigs comes to mind. The violence in this case consisted of blowing up a Cuban passenger plane, killing all 76 persons aboard. The same group of CIA assets, mainly Cuban refugees, aggrieved by the takeover of the island by communist forces, flew planes over the Cuban airspace taunting the government. When the Cuban government ordered them to turn around and go back to the United States, they refused to do so, and they were shot down. The defense minister at the time was Raul Castro, the brother of Cuban President Fidel Castro, and later, after Fidel Castro died, the president of Cuba. This week, Raul was indicted by a federal grand jury for murder. Professor Epstein is still with me. All right. Can the United States of America prosecute the head of state for engaging in what is arguably a governmental act, ordering the military to shoot down a foreign plane in airspace without permission?
Everybody does that. I mean, this is another one of these bizarre lawsuits on behalf of the Trump administration. You enter somebody else's airspace, and they tell you to leave. They have exclusive jurisdiction. You have to go. When they don't go, then in effect you could shoot them down, which is exactly what we would do if we were under the parallel circumstances. You can't indict somebody for the commission of a lawful act of self-defense because he's engaged in all sorts of other activities which are completely brutal and completely illegal. So this is another situation where the Trump administration is basically using the tactics of insurrection, war, conquest in order to get rid of people we don't like. And, you know, you may not like Cuba. I hate and loathe that administration, but this is just terrible situations. Just look, even the Venezuela situation may have been laudable to help the outsiders get into power, but then when he takes over the country for the United States, that turns out to be illegal. And so one of the things that's so characteristic about Trump is he just makes one foreign policy blunder after another. Canada was a ridiculous situation.
All right, before you get to Canada, let me ask you a few more questions about the shooting down of this plane, or two planes. You remember a couple of years ago in the Biden administration when there were huge balloons over the United States. The media
we shot them down.
Following the balloons, we shot them down, correct. Turned out they were weather balloons. They were harmless, but everybody was up in arms. That's issue number one. Issue number two, do you remember when, during his first term, President Trump dispatched the CIA to assassinate General Soleimani? And he did it using drones. Could Trump be indicted for murder, or was that a governmental act?
You can't indict the president for murder under these
Correct.
circumstances. It's just, look, you have to understand the man is an egomaniac of the worst order. Every harm about him is never forgotten.
Aside
Every
from
wrong
his
that
personality,
he
I want to talk about the law. How do they prosecute Raul Castro? Are they going to kidnap him like they did Nicolas Maduro?
That's what they're going to do. That's what they said they're going to do. I mean, look, it turns out that you create an immense amount of ill will when you start engaging in illegal behaviors. And then when you try to get in a situation where you're on the right side as against Iran, everybody wants to pull away from you because you've had such an atrocious record on these kinds of things. Trump basically believes that the law applies to everybody else and that his job as president is to make sure that it does not apply to him. He was not like this during his first term. He got mauled and brutalized by the Biden administration, and now he's just seeking revenge. And the problem about it is Biden was wrong and he's wrong. A lot of innocent third parties are going to be hurt by this, including the United States public.
How do you think a jury in Miami, of all places, would react to the former president of Cuba's defense? I was doing this in my official capacity, and therefore I'm immune from prosecution.
Well, I mean, first of all,
or maybe that's a legal argument. Maybe it never reaches a jury.
It's not a jury question. That would be a question of law in which he should win. The Act of State doctrine, which applied in effect to the expropriation of monies from Cuba in the Sabatino case some 60-odd years ago, is perfectly good precedent. You cannot charge legal activities done within a foreign state by a foreign government in an American court. Because if you can do it, then no nation is going to be safe from constant attacks for everything that it does. I mean, you can now basically have the Chilean government come back and sue the British government.
Suppose a magistrate in Spain indicted George W. Bush for war crimes in Afghanistan. Of course, as you know, I'm not making this up. That actually happened. But that, too, violates the principle you're talking about.
Yes, look, the Belgians have this principle of universal jurisdiction. It's the same problem. No, the idea is that sovereigns are very special, and it turns out that they get immunities that they don't deserve in the individual case, because otherwise it's impossible to keep the international order in sensible places. Trump doesn't care what he does to anybody or to any institution. He's just interested in vengeance. And that's basically the story of this administration. It's called getting even when you're wrong.
We will be watching this trial, and we're watching what the government does to this 95-year-old. Thank you, Professor Epstein. That's my show for this week. Of course, a special thanks to my special guest, Richard Epstein, and thanks to you for watching. Have a great weekend. Have a great holiday weekend, everyone. We'll see you next week on The Freedom File.
The winner of the race tonight is not so much Ed Galbraith. I'll come back to that. But it's the Republicans of Kentucky Congressional District 4 and their families who I will be a champion for in Washington. They're the winners.
All right, ahead on The Big Focus, another win for President Trump. Ed Galbraith defeats Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie in the Republican primary. What this means for the GOP moving forward. Plus, vital evidence against accused killer Luigi Mangione must be thrown out of court. How the judge's shocking decision could affect this high-profile case. And there's a new Fresh Prince out of California, and his name is Spencer Pratt. We'll walk you through his viral push to be the next mayor of LA. That's all ahead here on this edition of The Big Focus. Hello and welcome to The Big Focus. I'm John Glasgow, in for John Bachman this week. Now, several states just finished holding their primary elections, and Trump-backed candidates picked up some key wins. Earlier this week, John looked at the biggest takeaways for Republicans. Here's that conversation.
Well, primary day across the country once again showed just how strong President Trump's influence remains inside the GOP across several key races. Voters sent a clear message that they still support President Trump's agenda and don't support people who are standing in the way. We saw this play out in Georgia. Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, backed by Trump, he clinched a spot in the governor's runoff alongside billionaire Rick Jackson, who's got a lot of outside funding. You can see Burt Jones won by 6 points, but still did not get the 50% needed to avoid a runoff. In the GOP Senate race in Georgia, Mike Collins, a MAGA ally, advanced to a runoff. He'll face off against Derek Dooley, who has the backing of Brian Kemp, the current governor. Meanwhile, in Kentucky, President Trump's candidates there, they swept the state. The headliner, of course, with Ed Galbraith defeating Congressman Thomas Massie. President Trump had targeted Massie after he repeatedly voted no against many of the president's policies and tried to hit President Trump as being part of the Epstein clan. Here's part of Galbraith's victory speech last night.
But for the same reason I entered as a Navy SEAL officer in 1983, because I had the audacity to think I could make a difference. And I did. I will serve this district, my party, and my nation with that same audacity to make a difference for them, their families, our district, our party, and our nation. God bless America. Thank y'all.
Now, remember, Thomas Massie voted against the One Big Beautiful Bill. He also was just finding ways, it seemed, to cause problems for the Trump administration. His congressional term does expire in January. And listen to his concession speech and where he decided to go after losing last night. Watch this.
I would have come out sooner, but I had to call my opponent and concede, and it took a while to find Ed Galbraith in Tel Aviv. I did get to call through, though. I have called and conceded the race. We've been honorable the whole time, and we're going to stay that way.
Let's welcome in Inez Stepman, Senior Policy Analyst at the Independent Women's Forum, alongside President of the American Principles Project, Terry Schilling. Great to see you both.
Good to see you.
All right, so Terry, tell us what we learned last night about Thomas Massie.
Well, look, we learned a lot. Obviously, President Trump is still very popular in the Republican Party. But look, I am a huge fan of robust knockdown, drag-out primaries. Always have been. In fact, I have been at least since 2016 when we saw President Trump have his own knockdown, drag-out primary. They are clarifying when everyone's fighting and debating and arguing. And I think that that's what we're seeing here. And you can expect to see a lot more growth in the Republican Party. What I'm paying more attention to, though, John, is the family vote and the turnout. We saw in 2022 the red wave turn into a red trickle, and it was because 17 million married voters stayed home and didn't vote compared to 2024. So that's the big indicator that we're paying attention to and watching here at American Principles Project, because that's going to determine whether or not we keep the House and Senate.
The thing about those knockdown, drag-out primaries, though, Inez, is usually there's some contrition at the end from the loser in that contest, and they oftentimes get on board with the greater goals of the party. I don't think that's going to happen, though, with Thomas Massie.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's unlikely. I do agree with Terry that the story here is that Donald Trump is still the kingmaker of the Republican Party. And for people on both wings that oppose Trump within his own party, the establishment wing, which you pointed to some of those races where Trump has played. He endorsed Ken Paxton in Texas. We'll see how that turns out, but probably that guy is going to win as well. So he's pushing out a lot of these establishment, anti-Trump establishment figures, but also shutting down figures like Massie, who have attacked his foreign policy, have refused to advance his immigration agenda in Congress. So really, I think the end of the day, Donald Trump is the king of the Republican Party. I know the left has their No Kings rally. He's not the king of America, but he is the king of the Republican Party. And I think people who try to pretend that's not so on both flanks are fooling themselves.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. And I think it's foolish to believe that anybody else with the same type of ability in the position of being the leader of a party like this wouldn't do the same thing. Thomas Massie, for all his, bona fides as a libertarian once upon a time, he seemed to veer more into the area of wanting attention. And I don't know. I think it's also interesting, too, Terry, and I want to get your thoughts on this. You do have this, large amount of populism, both now with some, you call it the alt-right or whatever. You have them kind of joining forces with members of the left. This is Ro Khanna responding to the campaign in Kentucky. Watch this.
My good friend Thomas Massie lost tonight. I'm angered by the smears on his character. You may not have a home in the Trump coalition, but there is a new generation of populist Democrats, and we welcome you to help us change this country, change the rotten system, and have a politics that puts the working class ahead of the Epstein class.
We also saw Marjorie Taylor Greene chimed in, a lot of these podcasters chiming in. But Terry, kind of going back to breaking down the vote, there were a lot of young people that voted for Thomas Massie. And that leads me to believe, kind of going back to what we were talking about before, he's not going away. And whatever he's going to do with his supporters could cause problems ultimately, in some way for Republicans.
Look, but again, we've seen what's happened to the Never Trumpers. Everyone that goes out and tries to kill this very healthy Make America Great Again agenda or the America First agenda, they usually end up just joining the Democrats. I think it is rich, though, to hear from Ro Khanna calls about towards a libertarian and his supporters about populism. The libertarians do not want to use any government at all, even in cases where people have been greatly hurt by corporations.
Yeah, it's quite a bridge that has to be crossed there for that idea, libertarian and this democratic socialist version of populism that they push forth. We also have Bill Cassidy, who is hanging out like Thomas Massie until the end of his term here, Inez. And the Senate just approved that War Powers resolution, which puts limits on President Trump's military action in Iran. Still has to go through the House, but we had Cassidy siding with Democrats on that vote. It seems like he and guys like Tom Tillis and Lisa Murkowski, they're going to relish their ability to stir things up in the few months they have left in office.
Yeah, this was such an incredibly petty move from Cassidy. He actually flipped his vote immediately after Trump essentially came in and made sure he lost that primary. He flipped it, came back to Washington, flipped his vote. I mean, this is the kind of pettiness that Republican voters, I think, are completely fed up with. This kind of attitude is completely, I think, voters are done with it. where he would actually, apparently he believed that he should side with President Trump before the election, but now that it didn't personally benefit his re-election, right? He's going to change his views on policy. And Massey, I mean, kind of similar to me. I used to think of him as very much a libertarian, cranky gadfly libertarian, which has its uses, right? Perhaps not particularly politically useful, but sometimes it's helpful to have a Ron Paul-like figure in Congress reminding everybody that we're spending too much money, right? But in the past few years, he's really become much more pernicious than that. He's sided with the left. Ro Khanna he sided with Massey to read the names of completely innocent Americans on the House floor, defame them as pedophiles for merely being like, they got pulled into the police lineup in the case of Epstein. So they had nothing to do with it, never saw him before in their lives, but were defamed by these two guys from the House floor. I mean, that's not libertarian to dispense with due process and do a kind of right-coded Me Too witch hunt. So, I mean, I think he's become much more pernicious, and the way he conceded this election by, claiming that his opponent was in Tel Aviv. I mean, I think he's really I think his next stop is the same 7 podcast circuits where they can all interview each other for the next
Podcastistan,
yeah, as voters have thrown them out.
Podcastistan, as it's being called.
Still ahead, some evidence in the Luigi Mangione murder case will not be permitted. So what does this mean for the prosecution? We're going to ask our legal expert after the break.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, you could be entitled to potentially significant financial compensation. So pick up that phone and call the number on your screen now. I said right now. Call now, not later now. I don't hear the phone ringing. Listen, I'd call you, but I don't have your number. I know you're watching. Yes, you. Just pick up the phone and call.
Call your favorite attorney now. He'd call you, but he doesn't have your number.
Whoa. I need a medic.
No warning, no time. When suspects turn violent, officers have seconds to survive. Watch the Caught on Body Cam series for the drama, the actual footage.
Suspect down! Suspect down!
The real life, all on Newsmax Plus. Start your free trial today at newsmaxplus.com.
Welcome back to The Big Focus. I'm John Glasgow filling in for John this week. A major ruling in the high-profile case against Luigi Mangione. This week, John Bachman spoke with a legal expert about that decision.
Welcome in, Randy Zellen, criminal defense attorney and prosecutor, former prosecutor. Randy, great to have you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so give us your response, your reaction to this decision by the judge today, allowing these prosecutors to use the gun and the notebook as evidence. Not a good day for the prosecution, or tell us what you think.
Anytime the defense gets a win in a suppression hearing, that is a good day for the defense. Whether that translates into a victory at trial, that's another story. But this is not the typical trial, and therefore no story is going to be typical here. Because truth be told, as Sarah said, the gun is coming in. The manifesto is coming in. That should close the book on the entire case. But there is a portion of this population, much like we saw in the O.J. Simpson trial, where the evidence may have very little to do with the verdict. The same way that the O.J. case was a rebuke from the standpoint of race, this trial could be a rebuke of privilege and power and people who take money and don't give a crap about the people that they take the money from.
But that ignores, I think, the fact that Luigi Mangione came from privilege. You know, he was a University of Penn student, had every advantage in the world. How does that come into play?
Well, you raise a very interesting trap that the defense would love to set for a prosecutor, which is actually try to argue that Luigi Mangione is one of the United Healthcare CEOs. He's not one of you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the prosecution were to even go anywhere near there, that would be so awful. That would be so taking them away from the evidence. And instead, the defense story of, hey, people, we can't allow other members of society who are so disconnected from reality because of their privilege and their power and their money to basically just go, you know what? You don't need that surgery. You don't need that medicine. You die, you die. What can I tell you?
All right, so we have the video there, and going back to the key evidence that you talked about, the gun is present there in the video, but also you can see the backpack in the video. The backpack is what's not going to be allowed in as evidence. The police in Pennsylvania, they moved the backpack apparently and searched it. How often does something like this happen where the police make a move that, maybe they were well-meaning or, there's some sort of misstep in the investigation that prohibits a key piece of evidence from being used?
It doesn't happen a hell of a lot more than it happens. And it is a combination of not that many cases going to trial, not that many seasoned, so talented defense teams like Luigi Mangione has with Mark Agnifilo and with his wife, Karen. And you don't see all that often. Judges so thoughtful and so having little interest on what should come into evidence and how high profile the case is, and simply looking at the Fourth Amendment. Mm-hmm. And the Fourth Amendment says any search that doesn't come from a warrant is presumed to be unreasonable. It is unreasonable. We have exceptions to the rule. And here Judge Caro said there is no exception to looking into the backpack at the time of the arrest in Pennsylvania. There was no what we call exigent circumstances. Nothing was going to happen. He couldn't get access to the backpack. The backpack wasn't going to blow up. Nothing bad was going to happen. No one was going to take the backpack and take off with evidence. Conversely, Judge Caro found that once you got to the police station, as long as they have a standardized mechanical way of taking in someone's belongings, what we call an inventory. You can do an inventory search, and if the inventory search reveals the gun and the manifesto, that can come in.
Still ahead, a Hollywood shakeup in California politics. We're going to discuss the momentum Spencer Pratt is gaining in the LA mayor's race.
People do not trust politicians anymore. They know I'm not a politician. They know if they didn't burn my house down, I wouldn't be running for mayor. That is my journey. They know that I'm authentic. I'm doing this for my community, the city.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax? I like it too. Newsmax, you like Newsmax? I like it too.
It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to NewsMaxPlus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel Report, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to NewsMaxPlus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
If you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault, well, your favorite attorney has a message for you. Collision, calamity, catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-428-1369.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Information. Truth is power. Is freedom. Is money. Is health. Is Newsmax. Millions watch it. So can you. Newsmax is real news for real people.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
Welcome back to The Big Focus. I'm John Glasgow, filling in for John Bachman this week. Could a Republican really be the next mayor of Los Angeles? John takes a closer look at the campaign of Spencer Pratt. Here's that conversation.
The mayor has forsaken us.
I've got to pull myself together.
I will never stop fighting for this place. For my mom. For the mother of my kids. Nothing else matters.
Spencer Pratt's latest ad targeting the current mayor, Karen Bass, directly for her handling of the Palisades wildfires. You also saw his wife, his mom, in that particular ad. His campaign has a lot of momentum right now. President Trump was asked about it, and here's what he said.
No, I'd like to see him do well. He's a character. I don't know him. I assume he probably supports me. Does he support me?
So?
I think so, yeah. I heard he does. I heard he's a big MAGA person. He's doing well. I don't know.
He's a big MAGA person, according to President Trump. Maybe not, but many of Pratt's supporters are not necessarily your traditional Republicans or even MAGA. Just take a look, though, at this AI video that's gone viral. I think it has close to 2 million views. It was made by one of Spencer Pratt's fans.
I'm not MAGA or anything, but the city's kind of gone to shit, though, right? Oh, yeah. Jessica stepped on a needle at the playground the other day. I'm not MAGA or anything, though. I'm not MAGA or anything, but have you been downtown lately? Looks like an episode of The Walking Dead. Not that I'm MAGA or anything, though. Spencer Pratt seems like he has some good ideas. Not that I'm MAGA or anything. He does seem really angry all the time, though. Well, they did burn his house down. Okay, we're all adults here. How about on 3, we just say who we're voting for? 1, 2, 3. Spencer Pratt. Yeah. Spencer Pratt. Spencer Pratt.
So it's AI, but you can sense there's a lot of reality associated with that conversation. Karen Bass still leads the latest polling, and she now says that she may explore letting illegal immigrants vote in the election.
With Donald Trump in the White House, is this the right time for Los Angeles to go down this path?
Well, I think we need to explore it. Now, I've not seen exactly what he's calling for. I have a little familiarity of what happens in other cities, and for example, some cities will allow people to vote in like city council and school board elections because they pay local taxes, but they are not necessarily undocumented. They might be here completely legally, but have not finished the citizenship process. So we'll wait and see.
Wait a minute. They're here completely legally, but they're not citizens? What? The June 2nd primary is just weeks away, and Karen Bass' biggest problem right now seems to be getting closer to her, and that's Spencer Pratt. Elizabeth Bark-Ohana back with us alongside Anthony Rispo. So much to talk about here. But first, so I'm not MAGA or anything, Elizabeth. Is this resonating with voters in L.A.?
I'm back here cracking up, John, because President Trump cracks me up. But okay, so when I opened my X feed yesterday, the first thing I saw was that clip of President Trump, which is hilarious.
Does he support me?
And then the second thing I saw was that ad with leading with the line like, I'm not MAGA or anything. The timing could not have been more perfect. And it's very important for viewers to understand what's going on in Los Angeles. These AI ads are being made by people outside the campaign for free from people all over the country. And that ad is one of them. It couldn't have come at a more perfect time because Nitya Raman, her entire campaign right now, which is, by the way, completely imploding, is that Spencer Pratt is a MAGA Republican. His platform is enforce the law, don't burn us alive in our homes, and don't steal taxpayer money. That's it. And there is nothing MAGA about that. It is a common sense platform. And the Democrats, who make up a huge majority of the city of LA, understand that they are being gaslit, and they're angry about that.
Yeah.
So
it's just it's that one line in it for me that, I know, Elizabeth, you're from LA. You've probably heard somebody say the same story. This guy, when he says, Anthony, Christine stepped on a needle at the playground the other day. I mean, that's just like such a visceral type of line. Yep. And it's why these ads hit so hard.
Yeah,
Sorry, Elizabeth, real quick. Have you ever heard of something like that in Los Angeles?
Well, yes, of course. And when we go to the pediatrician's office and we ask about, I think it's one of the strains of hepatitis, there's a vaccine for it. And you ask the pediatrician, it's not required for school. So you ask the pediatrician, well, how does my child get this? They literally say from stepping on a needle in a playground, because they're seeing it at the pediatrician's office, and it will even pierce through their shoes.
Right. And that's why this is not like a partisan race for people, Anthony. It's because if you've ever had that experience of having to have your pediatrician tell you why your kid needs a hepatitis shot, or if you've had the unfortunate experience of being at a playground and seeing a hypodermic needle, you don't care if the candidates who's saying they're going to stop that has an R or D next to their name.
Exactly. I mean, if you really want to talk about immigration, let's continue to talk about the one from the Democrats to the Republicans, because Karen Bass is doing a great job at stimulating that migration or continuing it.
Yeah.
Because these are real issues, just as you mentioned. I mean, it reminds me of New York City with the migrant crisis and occupying, many of the migrants coming into the neighborhoods that are already in a precarious state. And people just see low-income people. They see that their resources are being drained. They see that this is not necessarily a left or right thing. This is a real life thing. And, Pratt is speaking to that. And like Elizabeth said, people who are not even connected to the campaign are.
And we just had this big press conference about all the fraud in Minnesota. We know it's happening in California, too. Elizabeth, there was another video I saw of someone who started the whole video saying, look, I'm not a Republican or anything, but we have to have these specific curbs in Los Angeles to comply with the American with Disabilities Act. And if you build one of these curbs in the city of Los Angeles, it costs for some reason $50,000 to get it built. Meanwhile, in Beverly Hills, the same exact curb costs $10,000. So where do you think the $40,000 is going? It's going in the pocket of some non-government organization or someone in politics. The homeless issue, too, is also paramount in this situation.
Thanks for joining us. Make sure to tune in on Monday for John Bachman. Now, weekdays at noon Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Pacific. Have a great rest of your weekend, everybody. Stay
I wish Jack Smith had just been indicted, but can't report that yet. One of the attorneys, one of the prosecutors supporting his investigation, though, has been indicted, and I think this is huge. Let's take a look at the individual. There she is, a 60-year-old former prosecutor for the DOJ named Carmen Lineberger. Allegedly, she emailed confidential material, right? Very confidential, sensitive government material relating to the Jack Smith investigation into President Trump to her own personal email, and actually went to the effort of disguising the material by putting cake recipes at the top. You know, a recipe for a bundt cake, a recipe for a German chocolate cake, to deceive the government. Now, that is the allegation, charged with 4 felony counts in the indictment. How about that? Let's see here. The FBI will not hesitate to bring account to all those who violated the trust of the American people in an investigation that should never have been brought to begin with. Those are the words of Kash Patel in an announcement on X this afternoon. Well, I think this is great. And Jack Smith, who knows, he might be next. And who knows, maybe this woman has information about him. I wonder how he feels about this statement now. It looks like some of his top deputies could have broken the law.
I would like to thank the members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation who are working on this investigation with my office, as well as the many career prosecutors and law enforcement agents from around the country who have worked on previous January 6th investigations. These women and men are public servants of the very highest order, and it is a privilege to work alongside them. Thank you.
Oh, yeah? That's after one of his indictments of President Trump back in the summer of 2023. Always talking about these career lawyers, usually nameless, right, faceless, as if they're somehow morally superior to everybody else, especially if they're going after Trump. Let's see here. Let's take a look at Lineberger again. Yeah, there she is. Don't have too much information. I believe she was working out of a U.S. Attorney's office in the Southern District of Florida. Let's see. We have more information on how she was allegedly disguising the sensitive Trump-related material. She would put misleading file names like chocolate cake recipe and bundt cake recipe before electronically transmitting those records to her personal email accounts. Now, if this sounds trivial, folks, it's not. There are 1,000,001 ways to get in trouble when you're working for the federal government, and they are very serious about all of this stuff. And this is a no-kidding serious crime, and let's see what happens next. Technically, I don't think this is going to happen. She faces 20 years in jail, all right? And they go on to make the case, or not make the case, but point out to everybody, hey, this is just an allegation, and the evidence must be presented in court for there to be a conviction. So it's getting good, actually. And President Trump just today spoke about the injustice that was waged against him and so many people, the January 6ers and so many more.
We're reimbursing those people for their legal fees and for their costs and for anybody involved. But they destroyed people. People committing, I read the other day, a person committed suicide over it. They went, you know, it was the most violent thing I've ever seen in politics, what they did. And yet if I say, oh, let's look at this one or that one, they say weaponization, weaponization. What they did in terms of weaponization will never be allowed to happen in this country again. So we think that those people, we think that anybody involved in that process should partake. And you're talking about peanuts compared to the value.
He's right. And did you hear he mentioned that there was a suicide related to January 6th that he just read about the other day? It's interesting. For the first time on this show, we talked about the case of Matthew Perna, a bright young man who thought his whole world was collapsing because, well, he was being overcharged and treated like a terrorist by the DOJ. And I think he's been watching and learning, like me, about the full extent of January 6th, and I have not even begun to grasp it. All right, so let's take a look at this prosecutor again, formerly with the DOJ. The name is Lineberger, Carmen Lineberger, and she was supporting the investigation of Jack Smith. How about that? Evil Jack Smith, as I like to call him. Evil Jack Smith. I mean, just look at him. Remember, his wife was making movies with Michelle Obama. The whole damn thing was a farce, and every lawyer in the country should have been standing up and objecting. But that didn't happen, did it? All right, we'll see what happens next. And on this show, this happens next.
Someone has to die so that President Nixon won't be, and these are his words, the first president to lose a war. And we are asking Americans to think about that. Because how do you ask a man to be the last man to die in Vietnam? How do you ask a man to be the last man to die for a mistake?
How do you ask the last man, This guy, John Kerry, the ultimate phony. Unfortunately, he inspired a lot of phonies. A lot of people came right behind him because he exploited his military service, and he did it in a unique way. I shall report for duty in South Vietnam, and I shall return to oppose the war. What a clever idea. And I will be propelled to the upper reaches of politics. And it actually kind of worked.
I'm John Kerry, and I'm reporting for duty.
I knew it right from that moment. That's stupid. He doesn't even know how to salute right, crooked. But he influenced a lot of it. Hey, thank God for the SWIFO Veterans for Truth. We never hear about those guys anymore. Did they have the goods on him? Seth Moulton. Are you familiar with this creep? Democrat from Massachusetts. And why do I call him a creep? Well, he was like 34, and somehow he thought he could be my president and your president. He had the audacity to run for president. He did. In 2020, he thought he was going to run against President Trump. Even the Democrats kind of got rid of him real quick. Anyway, he's another one, following the John Kerry playbook. I shall join the military, and then I will oppose the war. I'll go to the war, come back and oppose it, and I'll be in like Flint when it comes to politics. Watch what he tried to do to Admiral Cooper, the CENTCOM commander, during a briefing about the Iran conflict.
What's the plan now to actually win this war? Because it feels like we're losing. We don't have a nuclear deal. We don't have the Strait open. The president has called for unconditional surrender. Is that part of the plan?
Congressman, we achieved all our military objectives. We're presently in a ceasefire. We're executing a blockade, and we're prepared for a broad range of contingencies.
Well, it doesn't seem to be going well, and I would like to know how many more Americans we have to ask to die for this mistake. Do you know?
Aha, the John Kerry moment. He's been planning that his entire career, right? He sprinkles it in, not the first time. But yeah, John Kerry and that famous question inspired a lot of people, including this lowlife Seth Moulton. And I'm going to tell you what a lowlife he is in a moment. But just so you look, right? Seth Moulton, United States Representative, Democrat of Massachusetts. So, as you may know, I was in the Marine Corps. I didn't call the news every time I deployed. And this guy did. Watch, he's a captain. He's Captain Nobody, right? I was a Captain Nobody too. It's okay. It's one of the perks of being in the military. You don't have to worry about BR. Watch what he did.
I first met Seth Moulton in 2007 at his parents' home in Marblehead, Massachusetts, as the Harvard graduate was headed back to Iraq for his 4th combat tour.
I think a lot of people look at me and say, you know, why do you want to go back now? Why would you want to be a part of the war when it's going so poorly? But I think this is the most important time for people to serve.
Wow. Wow. He's full of it. He's absolutely full of it. You know, and that 4 time, deployed 4 times. The way these, you understand what a scam this is? All right. If you don't know yet, watch this. So he goes over there. He's in a news report when he goes over there. And when he's over there, he worms his way into a documentary about how bad the war is going. Watch.
There was absolute lawlessness.
We're in a transition period.
Stuff happens.
The Iraqi army was essentially standing there, waiting.
The Iraqi army has been disbanded, and I was floored.
You had huge ammunition dumps that weren't guarded. I'm standing there watching these insurgents pull out rockets and mortars and bombs, and the U.S. say to you, we just don't have enough people to cover it. We never had a single armored Humvee while we were in Iraq.
Why don't we have those resources?
You go to war with the army you have.
We don't have enough troops.
Oh, my goodness gracious. And this was broadcast, this was aired, produced, whatever, in theaters, straight to video in 2007, right, in the middle of the war. And there's Seth Moulton, right, bitching about the war that he said he disagreed with from the beginning, but he went, right, so he could do it, so he could pull the John Kerry. And if you work the system well enough, you were going to be okay. You were going to be okay. And here's another beef, all right? And I don't think, well, just like I said, it was all about his political career. And that's okay. That's okay. Lots of people do things. You know, they want to be a politician someday. They try to go to the right school. They do things. But this is just a little bit too naked. It's a little bit too raw. It's a little too obvious, all right? Here he is running for president.
Way to get back yourself. You couldn't help but sit in this church and be hit by the names on these walls. And I had so much respect for them that I wanted to do my part too. So I joined the Marines. My parents weren't exactly thrilled.
I was really scared for him.
Even in a war I disagreed with, there's nothing I'm more proud of than being a grunt, being on the ground, serving with those Marines. Before I knew it, I was commanding a platoon in the 1st company of Marines into Baghdad.
Did he hire a photographer?
I was proud
Was
to have
Time
him
magazine embedded with his unit?
Mother.
I mean, come on. He was doing campaign commercials, just like John Kerry was in Vietnam when he was there for 6 weeks, putting himself in for medal after medal after medal. All right, now here's where, look, I would cut this guy all kinds of slack until this happened. You know, let's see here. J.D. Vance, the vice president, when he was nominated by President Trump, hey, one of the interesting things about J.D. Vance was he was a Marine. I didn't know that about J.D. Vance. I actually knew J.D. Vance a little bit, you know, followed each other on Twitter. We weren't, but I didn't know he was a Marine because he didn't make a big deal about it. Watch what Moulton said about J.D. when he got the nomination or he got the nod from President Trump.
Yeah, I was just wondering what you thought about the news that Donald Trump had selected J.D. Vance, who is also a Marine Corps veteran, to be his vice presidential nominee.
He's a Marine Corps veteran. I mean, a combat correspondent. He didn't do much fighting. And he doesn't exactly uphold Marine values. In fact, not even close to it.
I've been in the Marines for well, how long was I in? 9 years active duty, about a dozen or so in the reserves. I never heard a Marine put down another MOS, military occupational specialty, like Seth Moulton just did. Every Marine is a rifleman, everybody. Hi. Every Marine is trained to carry a weapon. That's kind of a point of pride. And you don't know, when I was in Iraq as a embedded correspondent, You know who got killed first with the 2nd Brigade combat team? 8 truck drivers. 8, they were motor T or whatever like that. They weren't. And one of his colleagues in Iraq was Megan McClung, Major Megan McClung, Public Affairs Officer, Iraq War. She was the first female U.S. Naval Academy graduate to die in combat. Combat correspondent. Now, that's very offensive as a Marine, that he would put down any Marine service. I mean, sometimes if you're making fun of the wing and stuff like that, rivalry. But that wasn't rivalry. That was nasty and wrong. Now, he said he was a big fighter over there, right? We saw those posed pictures. Let's find out what he really did. According to Seth Moulton, right? He goes on a talk show because this guy's what's the word? A media whore. Sorry, but there's a phrase for it. And that's what he is. A congressman goes on the Seth Meyers show and tells a little story about Iraq. Watch.
But you also were a local celebrity. You had a show, a television show in Iraq called Moulton and Muhammad.
Moulton and Muhammad with my translator, Muhammad. And I mean, we were celebrities. I mean, I used to get fan mail. I used to have to sign autographs in the street. I mean, no one asked me for my autograph now as a member of Congress. So this is a total step down in terms
and
of
so here, are you and your translator. That's Muhammad there. So what was the show? Like, what did you guys, what was the goal of broadcasting in Iraq to people who had obviously never had non-state controlled television?
Well, it was amazing because we actually believed in the Marine Corps that a free media was important to a democracy. Sort of a crazy concept these days.
I mean, come on. What a phony. Let me see him fighting again. All the fighting that he did. Seems pretty chillax with a hell of a lot of food on that table. Hosting a talk show in Baghdad, whatever. All right, I think I'm going to start a group. We're going to call it Marine Veterans for Truth, okay? And it'll be a 501c3, one of those things, and as soon as this guy runs for his next office, we're in business. What do you say? Bad news.
The secret is out. With millions of younger-looking customers across the country, Plexiderm is one of the most sought-after anti-aging products available today. Influencers love it, magazines feature it, and people just can't get enough of it. As a matter of fact, Elle Magazine gave it an Editor's Choice Award as Best Instant Wrinkle Filler for 2025. Plexiderm reduces the appearance of fine lines, wrinkles, and those dreaded under-eye bags in as little as 10 minutes. So yes, you can look years younger in minutes, and the effects will last for hours. No surgery, no gimmicks, just results.
Look at this one under-eye bag. It's gone.
I've tried it all, and then I found Plexiderm, and this happened.
The best news, in this super inflated economy, you can try Plexiderm for only $14.95 and free shipping. So don't wait. Just call the number on your screen.
Call 800-914-0157.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much we appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness, how's it going?
So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it, how much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV t-shirt as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who serve.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
He tells it like it is, with decades covering Washington and the really big stories. Ed Henry cuts through the noise and gives you the facts you need to know. Watch Ed on The Briefing tonight on Newsmax 2.
This is reimbursing people that were horribly treated. It's anti-weaponization. They've been weaponized. They've been, in some cases, imprisoned wrongly. They paid legal fees that they didn't have. They've gone bankrupt. Their lives have been destroyed. And they turn out to be right.
He's talking about the January 6ers and a lot of other people who have been the victim of DOJ weaponization against good people. A $1.7 billion compensation fund has been set aside, part of a settlement agreement, actually, with President Trump. He had his own grievances, has his own grievances with the United States government and what it allowed to happen under Joe Biden. I'd like to bring in two people who know this and could possibly be affected by it. Very much so. Jonathan Gross, J6 attorney, former senior counsel for the DOJ. Welcome. And Reed Christensen, man who was at the Capitol on January 6th, arrested in 2021. Wow, convicted of 4 felonies. And they turn your life upside down. Welcome to you both. Look, Reed Christensen, first to you. First of all, how's life right now? And how much optimism does this $1.7 billion fund give you?
Well, after I got out of prison, my wife was able to sell her property in Oregon and find a nice place in Idaho. So I was lucky. We landed on our feet. Met a lot of people, a lot of J6ers who suffered a lot. I was already retired, so I didn't lose a job. So I know a lot of people have suffered. We lost money, but like I said, fortunately, we ended up pretty well at the end.
You know, forgive me, sir, we haven't met before, and I'm looking at you and the other guy. I'm like, which one's the January 6er? I'm like, wait, I mean, it's got to be. It's extraordinary what you've been through. Jonathan Gross, do me a favor, tell us about the ins and outs of this $1.7 billion, and what does it mean?
I just want to say that, first of all, God bless you for being there with the J6ers all the way from the beginning. You were one of the best. And God bless President Trump for this. It is an amazing start. But what President Trump needs to know, if he's listening, which I know he watches this show, is that this is only the beginning. Tens of thousands of Americans have been victimized, as you were, President Trump, by the DOJ and the FBI. They use all kinds of tactics that everybody knows are routine, and they ruin people's lives. Many times innocent people, even people who have only done minor infractions, their lives are ruined. What President Trump needs to do is a complete audit of the DOJ and the FBI, all of the cases of weaponization. It will take the rest of his term to do it. It has to be a focus. But if he does it, then his second term will be known as the Great Emancipation. And President Trump, along with Moses and Abraham Lincoln, will be known as the Great Emancipator. And tens of thousands of Americans and their families will revere him as their redeemer for generations to come. Wow.
Thank you, by the way, so much. How many people were actually charged January 6th? 1,575 total. And then there's the weaponization that was waged against, pro-lifers who, stood and were bumped into by somebody, and they literally try to make it a federal case and send people in. Reed, tell us a little bit more. What was it like on the inside? I feel like you guys were ostracized by both sides, by a lot. It wasn't just the media and Democrats giving you a hard time. A lot of Republicans turned their back on you as well. President Trump never forgot, but I feel like a lot of Republicans wanted him to.
Yeah, well, I was one person of the hundreds of thousands, if not a million people who were there, but What I saw was completely different from what I heard from either media when I got home. I saw a million patriotic Americans who were standing up for their country after it was obvious that a federal election was stolen. And when I got back, I heard about insurrection, which is a word I don't know if I've ever heard before. And then if it wasn't the leftists talking about insurrection, it was the conservative media talking about a riot, but I didn't see any of that. Now, I was there early and I was only one person, but it was much different than what I saw. I saw patriotic Americans standing up for their country and wanting to wave the flag on the steps of the Capitol.
16 months in jail. Is that how long you were in prison, sir? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I had a 4-year sentence. Probably would have served 3 years because of Trump's First Step Act. I would have been eligible for that. Yeah, I was given a 4-year sentence, and I actually had 3 felony charges, and they said I assaulted officers. What I did was bump into them as I did try to cross the police line. I felt strongly enough about going up and waving the flag on the Capitol steps, hopefully so the Republican representatives could see it and maybe get some spine, that I did try to cross the police line, but I was 62 years old, law-abiding American, Scoutmaster, veteran. You know, I didn't assault any police officers. Admittedly, I did bump into them after they had put about 10 cans of mace in my face.
Wow. Well, who'd have thunk it that we'd be here, you know, and you'd be out of jail and 1.7 billion possibly. And thank you, President Trump. As you said, Jonathan Gross and Reed, thank you. Reed Christensen, Jonathan Gross, thank you both. Stay in touch, okay? We'll resume the conversation and we'll be right back. Thank you.
It takes a second, an accident, a diagnosis, when everything changes. If something does happen, would your family be protected? Now, Crown Atlantic has made getting life insurance fast, simple, and with the best rates. Go online to get your free instant quote. It takes just minutes, and you'll find the best deals available. Don't wait until tomorrow. Your life is too important. Act today to protect you and your family.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active than before? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it.
It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax? I like it too. Newsmax, you like Newsmax? I like it too.
It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax. They're watching great shows with Greta, Carl Higbie, Rob Schmidt, Finnerty, and more. If you're tired of big media, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel Report, our Melania documentary, Clint Eastwood, Charlie Kirk specials, even the movie Jesus of Nazareth by Franco Zeffirelli. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to NewsmaxPlus.com, then download the app. It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted, because when your Generac detects a power outage, it automatically powers up, giving your family the security and peace of mind they deserve.
We don't have to worry about whether we lose power or not. If the utility company does not come through, our Generac does.
after the hurricane happened. We just want to be prepared for anything.
8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
And owning a generator is easier than ever. Special financing and low monthly payment options are available. And if you call now, you will also receive a free 5-year warranty valued at over $500. Call or go online now to request your free quote.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I need a medic.
No warning, no time. When suspects turn violent, officers have seconds to survive. Watch the Caught on Body Cam series for the drama, the actual footage.
Suspect down! Suspect down!
The real life, all on Newsmax Plus. Start your free trial today at newsmaxplus.com.
No, because of all the chemical that my uniform had it on. Sorry.
One of the invaders approached me like he was going to try to get past me and head down the stairs. I was stunned by what I saw.
I was carried back inside. What happened afterwards is much less vivid.
I feel very, very proud of myself that I saw through these guys 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was calling it. I knew it. I could prove it back then. I'll prove it again now. These guys are back in the limelight again, and they're busted again by me and a handful of truth tellers elsewhere. Actually, they're catching on. There's a lot of interesting things happening. Judicial Watch, they just made sure we're going to get all the body cam footage, and they're not going to be able to cover up anybody's identity. This is very, very important. I have noticed that Fanone and some of these other cops are trending a lot because, well, videos are emerging. And some of these videos, quite frankly, we played here literally years ago. But that's okay. I'm glad people are kind of figuring out what we knew a long time ago, that this whole damn thing of January 6th was a sham. It was a setup by Democrats in an attempt to cancel President Trump and cancel MAGA. You basically set them up to do what you will ultimately accuse them of doing, right? You leave the doors open. They're in the Capitol. Oh, you're insurrectionists. A total scam. And this guy, Fanone, is the worst. And again, we knew it all along around here. All right. Let's start with the provably false stuff. I mean, absolutely black and white, he is lying.
At the hospital, doctors told me that I had suffered a heart attack, and I was later diagnosed with a concussion, a traumatic brain injury, and post-traumatic stress disorder.
No, there's actually no evidence of that, and there's mounting evidence that you were spry, fit, and fine. Once again, famous picture. I don't think they factored everything into how elaborate this was going to be, but on January 13th, 2021, this heart attack victim, head injury victim, all those things, look at him. He's fine. And not only that, he was fine 7 minutes later on January 6th. The body cam footage from his own body camera tells a totally different story. This is Fanone walking down the hall, at one point just shooting the breeze. He's not being carried out. This guy's just showing him, giving him directions. This is Fanone following a Capitol Hill cop. Turn on the volume.
They stole my radio.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of people that are missing stuff now. Well, one other guy found a soft shell, a shot shell pistol out on the Lower West Terrace. And it had both types of ammo in it, too. So it's a lot. We gotta go this way.
And they just try to find a way out. They walk and walk and walk and walk and walk, finally make it outside the Capitol there. Fanone's walking the whole time. No one's like, oh, man, dude, your face is bashed apart. Did you have a heart attack? No, because he's fine. Keep going.
You me to go?
Yeah, I'm not taking care of it here.
All right. No obvious severe injuries. Can't find any fractures. Pupils are equal. Open your mouth. All right. Dizzy at all? You can stay here and rest until you're feeling better. Thanks. Need some water to wash out the CS? No, it's fine now.
He's fine now. All right, one more that's pretty precious. Again, this was the key. This is a man who he was on the cover of Time magazine. They gave him book deals, and he's on a speaking tour right now, talking to college campuses about the threat of right-wing extremism.
All right. Stay there and make sure you're okay. I can't find anything obvious. Thanks. Yeah.
And he just sits there for another 20 minutes. You can hang out if you want. You're fine. Now, I found out something about Fanone that isn't fine, all right? The man sexually harassed somebody at the hospital. He sexually harassed the nurse at the hospital. He writes in his own bizarre book, the one they gave him as payback for all this stuff, for being a crisis actor, for being a poser, for being a liar. Here he is talking about, well, he gets an MRI, and listen to the comments he makes to the nurse.
I spent the next few hours enduring tests, including an ear-splitting MRI and a seemingly endless CT scan. Back at the ER, while waiting on my test results, a nurse asked me how I was doing. I don't know, I replied. How am I doing? Everything's great, she lied. You're doing fine. No, I said, pointing to my crotch. How am I doing? She laughed. I'm sure that'll be fine. I closed my eyes for a while.
I think this guy just was very, very ungentlemanly to that lady. Who the hell? My crotch? That was sexual harassment. That was something weird. And she lied. Did the tech at the Capitol lie as well? I feel very privileged, quite frankly, to have been, I don't know what the hell it is, but I saw this guy 5 years ago and said it out loud. And yeah, me and some of my peers here, colleagues, we got it from all sides. How can you not back the blue? Well, when they're lying, we're not going to back them, all right? Newsmax host Greg Kelly slams Capitol Police Officer Dunn for being a big dummy who should be fired, right? Right there. Headline after headline after headline. In 2021, we were calling it every step of the way. Take a look at this if you can. I'll adjust it if you need be. But we just had this. Oh, gosh, here we go. Now I understand why you guys. Newsmax host calls officers despicable over PTSD claims. It goes on like this. Only one person died on that day during the January 6th U.S. Capitol riot. That's what I said. Newsmax host belittles Capitol Police officer as attractive blonde and downplays attack. No kidding. And we paid something of a big price. I don't care. I don't care. Oh, at one point they even got a cop union to say that I was the problem. Very, very interesting. No regrets, and actually a hell of a lot of pride that I saw this ahead of time when very few did. Oh, great. Stay with us. There's more Newsmax content to come.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says This one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-531-2824.
A Social Security update. Millions collect Social Security, but 70% of Americans don't get their full benefits. Now, a new report shows how to boost your Social Security by as much as $188,000. Author Matthew Allen reveals 5 key strategies in a new report. Newsmax calls it the best guide for retirees. Everyone needs this free Social Security report. Act today to get your full benefits.
Well, I remember this back in the 90s. A group of Cubans committed to a free Cuba were conducting a rescue mission, and they were shot down by Cuban aircraft. It was considered essentially a violation, big time. There were no warning shots fired. There was no warning of any kind given. And in the 90s, and there was no state of active hostilities, that was totally out of bounds. There was no warning whatsoever. You know, when we went after the boats, Venezuela, there were all kinds of conversations ahead of time about that, and they still did it. These are the pilots who were killed. And, well, the American government never forgot. And our government just indicted Fidel Castro's brother, Raul, who back then was the Minister of Defense. And Todd Blanche today announced the indictment.
For nearly 30 years, the families of 4 murdered Americans have waited for justice. As alleged in the indictment, Raul Castro and 5 co-defendants participated in a conspiracy that ended with Cuban military aircraft firing missiles at those civilian planes and killing 4 Americans. My message today is clear. The United States and President Trump does not and will not forget its citizens.
Fascinating to me. Zach Smith joins us, former Assistant U.S. Attorney in the Northern District of Florida, and Andres Martinez Fernandez, Senior Policy Analyst for Latin America, the Heritage Foundation's Allison Center for National Security. Andres, first to you. This is pretty exciting. I guess it has something to do with our pressure on Cuba right now, but your thoughts, please.
Well, I think it's a really important moment in which the United States recognizes really one of the most horrendous events in the long list of atrocities that the Cuban regime has wreaked not only on its own people, but abroad. This was a shooting down of a civilian humanitarian flight attempting to monitor and support those fleeing this dictatorship, and they were shot down over international waters. This was nothing more than a show of strength by this regime, as was mentioned. This was not a conflict time, but this is just par for the course for how this regime operates. And we know also that in support of this effort to confront this group, that the Cuban government actually deployed spies into the United States. So again, it just really showcases how malign of an actor this regime was and continues to be.
Thank you for that. Zach Smith, legally, what kind of case is this? Can we make it stick?
Yeah, look, I think the Attorney General, all of the members of the U.S. Attorney's Office there in Miami deserve credit for their work on this case. This is a very serious indictment. It lays out the allegations against Raul Castro and the other 5 co-conspirators in very granular detail. It's what's known as a speaking indictment. It lays out the facts and circumstances. And essentially, in this 7-count indictment, Castro and the 5 other individuals are charged with conspiring to kill U.S. citizens, with actually following through and murdering those U.S. citizens, and then, of course, destroying the aircraft that were involved in that horrendous shoot-down situation. So these are very serious charges. They carry a maximum penalty of life imprisonment. Now, of course, Raul Castro is himself 94 years old, but there are the other 5 co-conspirators involved as well. And I think most importantly, as you mentioned, this sends a message that the United States is not going to forget when crimes against U.S. citizens are committed, and that justice will be sought and justice will be served at the end of the day.
I can't stand the communists, but I want to show that animation from the top one more time that CBS created, I think back 30 years ago. You know, you see those planes coming to Cuba, and then Cuba dispatches warplanes. I'm playing literally devil's advocate here. What if they just say, hey, we're defending our sovereignty. You can't come in unannounced. You know, back then I don't think we had diplomatic relations. We didn't have flights from America to Cuba or vice versa. So, if you had a wage of defense, I guess they kind of have one, right? Andres?
Well, I would say that that's certainly not the way that this evolved. It wasn't a response to an incident. This was an organization, a humanitarian group, again, that was supporting the efforts to identify when individuals were trapped at sea, fleeing this island. And that was a source of deep frustration for this communist dictatorship, because it showcased the desire to flee that island, and the U.S. and folks within the Cuban American community being involved was another source of agitation there. But this wasn't a misunderstanding where they thought this was a military target that they were defending against. They knew what this was. It was a humanitarian organization, and shooting down civilian flights is not a response that is done with any kind of legitimacy in that scenario.
All right. Hey, do me a favor, Zach Smith, former assistant U.S. attorney. Maybe you heard that one of Jack Smith's people just got indicted. Her name is Carmen Lineberger, and it looks like she may have been trying to conceal confidential, sensitive government material, sending it to her personal email, putting cake recipes at the top of the sensitive material to throw off anybody who would be monitoring her email. And now she's charged 3 felonies. And what do you make of that? It's pretty, I think it's pretty cool. I hate Jack Smith. Well, I really don't like him. What do you think, pal?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look in detail at this indictment, but these are very serious allegations. Certainly, if this was designed to take confidential information out of the DOJ system into a personal, less secure email system, that's a very serious offense. And I think the irony shouldn't be lost on anyone that that's essentially one of the allegations that Jack Smith and others at DOJ were pursuing against Donald Trump and others who worked for Trump at that time, that he was removing classified or sensitive information or handling documents improperly. And so now to see those very same accusations being lodged, it's a very ironic twist.
Well, appreciate it. How about that? You're right. They were all over President Trump. What a fraud that case was. Zach Smith, former assistant U.S. attorney in the Northern District of Florida, and Andres Martinez Fernandez with the Heritage Foundation's Allison Center for National Security. We thank you very, very much.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now, and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
A Social Security update. Millions collect Social Security, but 70% of Americans don't get their full benefits. Now, a new report shows how to boost your Social Security by as much as $188,000. Author Matthew Allen reveals 5 key strategies in a new report. Newsmax calls it the best guide for retirees. Everyone needs this free Social Security report. Act today to get your full benefits.